January, of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. January 1st. Waking this morning out of my sleep on a sudden, I did with my elbow hit my wife a great blow over her face and nose, which waked her with pain, at which I was sorry, and to sleep again. Up I went forth with Sir W. Pen by coach towards Westminster, and in my way seeing that the Spanish curate was acted to-day, I light and let him go alone, and I home again, and sent to young Mr. Pen and his sister to go and on with my wife and I to the theatre. That done, Mr. W. Pen came to me, and he and I walked out, and to the stationer's, and looked over some pictures and traps for my house, and so home again to dinner. And by came the two young Pens, and after we had eat a barrel of oysters, we went by coach to the play, and there saw it well acted, and a good play it is, only Diego the sexton did overdo his part too much. From thence home, and they sat with us till late at night at cards, very merry. But the jest was Mr. W. Pen had left his sword in the coach, and so my boy and he run out after the coach, and by very great chance did at the exchange meet with the coach, and got his sword again. So to bed. 2nd. An invitation sent us before we were up from my Lady Sandwich's, to come and dine with her. So at the office all the morning, and at noon thither to dinner, where there was a good and great dinner, and the company, Mr. William Montague and his lady, but she seemed so far from the beauty that I expected her from my lady's talk to be, that it put me into an ill humour all the day, to find my expectations so lost. Mr. Rurtball and Townsend and their wives. After dinner borne by water, and so to the office till night, and then I went forth by appointment to meet with Mr. Grant, who promised to meet me at the coffee house to bring me acquainted with Cooper, the great limner in Little, but they deceived me, and so I went home, and there sat at my lute and singing till almost 12 at night, and so to bed. Sir Richard Fanshaw is come suddenly from Portugal, but nobody knows what his business is. 3rd. Lay long in bed, and so up and abroad to several places about petty businesses, among others to Tom's, who I find great hopes of that he will do well, which I am glad of, and am not now so hasty to get a wife for him as I was before. So to dinner to my Lord Crew's with him and his lady, and after dinner to Faithorne's, and there bought some pictures of him. And while I was there, comes by the King's Life Guard, he being gone to Lincoln's Inn this afternoon to see the revels there being, according to an old custom, a prince and all his nobles, and other matters of sport in charge. So home, and up to my chamber to look over my papers and other things, my mind being much troubled for these 4 or 5 days because of my present great expense, and will be so till I cast up and see how my estate stands, and that I am loath to do for fear I have spent too much, and delay it the rather that I may pay for my pictures and my wife's, and the book that I am buying for Paul's school, before I do cast up my accounts. 4th. At home most of the morning, hanging up pictures, and seeing how my pewter sconces that I have bought will become my stairs and entry, and then with my wife by water to Westminster, whither she to her father's, and I to Westminster Hall, and there walked a turn or two with Mr. Chetwin, who had a dog challenged of him by another man that said it was his, but Mr. Chetwin called the dog, and the dog at last would follow him, and not his old master, and so Chetwin got the dog. And W. Simons, and thence to my wife, who met me at my Lord's lodgings, and she and I and old East to Wilkinson's to dinner, where we had some roast beef and a mutton pie and a mince pie, but none of them pleased me. After dinner by coach my wife and I home, and I to the office, and there till late, and then I and my wife to Sir W. Pen's to cards and supper, and were merry, and much correspondence there has been between our two families all this Christmas. So home and to bed. 5th, Lord's day. Left my wife in bed not well, and I to church, and so home to dinner, and dined alone upon some marrow bones, and had a fine piece of roast beef, but being alone I eat none. So after dinner comes in my brother Tom, and he tells me how he hath seen the father and mother of the girl which my cousin Joyces would have him to have for a wife, and they are much for it, but we are in a great quandary what to do therein. £200 being but a little money, and I hope, if he continues as he begins, he may look out for one with more. To church, and before sermon there was a long psalm, and half another sung out while the sexton gathered what the church would give him for this last year. I gave him 3 shillings, and have the last week given the clerk 2 shillings, which I set down that I may know what to do the next year, if it please the Lord that I live so long. But the jest was, the clerk begins the 25th psalm, which hath a proper tune to it, and then the 116th, which cannot be sung with that tune, which seemed very ridiculous. After church to Sir W. Batten's, where on purpose I have not been this fortnight, and I am resolved to keep myself more reserved to avoid the contempt which otherwise I must fall into, and so home and 6, and talked and supped with my wife, and so up to prayers and to bed, having wrote a letter this night to Sir J. Mennes in the Downs for his opinion in the business of striking of flags. 6th, 12th day. This morning I sent my lute to the painter's, and there I stayed with him all the morning to see him paint the neck of my lute in my picture, which I was not pleased with after it was done. Thence to dinner to Sir W. Pen's, it being a solemn feast day with him, his wedding day, and we had, besides a good chine of beef and other good cheer, 18 mince pies in a dish, the number of the years that he hath been married, where Sir W. Batten and his lady and daughter was, and Colonel Treswell, and Major Holmes, who I perceive would fain get to be free and friends with my wife, but I shall prevent it, and she herself hath also defiance against him. After dinner they set into drinking, so that I would stay no longer, but went away home. And Captain Cock, who was quite drunk, comes after me, and there sat a while, and so away. And anon I went again, after the company was gone, and sat and played at cards with Sir W. Pen and his children, and so after supper home. And there I hear that my man Gull was gone to bed, and upon inquiry I hear that he did vomit before he went to bed, and complained his head ached, and thereupon, though he was asleep, I sent for him out of his bed, and he rose and came up to me, and I appeared very angry and did tax him with being drunk, and he told me that he had been with Mr. Southern and Homewood at the Dolphin, and drank a quart of sack, but that his head did ache before he went out. But I do believe he has drunk too much, and so I did threaten him to bid his uncle dispose of him some other way, and sent him down to bed, and do resolve to continue to be angry with him. So to bed to my wife, and told her what had passed. 7th. Long in bed, and then rose and went along with Sir W. Pen on foot to Stepney to Mrs. Chappell's, who has the pretty boy to her son, and there met my wife and Sir W. Pen's children all, and Mrs. Poole and her boy, and there dined and were very merry, and home again by coach, and so to the office. In the afternoon and at night to Sir W. Pen's. There supped and played at cards with them, and were merry, the children being to go all away to school again to-morrow. Thence home and to bed. 8th. I rose and went to Westminster Hall, and there walked up and down upon several businesses, and among others I met with Sir W. Pen, who told me that he had this morning heard Sir G. Carteret extremely angry against my man Will, that he is every other day with the Commissioners of Parliament at Westminster, and that his uncle was a rogue, and that he did tell his uncle everything that passes at the office, and Sir William, though he loves the lad, did advise me to part with him, which did with this surprise mightily trouble me, though I was already angry with him. And so to the Wardrobe by water, and all the way did examine Will about the business, but did not tell him upon what score, but I find that the poor lad do suspect something. To dinner with my lady, and after dinner talked long with her, and so home, and to Sir W. Batten's, and sat and talked with him, and so home troubled in mind, and so up to my study, and read the 2 treaties before Mr. Selden's Mare Clausum, and so to bed. This night come about £100 from Brampton by carrier to me, in holsters from my father, which made me laugh. 9th. At the office all the morning private with Sir G. Carteret, who I expected something from about yesterday's business, but he said nothing, Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen, about drawing, up in answer to several demands of my Lord Treasurer, and late at it till 2 o'clock. Then to dinner, and my wife to Sir W. Pen's, and so to the office again, and sat till late. And so home, where I found Mr. Armiger below talking with my wife, but being offended with him for his leaving of my brother Tom, I shewed him no countenance, but did take notice of it to him plainly, and I perceive he was troubled at it, but I am glad I told him of it. Then, when he was gone, up to write several letters by the post, and so to set my papers and things in order, and to bed. This morning we agreed upon some things to answer to the Duke about the practice of striking of the flags, which will now put me upon finishing my resolution of writing something upon the subject. 10th. To Whitehall, and there spoke with Sir Paul Neale about a mathematical request of my Lord's to him, which I did deliver to him, and he promised to employ somebody to answer it, something about observation of the moon and stars, but what I did not mind. Here I met with Mr. Moore, who tells me that an injunction is granted in Chancery against T. Trice, at which I was very glad, being before in some trouble for it. With him to Westminster Hall, where I walked till noon talking with one or other, and so to the Wardrobe to dinner, where tired with Mr. Pickering's company, I returned to Westminster by appointment, to meet my wife at Mrs. Hunt's to gossip with her, which we did alone, and were very merry, and did give her a cup and spoon for my wife's godchild, and so home by coach, and I late reading in my chamber, and then to bed, my wife being angry that I keep the house so late up. 11th. My brother Tom came to me, and he and I to Mr. Turner the draper's, and paid £15 to him for cloth owing to him by my father for his mourning for my uncle, and so to his house, and there invited all the Honeywoods to dinner on Monday next. So to the Exchange, and there all the news is of the French and Dutch joining against us, but I do not think it yet true. So home to dinner, and in the afternoon to the office, and so to Sir W. Batten's, where in discourse I heard the custom of the election of the Dukes of Genoa, who for 2 years are every day attended in the greatest state, and 400 or 500 men always waiting upon him as a king. And when the 2 years are out, and another is chose, a messenger is sent to him, who stands at the bottom of the stairs, and he at the top, and says, Va, illustrissima serenitas sta finita, et puede andar en casa. Your serenity is now ended, and now you may be going home, and so claps on his hat. And the old Duke, having by custom sent his goods home before, walks away, it may be but with one man at his heels, and the new one brought immediately in his room, in the greatest state in the world. Another account was told us, how in the dukedom of Ragusa, in the Adriatic, a state that is little but more ancient, they say, than Venice, and is called the mother of Venice, and the Turks lie round about it, that they change all the officers of their guard, for fear of conspiracy, every 24 hours, so that nobody knows who shall be captain of the guard to-night, but 2 men come to a man, and lay hold of him as a prisoner, and carry him to the place, and there he hath the keys of the garrison given him, and he presently issues his orders for that night's watch, and so always from night to night. Sir Win Rider told the first of his own knowledge, and both he and Sir W. Batten confirmed the last. Hence home, and to read, and so to bed, but very late again. 12th, Lord's Day. To church, where a stranger made a very good sermon. At noon Sir W. Pen and my good friend Dean Fuller, by appointment, and my wife's brother by chance, dined with me very merry and handsomely. After dinner the Dean, my wife and I by Sir W. Pen's coach left us, he to Whitehall, and my wife and I to visit Mrs. Pierce, and thence Mrs. Turner, who continues very ill still, and Theo is also fallen sick, which do trouble me for the poor mother. So home and to read, I being troubled to hear my wife rate, though not without cause, at her maid Nell, who is a lazy slut. So to prayers and to bed. 13th. All the morning at home, and Mr. Berkenshaw, whom I have not seen a great while, came to see me, who stayed with me a great while talking of music, and I am resolved to begin to learn of him to compose, and to begin to-morrow, he giving of me so great hopes that I shall soon do it. Before 12 o'clock comes, by appointment, Mr. Peter and the Dean, and Colonel Noniwood, brothers, to dine with me, but so soon that I was troubled at it. But, however, I entertained them with talk and oysters till 1 o'clock, and then we sat down to dinner, not staying for my uncle and aunt White, at which I was troubled. But they came by and by, and so we dined very merry, at least I seem so, but the dinner does not please me, and less the Dean and Colonel, whom I found to be pitiful sorry gentlemen, though good-natured, but Mr. Peter above them both, who after dinner did show us the experiment which I had heard talk of the chemical glasses, which break all to dust by breaking off a little small end, which is a great mystery to me. They being gone, my aunt White and my wife and I to cards, she teaching of us how to play at gleek, which is a pretty game. But I have not my head so free as to be troubled with it. By and by comes my uncle White back, and so to supper and talk, and then again to cards, where my wife and I beat them 2 games, and they us 1. And so good night, and to bed. 14th. All the morning at home. Mr. Berkenshaw by appointment yesterday coming to me, and begun composition of music, and he being gone, I to settle my papers and things in my chamber, and so after dinner in the afternoon to the office, and thence to my chamber about several businesses of the office and my own, and then to supper and to bed. This day my brave vellum covers to keep pictures in come in, which pleases me very much. 15th. This morning Mr. Berkenshaw came again, and after he had examined me and taught me something in my work, he and I went to breakfast in my chamber upon a collar of brawn, and after we had eaten, asked me whether we had not committed a fault in eating to-day, telling me that it is a fast day ordered by the Parliament, to pray for more seasonable weather, it having hitherto been summer weather, that it is, both as to warmth and every other thing, just as if it were the middle of May or June, which do threaten a plague, as all men think, to follow, for so it was almost the last winter, and the whole year after hath been a very sickly time to this day. I did not stir out of my house all day, but conned my music, and at night after supper to bed. 16th. Towards Cheapside, and in Paul's Churchyard saw the funeral of my Lord Cornwallis, late steward of the King's house, a bold, profane, talking man, go by. And thence I to the painter's, and there paid him £6 for the 2 pictures, and 36s. for the 2 frames. From thence home, and Mr. Holliard and my brother Tom dined with me, and he did give me good advice about my health. In the afternoon at the office, and at night to Sir W. Batten, and there saw him and Captain Cock and Stokes play at cards, and afterwards supped with them. Stokes told us that notwithstanding the country of Gambo is so unhealthy, yet the people of the place live very long, so as the present king there is 150 years old, which they count by rains, because every year it rains continually 4 months together. He also told us that the kings there have above 100 wives apiece, and offered him the choice of any of his wives to lie with, and so he did Captain Holmes. So home and to bed. 17th. To Westminster with Mr. Moore, and there, after several walks up and down to hear news, I met with Laney the Frenchman, who told me that he had a letter from France last night that tells him that my Lord Hinchingbroke is dead, proved false, and that he did die yesterday was se'nnight, which do surprise me exceedingly, though we know that he hath been sick these 2 months, so I hardly ever was in my life. But being fearful that my lady should come to hear it too suddenly, he and I went up to my Lord Crew's, and there I dined with him, and after dinner we told him, and the whole family is much disturbed by it. So we consulted what to do, to tell my Lady of it, and at last we thought of my going first to Mr. George Montague's to hear whether he had any news of it, which I did, and there found all his house in great heaviness for the death of his son, Mr. George Montague, who did go with our young gentleman into France, and that they hear nothing at all of our young Lord. So believing that thence comes the mistake, I returned to my Lord Crew, in my way in the piazza seeing a house on fire, and all the streets full of people to quench it, and told them of it, which they are much glad of, and conclude, and so I hope, that my Lord is well. And so I went to my Lady Sandwich, and told her all, and after much talk I parted thence with my wife, who had been there all the day, and so home to my musique, and then to bed. 18th. This morning I went to Dr. Williams, and there he told me how T. Trice had spoke to him about getting me to meet, that our difference might be made up between us by ourselves, which I am glad of, and have appointed Monday next to be the day. Thence to the Wardrobe, and there hearing it would be late before they went to dinner, I went and spent some time in Paul's Churchyard among some books, and then returned thither, and there dined with my Lady and Sir H. Wright and his Lady, all glad of yesterday's mistake, and after dinner to the office, and then home and wrote letters by the post to my father, and by and by comes Mr. Moore to give me an account how Mr. Montague was gone away of a sudden with the fleet, in such haste that he hath left behind some servants, and many things of consequence, and among others my Lord's commission for Ambassador. Whereupon he and I took coach, and to Whitehall to my Lord's lodgings, to have spoke with Mr. Ralph Montague, his brother, and here we staid talking with Sarah and the old man. But by and by, hearing that he was in Covent Garden, we went thither, and at my Lady Harvey's, his sister, I spoke with him, and he tells me that the commission is not left behind, and so I went thence by the same coach, setting down Mr. Moore, home, and after having wrote a letter to my Lord at 12 o'clock at night, by post, I went to bed. 19th, Lord's day. To church in the morning, where Mr. Mills preached upon Christ being offered up for our sins, and there proving the equity with what justice God would lay our sins upon his Son, he did make such a sermon, among other things pleading, from God's universal sovereignty over all his creatures, the power he has of commanding what he would of his Son, by the same rule as that he might have made us all, and the whole world from the beginning to have been in hell, arguing from the power the potter has over his clay, that I could have wished he had let it alone. And speaking again, the Father is now so satisfied by our security for our debt, that we might say at the last day, as many of us as have interest in Christ's death, Lord, we owe thee nothing, our debt is paid. We are not beholden to thee for anything, for thy debt is paid to thee to the full, which methinks were very bold words. Home to dinner, and then my wife and I on foot to see Mrs. Turner, who continues still sick, and thence into the Old Bailey, by appointment, to speak with Mrs. Norbury, who lies at, it falls out, next door to my uncle Fenner's. But as God would have it, we having no desire to be seen by his people, he having lately married a midwife that is old and ugly, and that hath already brought home to him a daughter and 3 children, we were let in at a back door. And here she offered me the refusal of some lands of hers at Brampton, if I have a mind to buy, which I answered her I was not at present provided to do. She took occasion to talk of her sister White's making much of the Whites, who for namesake only my uncle do shew great kindness to, so I fear may do us that are nearer to him a great deal of wrong, if he should die without children, which I am sorry for. Thence to my uncle White's, and there we supped and were merry, though my uncle hath lately lost 200 or 300 at sea, and I am troubled to hear that the Turks do take more and more of our ships in the Straits, and that our merchants here in London do daily break, and are still likely to do so. So home, and I put in at Sir W. Batten's, where Major Holmes was, and in our discourse and drinking I did give Sir J. Mennes health, which he swore he would not pledge, and called him knave and coward, upon the business of Holmes with the Swedish ship lately, which we all, and I particularly, did desire him to forbear, he being of our fraternity, which he took in great dudgeon, and I was vexed to hear him persist in calling him so, though I believe it to be true, but however he is to blame, and I am troubled at it. So home and to prayers and to bed. 20th. This morning Sir Win. Batten and Pen and I did begin the examining the Treasurer's accounts, the first time ever he had passed in the office, which is very long, and we were all at it till noon, and then to dinner, he providing a fine dinner for us, and we eat it at Sir W. Batten's, where we are very merry, there being at table the Treasurer and we 3, Mr. Waith, Ferrer, Smith, Turner, and Mr. Morris, the wine cooper, who this day did divide the 2 butts, which we 4 did send for, of sherry from Cales, and mine was put into a hogshead, and the vessel filled up with 4 gallons of Malaga wine, but what it will stand us in I know not. But it is the first great quantity of wine that I ever bought. And after dinner to the office all the afternoon till late at night, and then home, where my aunt and uncle White and Mrs. Ann White came to play at cards, at Gleek, which she taught me and my wife last week, and so to supper, and then to cards, and so good night. Then I to my practice of music, and then at 12 o'clock to bed. This day the workmen began to make me a cellar door out of the back yard, which will much please me. 21st. To the finishing of the Treasurer's accounts this morning, and then to dinner again, and were merry as yesterday, and so home, and then to the office till night, and then home to write letters, and to practise my composition of music, and then to bed. We have heard nothing yet how far the fleet hath got toward Portugal, but the wind being changed again, we fear they are stopped, and may be beat back again to the coast of Ireland. 22nd. After music practice to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster, in my way calling at Mr. George Montague's to condole him the loss of his son, who was a fine gentleman, and it is no doubt a great discomfort to our two young gentlemen, his companions in France. After this discourse he told me, among other news, the great jealousies that are now in the Parliament House. The Lord Chancellor, it seems, taking occasion from this late plot to raise fears in the people, did project the raising of an army forthwith, besides the constant militia, thinking to make the Duke of York general thereof. But the House did in very open terms say they were grown too wise to be fooled again into another army, and said they had found how that man that hath a command of an army is not beholden to any body to make him king. There are factions, private ones at court, about Madam Palmer, but what it is about I know not. But it is something about the King's favour to her now that the Queen is coming. He told me, too, what sport the King and Court do make at Mr. Edward Montague's leaving his things behind him. But the Chancellor, taking it a little more seriously, did openly say to my Lord Chamberlain, that had it been such a gallant as my Lord Mandeville his son, it might have been taken as a frolic, but for him that would be thought a grave coxcomb, it was very strange. Thence to the Hall, where I heard the House had ordered all the King's murderers that remain to be executed, but Fleetwood and Downes. So to the Wardrobe, and there dined, meeting my wife there, who went after dinner with my lady to see Mr. George Montague's lady, and I to have a meeting by appointment with Tom Trice and Dr. Williams, in order to a treating about the difference between us. But I find there is no hopes of ending it but by law, and so after a pint or two of wine we parted. So to the Wardrobe for my wife again, and so home, and after writing and doing some things, to bed. 23rd. All the morning with Mr. Berkenshaw, and after him Mr. Moore, in discourse of business, and in the afternoon by coach by invitation to my uncle Fenner's, where I found his new wife, a pitiful, old, ugly, ill-bred woman, in a hat, a midwife. Here were many of his, and as many of her relations, sorry mean people, and after choosing our gloves, we all went over to the Three Crane Tavern, and though the best room in the house, in such a narrow dog-hole, we were crammed, and I believe we were near 40, that it made me loathe my company and victuals, and a sorry poor dinner it was too. After dinner I took aside the two Joyces, and took occasion to thank them for their kind thoughts for a wife for Tom, but that considering the possibility there is of my having no child, and what then I shall be able to leave him, I do think he may expect in that respect a wife with more money, and so desired them to think no more of it. Now the jest was, Antony mistakes, and thinks that I did all this while encourage him, from my thoughts of favour to Tom, to pursue the match, till Will Joyce tells him that he was mistaken, but how he takes it I know not, but I endeavoured to tell it him in the most respectful way that I could. This done, with my wife by coach to my aunt White's, where I left her, and I to the office, and that being done, to her again, and sat playing at cards after supper till 12 at night, and so by moonshine home and to bed. 24th. This morning came my cousin Thomas Pepys, the executor, to speak with me, and I had much talk with him both about matters of money, which my Lord Sandwich has of his, and I am bond for, as also of my uncle Thomas, who I hear by him do stand upon very high terms. Thence to my painter's, and there I saw our pictures in the frames, which pleased me well. Thence to the Wardrobe, where very merry with my lady, and after dinner I seat for the pictures thither, and mine is well liked. But she is much offended with my wife's, and I am of her opinion that it do much wrong her, but I will have it altered. So home, in my way calling at Pope's Head Alley, and there bought me a pair of scissors and a brass square. So home and to my study and to bed. 25th. At home and the office all the morning. Walking in the garden to give the gardener directions what to do this year, for I intend to have the garden handsome, Sir W. Pen came to me, and did break a business to me about removing his son from Oxford to Cambridge to some private college. I proposed Magdalen, but cannot name a tutor at present, but I shall think and write about it. Thence with him to the Trinity House to dinner, where Sir Richard Browne, one of the clerks of the Council, and who is much concerned against Sir Encris's project of making a great sass in the King's lands about Deptford, to be a wet dock to hold 200 sail of ships. But the ground, it seems, was long since given by the King to Sir Richard, was, and after the Trinity House men had done their business, the Master, Sir William Rider, came to bid us welcome, and so to dinner, where good cheer and discourse, but I eat a little too much beef, which made me sick, and so after dinner we went to the office, and there in a garden I went in the dark and vomited, whereby I did much ease my stomach. Thence to supper with my wife to Sir W. Pen's, his daughter being come home to-day, not being very well. And so while we were at supper comes Mr. Moore with letters from my Lord Sandwich, speaking of his lying still at Tangier, looking for the fleet, which we hope is now in a good way thither. So home to write letters by the post to-night, and then again to Sir W. Pen's to cards, were very merry, and so home and to bed. 26th, Lord's day. To church in the morning, and then home to dinner alone with my wife, and so both to church in the afternoon, and home again, and so to read and talk with my wife, and to supper and to bed. It having been a very fine, clear, frosty day, God send us more of them, for the warm weather all this winter makes us fear a sick summer. But thanks be to God, since my leaving drinking of wine, I do find myself much better, and do mind my business better, and do spend less money, and less time lost in idle company. 27th. This morning both Sir Williams and I by barge to Deptford Yard, to give orders in businesses there, and called on several ships also to give orders, and so to Woolwich, and there dined at Mr. Falconer's of victuals we carried ourselves, and one Mr. Deakins, the father of my Morena, of whom we have lately bought some hemp. That being done, we went home again. This morning, going to take water upon Tower Hill, we met with 3 sleds standing there to carry my Lord Monson and Sir H. Mildmay and another to the gallows and back again with ropes about their necks, which is to be repeated every year, this being the day of their sentencing the King. 28th. This morning, after my music practice with Mr. Berkenshaw, with my wife to the painter's, where we staid very late to have her picture mended, which at last is come to be very like her, and I think well done. But the painter, though a very honest man, I found to be very silly as to matter of skill in shadows, for we were long in discourse, till I was almost angry to hear him talk so simply. So home to dinner, and then to the office, and so home for all night. 29th. To Westminster, and at the Parliament door spoke with Mr. Coventry about business, and so to the Wardrobe to dinner, and thence to several places, and so home, where I found Mrs. Penn and Mrs. Ruth and Smith, who played at cards with my wife, and I did give them a barrel of oysters, and had a pullet to supper for them. And when it was ready to come to table, the foolish girl had not the manners to stay and sup with me, but went away, which did vex me cruelly. So I saw her home, and then to supper, and so to music practice, and to bed. 30th. Fast day for the murthering of the late King. I went to church, and Mr. Mills made a good sermon upon David's words, who can lay his hands upon the Lord's anointed and be guiltless. So home and to dinner, and employed all the afternoon in my chamber, setting things and papers to rights, which please me very well, and I think I shall begin to take pleasure in being at home and minding my business. I pray God I may, for I find a great need thereof. At night to supper and to bed. 31st. All the morning, after music practice, in my cellar, ordering some alterations therein, being much pleased with my new door into the back yard. So to dinner, and all the afternoon thinking upon business. I did by night set many things in order, which please me well, and puts me upon a resolution of keeping within doors, and minding my business, and the business of the office, which I pray God I may put in practice. At night to bed. End of January. Of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. February 1st. This morning within till 11 o'clock, and then with Commissioner Pett to the office, and he stayed there writing, while I and Sir W. Pen walked in the garden talking about his business of putting his son to Cambridge, and to that end I intend to write to-night to Dr. Fairbrother to give me an account of Mr. Burton of Magdalen. Thence with Mr. Pett to the painter's, and he likes our pictures very well, and so do I. Thence he and I to the Countess of Sandwich, to lead him to her to kiss her hands, and dined with her, and told her the news, which Sir W. Pen told me to-day, that express is come from my Lord with letters, that by a great storm and tempest the mole of Argier is broken down, and many of their ships sunk into the mole, so that God Almighty hath now ended that unlucky business for us, which is very good news. After dinner to the office, where we stayed late, and so I home, and late writing letters to my father and Dr. Fairbrother, and an angry letter to my brother John for not writing to me, and so to bed. 2nd. Lord's day. To church in the morning, and then home and dined with my wife, and so both of us to church again, where we had an Oxford man give us a most impertinent sermon upon "Cast your bread upon the waters," etc. So home to read, supper, and to prayers, and then to bed. 3rd. After music practice I went to the office, and there with the 2 Sir Williams all the morning about business, and at noon I dined with Sir W. Batten with many friends more, it being his wedding day, and among other frolics, it being their 3rd year, they had 3 pies, whereof the middlemost was made of an oval form, in an oval hole within the other 2, which made much mirth, and was called the middle piece. And above all the rest, we had great striving to steal a spoonful out of it. And I remember Mrs. Mills, the minister's wife, did steal one for me, and did give it me. And to end all, Mrs. Shipman did fill the pie full of white wine, it holding at least a pint and a half, and did drink it off for a health to Sir William and my lady, it being the greatest draught that ever I did see a woman drink in my life. Before we had dined came Sir G. Carteret, and we went all 3 to the office, and did business there till night, and then to Sir W. Batten again. And I went along with my lady and the rest of the gentlewomen to Major Holmes's, and there we had a fine supper, among others excellent lobsters, which I never eat at this time of the year before. The Major hath good lodgings at the Trinity House. Here we stayed, and at last home, and being in my chamber, we do hear great noise of mirth at Sir William Batten's, tearing the ribbons from my Lady and him. So I to bed. 4th. To Westminster Hall, where it was full term. Here all the morning, and at noon to my Lord Crew's, where one Mr. Tempter, an ingenious man, and a person of honour he seems to be, dined, and discoursing of the nature of serpents, he told us some that in the waste places of Lancashire do grow to a great bigness, and that do feed upon larks, which they take thus. They observe when the lark is soared to the highest, and do crawl till they come to be just underneath them, and there they place themselves with their mouths uppermost, and there, as is conceived, they do eject poison up to the bird, for the bird do suddenly come down again in its course of a circle, and falls directly into the mouth of the serpent, which is very strange. He is a great traveller, and speaking of the tarantula, he says that all the harvest long, about which times they are most busy, there are fiddlers go up and down the fields everywhere, in expectation of being hired by those that are stung. Thence to the office, where late, and so to my chamber, and then to bed. My mind a little troubled how to put things in order to my advantage in the office, in readiness to the Duke's orders lately sent to us, and of which we are to treat at the office to-morrow morning. This afternoon, going into the office, one met me and did serve a subpoena upon me for one Field, whom we did commit to prison the other day, for some ill words he did give the office. The like he had for others, but we shall scour him for it. 5th. Early at the office. Sir G. Carteret, the two Sir Williams, and myself, all alone, reading of the Duke's institutions for the settlement of our office, whereof we read as much as concerns our own duties, and left the other officers for another time. I did move several things for my purpose, and did ease my mind. At noon Sir W. Pen dined with me, and after dinner he and I and my wife to the theatre, and went in, but being very early we went out again to the next door, and drank some Rhenish wine and sugar, and so to the house again, and there saw Rule a Wife and Have a Wife, very well done. And here also I did look long upon my Lady Castlemaine, who, notwithstanding her late sickness, continues a great beauty. Home, and supped with Sir W. Pen, and played at cards with him, and so home and to bed, putting some cataplasm to my... which begins to swell again. 6th. At my music practice, and so into my cellar to my workmen, and I am very much pleased with my alteration there. About noon comes my uncle Thomas to me to ask for his annuity, and I did tell him my mind freely. We had some high words, but I was willing to end all in peace, and so I made him dine with me, and I have hopes to work my end upon him. After dinner the barber trimmed me, and so to the office, where I do begin to be exact in my duty there, and exacting my privileges, and shall continue to do so. None but Sir W. Batten and me here to-night, and so we broke up early, and I home and to my chamber to put things in order, and so to bed. My swelling, I think, do begin to go away again. 7th. Among my workmen this morning. By and by water to Westminster with Commissioner Pett, landing my wife at Blackfriars, where I hear the prisoners in the Tower that are to die are come to the Parliament House this morning. To the Wardrobe to dinner with my Lady, where a civet cat, parrot, apes, and many other things are come from my Lord by Captain Hill, who dined with my Lady with us to-day. Thence to the painters, and am well pleased with our pictures. So by coach home, where I found the joiners putting up my chimney-piece in the dining-room, which pleases me well, only the frame for a picture they have made so massy and heavy that I cannot tell what to do with it. This evening came my she-cousin Porter to see us, the first time that we had seen her since we came to this end of the town, and after her Mr. Hart, who both stayed with us a pretty while, and so went away. By and by, hearing that Mr. Turner was much troubled at what I do in the office, and do give ill words to Sir W. Pen and others of me, I am much troubled in my mind, and so went to bed. Not that I fear him at all, but the natural aptness I have to be troubled at anything that crosses me. 8th. All the morning in the cellar with the colliers, removing the coals out of the old coal-hole into the new one, which cost me 8 shillings the doing. But now the cellar is done and made clean, it do please me exceedingly, as much as anything that was ever yet done to my house. I pray God keep me from setting my mind too much upon it. About 3 o'clock, the colliers having done, I went up to dinner, my wife having often urged me to come. But my mind is so set upon these things that I cannot but be with the workmen to see things done to my mind, which, if I am not there, is seldom done. And so to the office, and thence to talk with Sir W. Pen, walking in the dark in the garden some turns, he telling me of the ill management of our office, and how Wood the timber merchant and others were very knaves, which I am apt to believe. Home, and wrote letters to my father and my brother John, and so to bed, being a little chillish, intending to take physic to-morrow morning. 9th. Lord's day. I took physic this day, and was all day in my chamber, talking with my wife about her laying out of £20, which I had long since promised her to lay out in clothes against Easter for herself, and composing some airs, God forgive me. At night to prayers, and to bed. 10th. Music practice a good while, then to Paul's Churchyard, and there I met with Dr. Fuller's England's Worthies, the first time that I ever saw it, And so I sat down reading in it till it was 2 o'clock before I thought of the time going, and so I rose and went home to dinner, being much troubled that, though he had some discourse with me about my family and arms, he says nothing at all, nor mentions us either in Cambridgeshire or Norfolk. But I believe indeed our family were never considerable. At home all the afternoon, and at night to bed. 11th. Music. Then my brother Tom came, and spoke to him about selling of Sturtlow. He consents to, and I think will be the best for him, considering that he needs money and has no mind to marry. Dined at home, and at the office in the afternoon. So home to music, my mind being full of our alterations in the garden, and my getting of things in the office settled to the advantage of my clerks, which I found Mr. Turner much troubled at, and myself am not quiet in mind. But I hope by degrees to bring it to it. At night begun to compose songs, and begin with Gaze not on Swans. So to bed. 12th. This morning till 4 in the afternoon I spent abroad, doing of many and considerable businesses at Mr. Phillips the lawyer, with Prior, Westminster, my Lord Crew's, wardrobe, etc., and so home about the time of day to dinner, with my mind very highly contented with my day's work, wishing I could do so every day. Then to my chamber drawing up writings in expectation of my uncle Thomas coming. So to my music, and then to bed. This night I had 1/2 poor Jack, sent me by Mr. Addis. 13th. After music comes my cousin Tom Pepys, the executor, and he did stay with me above 2 hours, discoursing about the difference between my uncle Thomas and me, and what way there may be to make it up, and I have hopes we may do good of it for all this. Then to dinner, and then came Mr. Kennard, and he and I and Sir W. Pen went up and down his house to view what may be the contrivance and alterations there to the best advantage. So home, where Mr. Blackburn, whom I have not seen a long time, was come to speak with me, and among other discourse, he do tell me plain of the corruption of all our treasurers' officers, and that they hardly pay any money under 10%, and that the other day, for a mere assignation of £200 to some counties, they took £15, which is very strange. So to the office till night, and then home and to write by the post about many businesses, and so to bed. Last night died the Queen of Bohemia. 14th, Valentine's day. I did this day purposely shun to be seen at Sir W. Batten's, because I would not have his daughter to be my Valentine, as she was the last year, there being no great friendship between us now, as formerly. This morning in comes W. Bowyer, who was my wife's Valentine, she having, at which I made good sport to myself, held her hands all the morning, that she might not see the painters that were at work in gilding my chimney-piece, and pictures in my dining-room. By and by she and I by coach with him to Westminster, by the way leaving at Tom's and my wife's father's lodgings, each of them some poor Jack, and some she carried to my father Bowyer's, where she stayed while I walked in the hall, and there among others met with Serjeant Pierce, and I took him aside to drink a cup of ale, and he told me the basest thing of Mr. Montague's and his man Eschar's going away in debt, that I am troubled and ashamed, but glad to be informed of. He thinks he has left £1,000 for my Lord to pay, and that he has not laid out £3,000 out of the £5,000 for my Lord's use, and is not able to make an account of any of the money. My wife and I to dinner to the wardrobe, and then to talk with my lady, and so by coach, it raining hard, home, and so to do business, and to bed. 15th. With the two Sir Williams to the Trinity House, and there in their society had the business debated of Sir Nicholas Crisp's sass at Deptford. Then to dinner, and after dinner I was sworn a younger brother, Sir W. Rider being deputy master for my Lord of Sandwich, and after I was sworn, all the elder brothers shake me by the hand. It is their custom, it seems. Hence to the office, and so to Sir William Batten's, all three, and there we stayed till late talking together, in complaint of the Treasurer's instruments. Above all, Mr. Waith, at whose child's christening our wives and we should have been to-day, but none of them went, and I am glad of it, for he is a very rogue. So home, and drew up our report for Sir N. Crisp's sass, and so to bed. No news yet of our fleet gone to Tangier, which we now begin to think long. 16th, Lord's day. To church this morning, and so home and to dinner. In the afternoon I walked to St. Bride's to church, to hear Dr. Jacob preach upon the recovery, and at the request of Mrs. Turner, who came abroad this day, the first time since her long sickness. He preached upon David's words, I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of the Lord, and made a pretty good sermon, though not extraordinary. After sermon I led her home, and sat with her, and there was the doctor got before us. But strange what a command he hath got over Mrs. Turner, who was so careful to get him what he would, after his preaching, to drink, and he, with a cunning gravity, knows how to command, and had it, and among other things told us that he heard more of the common prayer this afternoon, while he stood in the vestry, before he went up into the pulpit, than he had heard this 20 years. Thence to my uncle White to meet my wife, and with other friends of hers and his, met by chance, we were very merry, and supped, and so home, not being very well through my usual pain got by cold. So to prayers and to bed, and there had a good draught of mulled ale brought me. 17th. This morning both Sir Williams, myself, and Captain Cock, and Captain Tinker of the Convertine, which we are going to look upon, being intended to go with these ships fitting for the East Indies, down to Deptford, and thence, after being on shipboard, to Woolwich, and there eat something, the Sir Williams being unwilling to eat flesh. Captain Cock and I had a breast of veal roasted, and here I drank wine upon necessity, being ill for want of it. And I find reason to fear that by my too sudden leaving off wine I do contract many evils upon myself. Going and coming we played at Gleek, and I won 9s. 6d. clear, the most that ever I won in my life. I pray God it may not tempt me to play again. Being come home again, we went to the Dolphin, where Mr. Alcock and my Lady and Mrs. Martha Batten came to us, and after them many others, as it always is where Sir W. Batten goes, and there we had some pullets to supper. I eat, though I was not very well, and after that left them, and so home and to bed. 18th. Lay long in bed, then up to the office, we having changed our days to Tuesday and Saturday in the morning, and Thursday at night, and by and by with Sir W. Pen, Mr. Kennard, and others, to survey his house again, and to contrive for the alterations there, which will be handsome, I think. After we had done at the office, I walked to the Wardrobe, where with Mr. Moore and Mr. Lewis Phillips after dinner, we did agree upon the agreement between us, and Prior and I did seal and sign it. Having agreed with Sir William Pen and my wife to meet them at the Opera, and finding by my walking in the streets, which were everywhere full of brickbats and tiles flung down by the extraordinary wind the last night, such as hath not been in memory before, unless at the death of the late Protector, that it was dangerous to go out of doors, and hearing how several persons had been killed to-day by the fall of things in the streets, and that the pageant in Fleet Street is most of it blown down, and hath broke down part of several houses, among others Dick Bridgen's, and that one Lady Sanderson, a person of quality in Covent Garden, was killed by the fall of the house in her bed last night, I sent my boy home to forbid them to go forth. But he bringing me word that they are gone, I went thither, and there saw The Law Against Lovers, a good play and well performed, especially the little girls, whom I never saw act before, dancing and singing, and were it not for her, the loss of Roxalana would spoil the house. So home and to music, and so to bed. 19th. Music practice. Thence to the Trinity House to conclude upon our report of Sir N. Crisp's project, who came to us to answer objections, but we did give him no ear, but are resolved to stand to our report, though I could wish we had shewn him more justice and had heard him. Thence to the Wardrobe, and dined with my Lady, and talked after dinner as I used to do, and so home and up to my chamber, to put things in order to my good content, and so to music practice. 20th. This morning came Mr. Child to see me, and set me something to my Theorbo, and by come letters from Tangier from my Lord, telling me how, upon a great defeat given to the Portuguese there by the Moors, he had put in 300 men into the town, and so he is in possession, of which we are very glad, because now the Spaniards' designs of hindering our getting the place are frustrated. I went with the letter enclosed to my Lord Chancellor to the House of Lords, and did give it him in the House, and thence to the Wardrobe with my ladies, and there could not stay dinner, but went by promise to Mr. Savile's, and there sat the first time for my picture in little, which pleaseth me well. So to the office till night, and then home. 21st. All the morning putting things in my house in order, and packing up glass to send into the country to my father, and books to my brother John, and then to my Lord Crew's to dinner, and thence to Mr. Lewis Phillips' chamber, and there at noon with him for business, and received £80 upon Jasper Trice's account, and so home with it, and so to my chamber for all this evening, and then to bed. 22nd. At the office busy all the morning, and thence to dinner to my Lady Sandwich's, and thence with Mr. Moore to our attorney Welpool's, and there found that Godfrey has basely taken out a judgment against us for the £40, for which I am vexed. And thence to buy a pair of stands and a hanging shelf for my wife's chamber, and so home, and thither came Mr. Savile with the pictures, and we hung them up in our dining room. It comes now to appear very handsome with all my pictures. This evening I wrote letters to my father, among other things acquainting him with the unhappy accident which hath happened lately to my Lord of Dorset's 2 oldest sons, who, with 2 Belasses and 1 Squire Wentworth, were lately apprehended for killing and robbing of a tanner about Newington on Wednesday last, and are all now in Newgate. I am much troubled for it, and for the grief and disgrace it brings to their families and friends. After this, having got a very great cold, I got something warm to-night, and so to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. My cold being increased, I stayed at home all day, pleasing myself with my dining room, now graced with pictures, and reading of Dr. Fuller's worthies. So I spent the day, and at night come Sir W. Pen, and supped and talked with me. This day, by God's mercy, I am 29 years of age, and in very good health, and like to live and get an estate, and if I have a heart to be contented, I think I may reckon myself as happy a man as any is in the world, for which God be praised. So to prayers and to bed. 24th. Long with Mr. Berkenshaw in the morning at my music practice, finishing my song of Gaze Not on Swans in 2 parts, which pleases me well, and I did give him £5 for this month or 5 weeks that he hath taught me, which is a great deal of money, and troubled me to part with it. Thence to the painter's, and set again for my picture in little, and thence over the water to Southwark to Mr. Berkenshaw's house, and there sat with him all the afternoon, he showing me his great card of the body of music, which he cries up for a rare thing, and I do believe it costs much pains, but is not so useful as he would have it. Then we sat down and set nulla nulla sit formido, and he has set it very finely. So home and to supper, and then called Will up, and chid him before my wife for refusing to go to church with the maids yesterday, and telling his mistress that he would not be made a slave of, which vexes me. So to bed. 25th. All the morning at the office. At noon with Mr. Moore to the coffee house, where among other things the great talk was of the effects of this late great wind, and I heard one say that he had 5 great trees standing together blown down, and beginning to lop them, one of them, as soon as the lops were cut off, did, by the weight of the root, rise again and fasten. We have letters from the Forest of Dean that above 1,000 oaks and as many beeches are blown down in one walk there, and letters from my father tell me of £20 hurt done to us at Brampton. This day in the newsbook I find that my Lord Buckhurst and his fellows have printed their case as they did give it in upon examination to a Justice of Peace, wherein they make themselves a very good tale, that they were in pursuit of thieves, and that they took this man for one of them, and so killed him, and that he himself confessed it was the first time of his robbing, and that he did pay dearly for it, for he was a dead man. But I doubt things will be proved otherwise, as they say. Home to dinner, and by comes Mr. Hunt and his wife to see us, and stayed a good while with us. Then parted, and I to my study in the office. The first time since the alteration that I have begun to do business myself there, and I think I shall be well pleased with it. At night home to supper and to bed. 26th. Mr. Berkenshaw with me all the morning composing of music to This Cursed Jealousy, What is it? A song of Sir W. Davenant's. After dinner I went to my bookseller's, W. Joyce's, and several other places to pay my debts and do business, I being resolved to cast up my accounts within a day or two, for I fear I have run out too far. In coming home I met with a face I knew, and challenged him, thinking it had been one of the theatre musicians, and did inquire for a song of him, but finding it a mistake, and that it was a gentleman that comes sometimes to the office, I was much ashamed, but made a pretty good excuse that I took him for a gentleman of Gray's Inn who sings well, and so parted. Home for all night, and set things in order, and so to bed. 27th. This morning came Mr. Berkenshaw to me, and in our discourse, I, finding that he cries up his rules for most perfect, though I do grant them to be very good, and the best I believe that ever yet were made, and that I could not persuade him to grant wherein they were somewhat lame, we fell to angry words, so that in a pet he flung out of my chamber, and I never stopped him, having intended to put him off to-day, whether this had happened or no, because I think I have all the rules that he hath to give. And so there remains not the practice now to do me good, and it is not for me to continue with him at £5 per month. So I settled to put all his rules in fair order in a book, which was my work all the morning till dinner. After dinner to the office till late at night, and so home to write by the post, and so to bed. 28th. The boy failing to call us up as I commanded, I was angry, and resolved to whip him for that and many other faults to-day. Early with Sir W. Pen by coach to Whitehall, to the Duke of York's chamber, and there I presented him from my Lord a fine map of Tangier, done by one Captain Beckman, a Swede, that is with my Lord. We stayed looking it over a great while with the Duke after he was ready. Thence I by water to the painter's, and there sat again for my face in little, and thence home to dinner, and so at home all the afternoon. Then came Mr. Moore, and stayed and talked with me, and then I to the office, there being all the Admiralty papers brought hither this afternoon from Mr. Blackburn's, where they have lain all this while, ever since my coming into this office. This afternoon Mr. Hayter received half a year's salary for me, so that now there is not owing me but this quarter, which will be out the next month. Home, and to be as good as my word, I bade Will get me a rod, and he and I called the boy up to one of the upper rooms of the Comptroller's house towards the garden, and there I reckoned all his faults, and whipped him soundly. But the rods were so small, that I fear they did not much hurt to him, but only to my arm, which I am already within a quarter of an hour, not able to stir almost. After supper to bed. End of February. March of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. March 1st. This morning I paid Sir W. Batten £40, which I have owed him this half year, having borrowed it of him. Then to the office all the morning. So dined at home, and after dinner comes my uncle Thomas, with whom I have some high words of difference, but ended quietly, though I fear I shall do no good by fair means upon him. Thence my wife and I by coach, first to see my little picture, that is a drawing, and thence to the opera, and there saw Romeo and Juliet. The first time it was ever acted, but it is a play of itself the worst that ever I heard in my life, and the worst acted that ever I saw these people do. And I am resolved to go no more to see the first time of acting, for they were all of them out more or less. Thence home, and after supper, and wrote by the post, I settled to what I had long intended, to cast up my accounts with myself, and after much pains to do it, and great fear, I do find that I am £500 in money beforehand in the world, which I was afraid I was not. But I find that I had spent above £250 this last half year, which troubles me much. But by God's blessing I am resolved to take up, having furnished myself with all things for a great while, and tomorrow to think upon some rules and obligations upon myself to walk by. So with my mind eased of a great deal of trouble, though with no great content to find myself above £100 worse now than I was half a year ago, I went to bed. 2nd, Lord's Day. With my mind much eased, talking long in bed with my wife about our frugal life, for the time to come, proposing to her what I could and would do if I were worth £2,000, that is, be a knight, and keep my coach, which pleased her. And so I do hope we shall hereafter live to save something, for I am resolved to keep myself by rules from expenses. To church in the morning, none in the pew but myself. So home to dinner, and after dinner came Sir William, and talked with me till church time, and then to church, where at our going out I was at a loss by Sir W. Pen's putting me upon it whether to take my wife or Mrs. Martha, who alone was there, and I began to take my wife, but he jogged me, and so I took Martha, and led her down before him and my wife. So set her at home, and Sir William and my wife, and I, to walk in the garden. And anon, hearing that Sir G. Carteret had sent to see whether we were at home or no, Sir William and I went to his house, where we waited a good while, they being at prayers, and by we went up to him. There the business was about hastening the East India ships, about which we are to meet tomorrow in the afternoon. So home to my house, and Sir William supped with me, and so to bed. 3rd. All the morning at home, about business with my brother Tom, and then with Mr. Moore, and then I set to make some strict rules for my future practice in my expenses, which I did bind myself in the presence of God by oath to observe upon penalty therein set down, and I do not doubt but hereafter to give a good account of my time and to grow rich. For I do find a great deal more of content in these few days, that I do spend well about my business, than in all the pleasure of a whole week, besides the trouble which I remember I always have after that for the expense of my money. Dined at home, and then up to my chamber again about business, and so to the office about dispatching of the East India ships, where we stayed till 8 at night, and then after I had been at Sir W. Pen's a while, discoursing with him and Mr. Kennard the joiner, about the new building in his house, I went home, where I found a vessel of oysters sent me from Chatham, so I fell to eat some, and then to supper, and so after the barber had done, to bed. I am told that this day the Parliament hath voted 2 shillings per annum for every chimney in England, as a constant revenue for ever to the Crown. 4th. At the office all the morning, dined at home at noon, and then to the office again in the afternoon to put things in order there, my mind being very busy in settling the office to ourselves, I having now got distinct offices for the other 2. By and by Sir W. Pen and I and my wife in his coach to Moorfields, where we walked a great while, though it was no fair weather and cold, and after our walk we went to the Pope's Head and eat cakes and other fine things, and so home, and I up to my chamber to read and write, and so to bed. 5th. In the morning to the painter's about my little picture. Thence to Tom's about business, and so to the pewterer's to buy a poor's box to put my forfeits in, upon breach of my late vows. So to the wardrobe, and dined, and thence home and to my office, and there sat looking over my papers of my voyage, when we fetched over the King, and tore so many of these that were worth noting, as fill my closet as high as my knees. I stayed doing this till 10 at night, and so home and to bed. 6th. Up early, my mind full of business, then to the office, where the 2 Sir Williams and I spent the morning passing the victuallers' accounts, the first I have had to do with all. Then home, where my uncle Thomas, by promise, and his son Tom, were come to give me his answer whether he would have me go to law or arbitration with him, but he is unprovided to answer me, and desires 2 days more. I left them to dine with my wife, and myself to Mr. Gordon, and the 2 knights at dinner at the Dolphin, and thence after dinner to the office back again till night, we having been these 4 or 5 days very full of business, and I thank God I am well pleased with it, and hope I shall continue of that temper which God grant. So after a little being at Sir W. Batten's with Sir G. Carteret talking, I went home, and so to my chamber, and then to bed, my mind somewhat troubled about Brampton affairs. This night my new Camelot riding coat to my coloured cloth suit came home. More news to-day of our losses at Brampton by the late storm. 7th. Early to Whitehall to the chapel, where by Mr. Blagrave's means I got into his pew, and heard Dr. Cretan, the great Scotchman, preach before the King and Duke and Duchess upon the words of Micah, "Roll yourselves in dust." He made a most learned sermon upon the words, but in his application the most comical man that ever I heard in my life, just such a man as Hugh Peters, saying that it had been better for the poor cavalier never to have come with the King into England again, for he that hath the impudence to deny obedience to the lawful magistrate, and to swear to the oath of allegiance, etc., was better treated nowadays in Newgate than a poor royalist that hath suffered all his life for the King is at Whitehall among his friends. He discoursed much against a man's lying with his wife in Lent, saying that he might be as incontinent during that time with his own wife as at another time in another man's bed. Thence with Mr. Moore to Whitehall, and walked a little, and so to the Wardrobe to dinner, and so home to the office about business till late at night by myself, and so home and to bed. 8th. By coach with both Sir Williams to Westminster, this being a great day there in the House to pass the business for chimney money, which was done. In the hall I met with Serjeant Pierce, and he and I to drink a cup of ale at the Swan, and there he told me how my Lady Monk hath disposed of all the places which Mr. Edward Montague hoped to have had, as he was master of the horse to the Queen, which I am afraid will undo him, because he depended much upon the profit of what he should make by these places. He told me also many more scurvy stories of him and his brother Ralph, which troubles me to hear of persons of honour as they are. About 1 o'clock with both Sir Williams and another, one Sir Richard Brains, to the Trinity House, but came after they had dined, so we had something got ready for us. Here Sir W. Batten was taken with a fit of coughing that lasted a great while, and made him very ill, and so he went home sick upon it. Sir W. Pen and I to the office, whither afterward came Sir G. Carteret, and we sent for Sir Thomas Allen, one of the aldermen of the city, about the business of one Colonel Applesly, whom we had taken counterfeiting of bills with all our hands, and the officers of the yards, so well counterfeited that I should never have mistrusted them. We staid about this business at the office till 10 at night, and at last did send him with a constable to the counter, and did give warrants for the seizing of accomplice of his, one Blinkinsop. So home and wrote to my father, and so to bed. 9th, Lord's day. Church in the morning, dined at home, then to church again, and heard Mr. Naylor, whom I knew formerly of Caius College, make a most eloquent sermon. Thence to Sir W. Batten's to see how he did, then to walk an hour with Sir W. Pen in the garden, then he in to supper with me at my house, and so to prayers and to bed. 10th. At the office doing business all the morning, and my wife being gone to buy some things in the City, I dined with Sir W. Batten, and in the afternoon met Sir W. Pen at the Treasury Office, and there paid off the gift, were late at night, and so called in, and eat a bit at Sir W. Batten's again, and so home and to bed, tomorrow being washing day. 11th. At the office all the morning, and all the afternoon rummaging of papers in my chamber, and tearing some and sorting others till late at night, and so to bed, my wife being not well all this day. This afternoon Mrs. Turner and Thea came to see me, her mother not having been abroad many a day before, but now is pretty well again, and has made me one of the first visits. 12th. At the office from morning till night, putting of papers in order, that so I may have my office in an orderly condition. I took much pains in sorting and folding of papers. Dined at home, and there came Mrs. Goldsborough about her old business, but I did give her a short answer and sent away. This morning we had news from Mr. Coventry, that Sir G. Downing, like a perfidious rogue, though the action is good and of service to the King, yet he cannot with any good conscience do it, hath taken Oakey, Corbett, and Boxted at Delf in Holland, and sent them home in the Blackmore. Sir W. Pen talking to me this afternoon of what a strange thing it is for Downing to do this. He told me of a speech he made to the Lord States of Holland, telling them to their faces that he observed that he was not received with the respect and observance now that he was when he came from the traitor and rebel Cromwell, by whom I am sure he hath got all he hath in the world, and they know it too. 13th. All day, either at the office or at home, busy about business till late at night. I having lately followed my business much, I find great pleasure in it, and a growing content. 14th. At the office all the morning. At noon Sir W. Pen and I making a bargain with the workmen about his house, at which I did see things not so well contracted for as I would have, and I was vexed, and made him so too to see me so critical in the agreement. Home to dinner. In the afternoon came the German Dr. Cuffler, to discourse with us about his engine to blow up ships. We doubted not the matter of fact, it being tried in Cromwell's time, but the safety of carrying them in ships. But he do tell us that when he comes to tell the King his secret, for none but the King successively and their heirs must know it, it will appear to be of no danger at all. We concluded nothing, but shall discourse with the Duke of York tomorrow about it. In the afternoon, after we had done with him, I went to speak with my uncle White, and found my aunt to have been ill a good while of a miscarriage. I staid and talked with her a good while. Thence home, where I found that Sarah the maid had been very ill all day, and my wife fears that she will have an ague, which I am much troubled for. Thence to my lute, upon which I have not played a week or two, and trying over the 2 songs of Nella Nella, etc., and Gaze not on Swans, which Mr. Berkenshaw set for me a little while ago. I find them most incomparable songs as he has set them, of which I am not a little proud, because I am sure none in the world has them but myself, not so much as he himself that set them. So to bed. 15th. With Sir G. Carteret and both the Sir Williams at Whitehall, to wait on the Duke in his chamber, which we did about getting money for the Navy and other things. So back again to the office all the morning, thence to the Exchange to hire a ship for the Madeiras, but could get none. Then home to dinner, and Sir G. Carteret and I all the afternoon by ourselves, upon business in the office till late at night. So to write letters and home to bed. Troubled at my maid's being ill. 16th, Lord's day. This morning, till churches were done, I spent going from one church to another, and hearing a bit here and a bit there. So to the wardrobe to dinner with the young ladies, and then into my lady's chamber, and talked with her a good while, and so walked to Whitehall, an hour or two in the park, which is now very pleasant. Here the King and Duke came to see their foul play. The Duke took very civil notice of me. So walked home, calling at Tom's, giving him my resolution about my boy's livery. Here I spent an hour walking in the garden with Sir W. Pen, and then my wife and I thither to supper, where his son William is at home not well. But all things, I fear, do not go well with them. They look discontentedly, but I know not what ails them. Drinking of cold small beer here, I fell ill, and was forced to go out and vomit, and so was well again, and went home by and by to bed. Fearing that Sarah would continue ill, wife and I removed this night to our matted chamber, and lay there. 17th. All the morning at the office by myself, about setting things in order there, and so at noon to the Exchange to see and be seen, and so home to dinner, and then to the office again till night, and then home, and after supper and reading a while to bed. Last night the Blackmore Pink brought the 3 prisoners, Barkstead, Oakey, and Corbett, to the Tower, being taken at Delft in Holland, where, the captain tells me, the Dutch were a good while before they could be persuaded to let them go, they being taken prisoners in their land. But Sir G. Downing would not be answered so, though all the world takes notice of him for a most ungrateful villain for his pains. 18th. All the morning at the office with Sir W. Pen. Dined at home, and Llewellyn and Blurton with me. After dinner to the office again, where Sir G. Carteret and we stayed a while, and then Sir W. Pen and I on board some of the ships now fitting for East Indies and Portugal, to see in what forwardness they are, and so back home again, and I write to my father by the post about Brampton Court, which is now coming on, but that which troubles me is that my father has now got an ague that I fear may endanger his life. So to bed. 19th. All the morning and afternoon at my office putting things in order, and in the evening I do begin to digest my uncle the Captain's papers into one book, which I call my Brampton book, for the clearer understanding things how they are with us. So home and supper and to bed. This noon came a letter from T. Pepys, the turner, in answer to one of mine the other day to him, wherein I did check him for not coming to me, as he had promised, with his and his father's resolution about the difference between us. But he writes to me in the very same slighting terms that I did to him, without the least respect at all, but word for word as I did him, which argues a high and noble spirit in him, though it troubles me a little that he should make no more of my anger. Yet I cannot blame him for doing so, he being the elder brother's son, and not depending upon me at all. 20th. At my office all the morning, at noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, and then all the afternoon at the office till late at night, and so home and to bed, my mind in good ease when I mind business, which methinks should be a good argument to me never to do otherwise. 21st. With Sir W. Batten by water to Whitehall, and he to Westminster. I went to see Sarah and my Lord's lodgings, which are now all in dirt, to be repaired against my Lord's coming from sea with the Queen. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked up and down, and heard the great difference that hath been between my Lord Chancellor and my Lord of Bristol, about a proviso that my Lord Chancellor would have brought into the bill for conformity, that it shall be in the power of the King, when he sees fit, to dispense with the act of conformity. And though it be carried in the House of Lords, yet it is believed it will hardly pass in the Commons. Here I met with Chetwin, Parry, and several others, and went to a little house behind the Lord's house to drink some wormwood ale, which doubtless was a bawdy house, the mistress of the house having the look and dress. Here we stayed till noon, and then parted, I by water to the wardrobe to meet my wife, but my lady and they had dined, and so I dined with the servants, and then up to my lady, and there stayed and talked a good while, and then parted and walked into Cheapside, and there saw my little picture, for which I am to sit again the next week. So home and stayed late writing at my office, and so home and to bed. Trouble that now my boy is also fallen sick of an ague, we fear. 22nd. At the office all the morning. At noon Sir Williams both and I by water down to the Lewis, Captain Deakins' ship, a merchantman, where we met the owners, Sir John Lewis and Alderman Lewis, and several other great merchants. Among others one Jeffreys, a merry man, that is a fumbler, and he and I called brothers, and he made all the mirth in the company. We had a very fine dinner, and all our wives' healths, with 7 or 9 guns apiece, and exceeding merry we were, and so home by barge again, and I vexed to find Griffin leave the office door open, and had a design to have carried away the screw of the carpet in revenge to him, but at last I would not, but sent for him and chid him, and so to supper and to bed, having drank a great deal of wine. 23rd. Lord's Day. This morning was brought me my boy's fine livery, which is very handsome, and I do think to keep to black and gold lace upon grey, being the colour of my arms, for ever. To church in the morning, and so home with Sir W. Batten, and there eat some boiled great oysters, and so home, and while I was at dinner with my wife I was sick, and was forced to vomit up my oysters again, and then I was well. By and by a coach came to call me by my appointment, and so my wife and I carried to Westminster to Mrs. Hunt's, and I to Whitehall, Worcester House, and to my Lord Treasurer's, to have found Sir G. Carteret, but missed in all these places. So back to Whitehall, and there met with Captain Isham, this day come from Lisbon, with letters from the Queen to the King, and he did give me letters which speak that our fleet is all at Lisbon, and that the Queen do not intend to embark sooner than tomorrow come fortnight. So having sent for my wife, she and I to my Lady Sandwich, and after a short visit away home. She home, and I to Sir G. Carteret's about business, and so home too, and Sarah having her fit, we went to bed. 24th. Early Sir G. Carteret, both Sir Williams and I on board the Experiment, to dispatch her away, she being to carry things to the Madeiras with the East India fleet. Here Sir W. Pen going to Deptford to send more hands, we stayed till noon talking, and eating and drinking a good ham of English bacon. And having put things in very good order, home, where I found Jane, my old maid, come out of the country, and I have a mind to have her again. By and by comes La Belle Pierce to see my wife, and to bring her a pair of perukes of hair, as the fashion now is for ladies to wear, which are pretty, and are of my wife's own hair, or else I should not endure them. After a good while's stay, I went to see if any play was acted, and I found none upon the post, it being Passion week. So home again, and took water with them towards Westminster, but as we put off with the boat, Griffin came after me, to tell me that Sir G. Carteret and the rest were at the office. So I intended to see them through the bridge and come back again, but the tide being against us, when we were almost through, we were carried back again with much danger, and Mrs. Pierce was much afeard and frightened. So I carried them to the other side, and walked to the Bear, and sent them away, and so back again myself to the office, but finding nobody there, I went again to the Old Swan, and thence by water to the New Exchange, and there found them, and thence by coach carried my wife to Bowes to buy something, and while they were there went to Westminster Hall, and there bought Mr. Grant's book of observations upon the weekly bills of mortality, which appeared to me upon first sight to be very pretty. So back again, and took my wife, calling at my brother Tom's, whom I found full of work, which I am glad of, and thence at the New Exchange, and so home, and I to Sir W. Batten's, and supped there out of pure hunger, and to save getting anything ready at home, which is the thing I do not nor shall we not use to do. So home and to bed. 26th, up early, this being by God's great blessing the 4th solemn day of my cutting for the stone this day 4 years, and am by God's mercy in very good health, and like to do well. The Lord's name be praised for it. To the office and Sir G. Carteret's all the morning about business. At noon come my good guests, Madam Turner, Thea, and cousin Norton, and a gentleman, one Mr. Lewin of the King's Life Guard. By the same token he told us of one of his fellows killed this morning in a duel. I had a pretty dinner for them, viz. A brace of stewed carps, 6 roasted chickens, and a jowl of salmon, hot, for the first course, a tansy and 2 neat's tongues, and cheese the second, and were very merry all the afternoon, talking and singing and piping upon the flageolet. In the evening they went with great pleasure away, and I with great content, and my wife walked half an hour in the garden, and so home to supper and to bed. We had a man cook to dress dinner to-day, and sent for Jane to help us, and my wife and she agreed at £3 a year she would not serve under, till both could be better provided, and so she stays with us, and I hope we shall do well, if poor Sarah were but rid of her ague. 27th. Early, Sir G. Carteret, both Sir Williams and I by coach to Deptford, it being very windy and rainy weather, taking a cod and some prawns in Fish Street with us. We settled to pay the Guernsey, a small ship, but come to a great deal of money, it having been unpaid ever since before the King came in, by which means not only the King pays wages, while the ship has lain still, but the poor men have most of them been forced to borrow all the money due for their wages before they receive it, and that at a dear rate, God knows, so that many of them had very little to receive at the table, which grieved me to see it. To dinner very merry. Then Sir George to London, and we again to the Pay, and that done by coach, home again, and to the office, doing some business, and so home and to bed. 28th, Good Friday. At home all the morning, and dined with my wife, a good dinner. At my office all the afternoon. At night to my chamber to read and sing, and so to supper and to bed. 29th. At the office all the morning, then to the wardrobe, and there coming late dined with the people below. Then up to my lady, and stayed 2 hours talking with her about her family business, with great content and confidence in me. So calling at several places, I went home, where my people are getting the house clean against to-morrow. I to the office, and wrote several letters by post, and so home and to bed. 30th, Easter day. Having my old black suit new furbished, I was pretty neat in clothes to-day, and my boy, his old suit new trimmed, very handsome. To church in the morning, and so home, leaving the 2 Sir Williams to take the sacrament, which I blame myself that I have hitherto neglected all my life, but once or twice at Cambridge. Dined with my wife, a good shoulder of veal well dressed by Jane, and handsomely served to table, which pleased us much, and made us hope that she will serve our turn well enough. My wife and I to church in the afternoon, and seated ourselves, she below me, and by that means the precedence of the pew, which my Lady Batten and her daughter takes, is confounded. And after sermon, she and I did stay behind them in the pew, and went out by ourselves a good while after them, which we judge a very fine project hereafter to avoid contention. So my wife and I to walk an hour or 2 on the leads, which begins to be very pleasant, the garden being in good condition. So to supper, which is also well served in. We had a lobster to supper, with a crab peg pen sent my wife this afternoon, the reason of which we cannot think, but something there is of plot or design in it, for we have a little while carried ourselves pretty strange to them. After supper, to bed. 31st. This morning Mr. Coventry and all our company met at the office about some business of the victualling, which being dispatched we parted, I to my Lord Crew's to dinner, in my way calling upon my brother Tom, with whom I stayed a good while and talked, and found him a man like to do well, which contents me much, where used with much respect, and talking with him about my Lord's debts, and whether we should make use of an offer to Sir G. Carteret's to lend my Lady £400 or £500, he told me by no means, we must not oblige my Lord to him, And by the by, he made a question whether it was not my lord's interest a little to appear to the king in debt, and for people to clamour against him as well as others for their money, that by that means the king and the world may see that he do lay out for the king's honour upon his own main stock, which many he tells me do, that in fine, if there be occasion, he and I will be bound for it. Thence to Sir Thomas Crew's lodgings. He hath been ill, and continues so, under fits of apoplexy. Among other things, he and I did discourse much of Mr. Montague's base doings, and the dishonour that he will do my lord, as well as cheating him of 2 or 3,000 pounds, which is too true. Thence to the play, where coming late, and meeting with Sir W. Pen, who had got room for my wife and his daughter in the pit, he and I into one of the boxes, and there we sat and heard The Little Thief, a pretty play and well done. Thence home, and walked in the garden with them, and then to the house to supper and late talking, and so to bed. End of March. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. April, 1662. April 1st. Within all the morning and at the office. At noon my wife and I, having paid our maid Nell her whole wages, who has been with me half a year, and now goes away for altogether, to the Wardrobe, where my lady and company had almost dined. We sat down and dined. Here was Mr. Herbert, son to Sir Charles Herbert, that lately came with letters from my Lord Sandwich to the King. After some discourse, we remembered one another to have been together at the tavern when Mr. Fanshaw took his leave of me, at his going to Portugal with Sir Richard. After dinner, he and I and the 2 young ladies and my wife to the playhouse, the Opera, and saw The Maid in the Mill, a pretty good play. In the middle of the play, my Lady Paulina, who had taken physic this morning, had need to go forth, and so I took the poor lady out and carried her to the Grange, and there sent the maid of the house into a room to her, and she did what she had a mind to, and so back again to the play. And that being done, in their coach I took them to Islington, and then, after a walk in the fields, I took them to the great cheesecake house and entertained them, and so home, and after an hour's stay with my lady their coach carried us home, and so weary to bed. 2nd. Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I walked to the Spital, an hour or 2 before my Lord Mayor and the Bluecoat boys come, which at last they did, and a fine sight of charity it is indeed. We got places, and stayed to hear a sermon, but, it being a Presbyterian one, it was so long, that after above an hour of it we went away, and I home and dined, and then my wife and I by water to the Opera, and there saw The Bondman, most excellently acted. And though we had seen it so often, yet I never liked it better than to-day. Iantha acting Cleora's part very well, now Roxalana is gone. We are resolved to see no more plays till Whitsuntide, we having been 3 days together. Met Mr. Sanchy, Smiths, Gale, and Edlin at the play, but having no great mind to spend money, I left them there, and so home and to supper, and then dispatch business, and so to bed. 3rd. At home and at the office all day, at night to bed. 4th. By barge, Sir George, Sir Williams both, and I to Deptford, and there fell to pay off the Drake in Hampshire. Then to dinner, Sir George to his lady at his house, and Sir William Pen to Woolwich, and Sir W. Batten and I to the tavern, where much company came to us and our dinner, and somewhat short by reason of their taking part away with them. Then to pay the rest of the Hampshire and the Paradox, and were at it till 9 at night, and so by night home by barge safe, and took Tom Hayter with some that the clerks had to carry along with us in the barge, the rest staying behind to pay tickets, but came home after us that night. So being come home to bed. I was much troubled to-day to see a dead man lie floating upon the waters, and had done, they say, these 4 days, and nobody takes him up to bury him, which is very barbarous. 5th. At the office till almost noon, and then broke up. Then came Sir G. Carteret, and he and I walked together alone in the garden, taking notice of some faults in the office, particularly of Sir W. Batten's, and he seemed to be much pleased with me, and I hope will be the ground of a future interest of mine in him, which I shall be glad of. Then with my wife abroad, she to the Wardrobe, and there dined, and I to the Exchange, and so to the Wardrobe, but they had dined. After dinner my wife and the 2 ladies to see my aunt White, and thence met me at home. From thence, after Sir W. Batten and I had viewed our houses with a workman, in order to the raising of our roofs higher to enlarge our houses, I went with them by coach first to Moorfields, and there walked, and thence to Islington, and had a fine walk in the fields there, and so, after eating and drinking, home with them, and so by water with my wife home, and after supper to bed. 6th, Lord's day. By water to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret, to give him an account of the backwardness of the ships we have hired to Portugal, at which he is much troubled. Thence to the chapel, and there, though crowded, heard a very honest sermon before the King by a canon of Christ Church upon these words, having a form of godliness but denying, etc. Among other things did much insist upon the sin of adultery, which methought might touch the King, and the more because he forced it into his sermon methinks, besides his text. So up and saw the King at dinner, and thence with Sir G. Carteret to his lodgings to dinner, with him and his lady, where I saluted her, and was well received as a stranger by her. She seems a good lady, and all their discourse, which was very much, was upon their sufferings and services for the King. Yet not without some trouble to see that some that had been much bound to them do now neglect them, and others again most civil that have received least from them, and I do believe that he hath been a good servant to the King. Thence to walk in the Park, where the King and Duke did walk round the Park. After I was tired, I went and took boat to Milford Stairs, and so to Gray's Inn walks, the first time I have been there this year, and it is very pleasant and full of good company. When tired, I walked to the Wardrobe, and there staid a little with my lady, and so by water from Paul's Wharf, where my boat staid for me, home and supped with my wife with Sir W. Pen, and so home and to bed. 7th. By water to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster, and staid at the Parliament door long to speak with Mr. Coventry, which vexed me. Thence to the Lord's house, and stood within the house, while the bishops and lords did stay till the Chancellor's coming, and then we were put out, and they to prayers. There comes a bishop, and while he was rigging himself, he bid his man listen at the door, whereabout in the prayers they were, but the man told him something, but could not tell whereabouts it was in the prayers, nor the bishop neither, but laughed at the conceit, so went in, but, God forgive me, I did tell it by and by to people, and did say that the man said that they were about something of saving their souls, but could not tell whereabouts in the prayers that was. I sent in a note to my Lord Privy Seal, and he came out to me, and I desired he would make another deputy for me because of my great business of the Navy this month, but he told me he could not do it without the King's consent, which vexed me. So to Dr. Castle's, and there did get a promise from his clerk that his master should officiate for me tomorrow. Thence by water to Tom's, and there with my wife took coach and to the Old Exchange, where having bought 6 large Holland bands, I sent her home, and myself found out my uncle White and Mr. Rawlinson, and with them went to the Tatter's house to dinner, and there had a good dinner of cold meat and good wine, but was troubled in my head after the little wine I drank. And so home to my office, and there did promise to drink no more wine, but 1 glass of meal till Whitsuntide next upon any score. Mrs. Bowyer and her daughters being at my house, I forbore to go to them, having business and my head disturbed, but staid at my office till night, and then to walk upon the leads with my wife, and so to my chamber, and thence to bed. The great talk is, that the Spaniards and the Hollanders do intend to set upon the Portuguese by sea, at Lisbon, as soon as our fleet is come away, and by that means our fleet is not likely to come yet these 2 months or 3, which I hope is not true. 8th. Up very early into my office, and there continued till noon. So to dinner, and in comes uncle Fenner and the 2 Joyces. I sent for a barrel of oysters and a breast of veal roasted, and were very merry, but I cannot down with their dull company and impertinent. After dinner to the office again. So at night by coach to Whitehall, and Mr. Coventry not being there, I brought my business of the office to him, it being almost dark, and so came away and took up my wife. By the way home, and on Ludgate Hill, there being a stop, I bought 2 cakes, and they were our supper at home. 9th. Sir George Carteret, Sir Williams both, and myself all the morning at the office, passing the victuallers' accounts, and at noon to dinner at the Dolphin, where a good chine of beef and other good cheer. At dinner Sir George showed me an account in French of the great famine, which is to the greatest extremity in some part of France at this day, which is very strange. So to the Exchange. Mrs. Turner, who I found sick in bed, and several other places about business, and so home. Supper and to bed. 10th. To Westminster with the 2 Sir Williams by water, and did several businesses, and so to the Wardrobe with Mr. Moore to dinner. Yesterday came Colonel Talbot with letters from Portugal, that the Queen is resolved to embark for England this week. Thence to the office all the afternoon. My Lord Windsor came to us to discourse of his affairs, and to take his leave of us, he being to go Governor of Jamaica with this fleet that is now going. Late at the office, home with my mind full of business, so to bed. 11th. Up early to my lute and a song, then about 6 o'clock with Sir W. Pen by water to Deptford, and among the ships now going to Portugal with men and horse, to see them dispatched. So to Greenwich, and had a fine pleasant walk to Woolwich, having in our company Captain Minnes, with whom I was much pleased to hear him talk in fine language, but pretty well for all that. Among other things, he and the other captains that were with us tell me that negroes drowned look white and lose their blackness, which I never heard before. At Woolwich up and down to do the same business, and so back to Greenwich by water, and there, while something is dressing for our dinner, Sir William and I walked into the Park, where the King hath planted trees and made steps in the hill up to the castle, which is very magnificent. So up and down the house, which is now repairing in the Queen's lodgings. So to dinner at the Globe, and Captain Lambert of the Duke's pleasure boat came to us and dined with us, and were merry, and so home, and I in the evening to the Exchange, and spoke with uncle White, and so home and walked with my wife on the lead slate, and so the barber came to me, and so to bed very weary, which I seldom am. 12th. At the office all the morning, where, among other things, being provoked by some impertinence of Sir W. Batten's, I called him unreasonable man, at which he was very angry, and so was I. But I think we shall not much fall out about it. After dinner to several places about business, and so home and wrote letters at my office, and one to Mr. Coventry about business, and at the close did excuse my not waiting on him myself so often as others do for want of leisure. So home and to bed. 13th (Lord's day). In the morning to Paul's, where I heard a pretty good sermon, and thence to dinner with my Lady at the Wardrobe, and after much talk with her after dinner I went to the Temple to church, and there heard another. By the same token a boy, being asleep, fell down a high seat to the ground, ready to break his neck, but got no hurt. Thence to Gray's Inn walks, and there met Mr. Pickering, and walked with him 2 hours till 8 o'clock, till I was quite weary. His discourse most about the pride of the Duchess of York, and how all the ladies envy my Lady Castlemaine. He intends to go to Portsmouth to meet the Queen this week, which is now the discourse and expectation of the town. So home, and no sooner come but Sir W. Warren comes to me to bring me a paper of Field's, with whom we have lately had a great deal of trouble at the office, being a bitter petition to the King against our office for not doing justice upon his complaint to us of embezzlement of the King's stores by one Turpin. I took Sir William to Sir W. Pen's, who was newly come from Walthamstow, and there we read it and discoursed, but we do not much fear it, the King referring it to the Duke of York. So we drank a glass or 2 of wine, and so home, and I to bed, my wife being in bed already. 14th. Being weary last night, I lay very long in bed to day, talking with my wife, and persuaded her to go to Brampton, and take Sarah with her next week, to cure her ague by change of air, and we agreed all things therein. We rose, and at noon dined, and then we to the painter's, and there sat the last time for my little picture, which I hope will please me. Then to Paternoster Row, to buy things for my wife against her going. So home and walked upon the leads with my wife, and whether she suspected anything or no I know not, but she is quite off of her going to Brampton, which something troubles me, and yet all my design was that I might the freer go to Portsmouth when the rest go to pay off the yards there, which will be very shortly, but I will get off if I can. So to supper and to bed. 15th. At the office all the morning, dined at home. Again at the office in the afternoon to dispatch letters, and so home, and with my wife by coach to the New Exchange, to buy her some things, where we saw some new fashioned petticoats of sarcenet, with a black broad lace printed round the bottom, and before, very handsome, and my wife had a mind to one of them, but we did not then buy one. But thence to Mr. Bowyer's, thinking to have spoke to them for our Sarah to go to Huntsmore for a while to get away her ague, but we had not opportunity to do it, and so home and to bed. 16th. Up early and took my physic. It wrought all the morning well. At noon dined, and all the afternoon, Mr. Hayter to that end coming to me, he and I did go about my abstracting all the contracts made in the office since we came into it. So at night to bed. 17th. To Mr. Holliard's in the morning, thinking to be let blood, but he was gone out. So to Whitehall, thinking to have had a seal at Privy Seal, but my Lord did not come, and so I walked back home, and staid within all the afternoon, there being no office kept to-day. But in the evening Sir W. Batten sent for me to tell me that he had this day spoke to the Duke about raising our houses, and he hath given us leave to do it, at which, being glad, I went home merry, and after supper to bed. 18th. This morning, sending the boy down into the cellar for some beer, I followed him with a cane, and did there beat him for his staying of awards and other faults, and his sister came to me down and begged for him. So I forbore, and afterwards, in my wife's chamber, did there talk to Jane how much I did love the boy for her sake, and how much it do concern to correct the boy for his faults, or else he would be undone. So at last she was well pleased. This morning Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Batten, and I met at the office, and did conclude of our going to Portsmouth next week, in which my mind is at a great loss what to do with my wife, for I cannot persuade her to go to Brampton, and I am loath to leave her at home. All the afternoon in several places to put things in order for my going. At night home and to bed. 19th. This morning before we sat I went to Aldgate, and at the corner shop, a draper's, I stood, and did see Barkstead, Oakey, and Corbett drawn towards the gallows at Tyburn, and there they were hanged and quartered. They all look very cheerful, but I hear they all die defending what they did to the King to be just, which is very strange. So to the office, and then home to dinner, and Captain David Lambert came to take his leave of me, he being to go back to Tangier there to lie. Then abroad about business, and in the evening did get a beaver, an old one but a very good one, of Sir W. Batten, for which I must give him something, but I am very well pleased with it. So after writing by the post, to bed. 20th (Lord's day). My intention being to go this morning to Whitehall to hear South, my Lord Chancellor's chaplain, the famous preacher and orator of Oxford, who the last Lord's day did sink down in the pulpit before the King and could not proceed. It did rain, and the wind against me, that I could by no means get a boat or coach to carry me, and so I staid at Paul's, where the judges did all meet, and heard a sermon, it being the first Sunday of the term, but they had a very poor sermon. So to my Lady's and dined, and so to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret, and so to the chapel, where I challenged my pew as Clerk of the Privy Seal, and had it, and then walked home with Mr. Blagrave to his old house in the fish yard, and there he had a pretty kinswoman that sings, and we did sing some holy things, and afterwards others came in, and so I left them, and by water through the bridge, which did trouble me, home, and so to bed. 21st. This morning I attempted to persuade my wife in bed to go to Brampton this week, but she would not, which troubles me, and seeing that I could keep it no longer from her, I told her that I was resolved to go to Portsmouth to-morrow. Sir W. Batten goes to Chatham to day, and will be back again to come for Portsmouth after us on Thursday next. I went to Westminster and several places about business. Then at noon dined with my Lord Crew, and after dinner went up to Sir Thomas Crew's chamber, who is still ill. He tells me how my Lady Duchess of Richmond and Castlemaine had a falling out the other day, and she calls the latter Jane Shore, and did hope to see her come to the same end that she did. Coming down again to my Lord, he told me that news was come that the Queen is landed, at which I took leave, and by coach hurried to Whitehall, the bells ringing in several places. But I found there no such matter, nor anything like it. So I went by appointment to Anthony Joyce's, where I sat with his wife and Matt Joyce an hour or two, and so her husband not being at home, away I went, and in Cheapside spied him, and took him into the coach. Home, and there I found my Lady Jemima and Anne and Mademoiselle come to see my wife, whom I left, and to talk with Joyce about a project I have of his and my joining, to get some money for my brother Tom and his kinswoman, to help forward with her portion if they should marry. I mean in buying of tallow of him at a low rate for the King, and Tom should have the profit. But he tells me the profit will be considerable, at which I was troubled, but I have agreed with him to serve some in my absence. He went away, and then came Mr. Moore and sat late with me talking about business, and so went away, and I to bed. 22nd. After taking leave of my wife, which we could hardly do kindly, because of her mind to go along with me, Sir W. Pen and I took coach, and so over the bridge to Lambeth, W. Wadham and Tom Hewitt going as clerks to Sir W. Pen and my Will for me. Here we got a dish of buttered eggs, and there stayed till Sir G. Carteret came to us from Whitehall, who brought Dr. Clarke with him, at which I was very glad, and so we set out, and I was very much pleased with his company, and were very merry all the way. We came to Guildford, and there passed our time in the garden, cutting asparagus for supper, the best that ever I eat in my life, but in the house last year. Supped well, and the Doctor and I to bed together, calling cousins from his name and my office. 23rd. Up early, and to Petersfield, and there dined well, and thence got a countryman to guide us by Havant, to avoid going through the forest, but he carried us much out of the way, and upon our coming we sent away an express to Sir W. Batten to stop his coming, which I did project to make good my oath that my wife should come if any of our wives came, which my Lady Batten did intend to do with her husband. The Doctor and I lay together at Wyard's, the surgeon's in Portsmouth, his wife a very pretty woman. We lay very well and merrily, in the morning concluding him to be of the eldest blood and house of the Clarks, because that all the fleas came to him and not to me. 24th. Up and to Sir G. Carteret's lodgings at Mrs. Stevens, where we keep our table all the time we are here. Thence all of us to the Pay House. But the books not being ready, we went to church to the lecture, where there was my Lord Ormond and Manchester, and much London company, though not so much as I expected. Here we had a very good sermon upon this text, in love serving one another, which pleased me very well. No news of the Queen at all. So to dinner, and then to the Pay all the afternoon. Then W. Pen and I walked to the King's Yard, and there lay at Mr. Tivitt's, where exceeding well treated. 25th. All the morning at Portsmouth at the Pay, and then to dinner, and again to the Pay, and at night got the Doctor to go lie with me, and much pleased with his company, but I was much troubled in my eyes, by reason of the healths I have this day been forced to drink. 26th. Sir George and I, and his clerk Mr. Stevens, and Mr. Holt our guide, over to Gosport, and so rode to Southampton. In our way, besides my Lord Southampton's parks and lands, which in one view we could see £6,000 per annum, we observed a little churchyard, where the graves are accustomed to be all sowed with sage. At Southampton we went to the Mayor's, and there dined, and had sturgeon of their own catching the last week, which do not happen in 20 years, and it was well ordered. They brought us also some caviare, which I attempted to order, but all to no purpose, for they had neither given it salt enough, nor are the seeds of the roe broke, but are all in berries. The town is one most gallant street, and is walled round with stone, etc., and Bevis's picture upon one of the gates, many old walls of religious houses, and the quay, well worth seeing. After dinner to horse again, being in nothing troubled but the badness of my hat, which I borrowed to save my beaver. Home by night, and wrote letters to London, and so with Sir W. Pen to the dock to bed. 27th. Sunday. Sir W. Pen got trim before me, and so took the coach to Portsmouth to wait on my Lord Steward to church, and sent the coach for me back again. So I rode to church, and met my Lord Chamberlain upon the walls of the garrison, who owned and spoke to me. I followed him in the crowd of gallants through the Queen's lodgings to chapel, the rooms being all rarely furnished, and escaped hardly being set on fire yesterday. At chapel we had a most excellent and eloquent sermon, and here I spoke and saluted Mrs. Pierce, but being in haste could not learn of her where her lodgings are, which vexes me. Thence took Ned Pickering to dinner with us, and the two Marshes, father and son, dined with us, and were very merry. After dinner Sir W. Batten and I, the Doctor, and Ned Pickering by coach to the yard, and there on board the Swallow in the dock hear our Navy Chaplain preach a sad sermon, full of nonsense and false Latin, but prayed for the Right Honourable the principal officers. After sermon took him to Mr. Tippet's to drink a glass of wine, and so at 4 back again by coach to Portsmouth, and then visited the Mayor, Mr. Timbrell, our anchor-smith, who showed us the present they have for the Queen, which is a salt cellar of silver, the walls crystal, with 4 eagles and 4 greyhounds standing up at the top to bear up a dish, which indeed is one of the neatest pieces of plate that ever I saw, and the case is very pretty also. This evening came a merchantman in the harbour, which we hired at London to carry horses to Portugal. But, Lord, what running there was to the seaside to hear what news, thinking it had come from the Queen. In the evening Sir George, Sir W. Pen, and I walked round the walls, and thence we two with the Doctor to the yard, and so to supper and to bed. 28th. The Doctor and I begun philosophy discourse exceeding pleasant. He offers to bring me into the College of Virtuosos, and my Lord Broncker's acquaintance, and to show me some anatomy, which makes me very glad, and I shall endeavour it when I come to London. Sir W. Pen, much troubled upon letters, came last night, showed me one of Dr. Owen's, to his son, whereby it appears his son is much perverted in his opinion by him, which I now perceive is one thing that hath put Sir William so long off the hooks. By coach to the playhouse, and so to work again, and then to dinner, and to it again, and so in the evening to the yard, and supper, and bed. 29th. At the pay all the morning, and to dinner, and then to it again in the afternoon. And after our work was done, Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Pen, and I walked forth, and I spied Mrs. Pierce and another lady passing by. So I left them and went to the ladies, and walked with them up and down, and took them to Mrs. Stevens, and there gave them wine and sweetmeats, and were very merry. And then comes the Doctor, and we carried them by coach to their lodging, which was very poor, but the best they could get, and such as made such mirth among us. So I appointed one to watch when the gates of the town were ready to be shut, and to give us notice. And so the Doctor and I stayed with them, playing and laughing, and at last were forced to bid good night for fear of being locked into the town all night. So we walked to the yard, designing how to prevent our going to London to-morrow, that we might be merry with these ladies, which I did. So to supper, and merrily to bed. 30th. This morning Sir G. Carteret came down to the yard, and there we mustered over all the men, and determined of some regulations in the yard, and then to dinner, all the officers of the yard with us, and after dinner walked to Portsmouth, there to pay off the success, which we did pretty early, and so I took leave of Sir W. Pen, he desiring to know whither I went, but I would not tell him. I went to the ladies, and there took them, and walked to the Mayor's to show them the present, and then to the dock, where Mr. Tippets made much of them, and thence back again, the Doctor being come to us to their lodgings, whither came our supper by my appointment, and we very merry, playing at cards, and laughing very merry, till 12 o'clock at night. And so having stayed so long, which we had resolved to stay till they bade us be gone, which yet they did not do but by consent, we bade them good night, and so passed the guards, and went to the Doctor's lodgings, and there lay with him, our discourse being much about the quality of the lady with Mrs. Pierce, she being somewhat old and handsome, and painted and fine, and had a very handsome maid with her, which we take to be the marks of a bawd. But Mrs. Pierce says she is a stranger to her, and met by chance in the coach, and pretends to be a dresser. Her name is Eastwood. So to sleep in a bad bed about 1 o'clock in the morning. This afternoon, after dinner, comes Mr. Stevens, one of the burgesses of the town, to tell me that the Mayor and burgesses did desire my acceptance of a burgessship, and were ready at the Mayor's to make me one. So I went, and there they were all ready, and did with much civility give me my oath, and after the oath did by custom shake me all by the hand. So I took them to a tavern and made them drink, and paying the reckoning went away, they having first in the tavern made Mr. Waith also a burgess, he coming in while we were drinking. It cost me a piece in gold to the town clerk, and 10 shillings to the bailiffs, and spent 6 shillings. End of April. Of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. May, 1662. May 1st. Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Pen, and myself, with our clerks, set out this morning from Portsmouth very early, and got by noon to Petersfield, several officers of the yard accompanying us so far. Here we dined and were merry. At dinner comes my Lord Carlingford from London, going to Portsmouth, tells us that the Duchess of York is brought to bed of a girl, at which I find nobody pleased, and that Prince Rupert and the Duke of Buckingham are sworn of the Privy Council. He himself made a dish with eggs of the butter of the sparagus, which is very fine meat, which I will practise hereafter. To horse again after dinner, and got to Guildford, where after supper I to bed, having this day been offended by Sir W. Pen's foolish talk, and I offending him with my answers. Among others, he in discourse complaining of want of confidence, did ask me to lend him a grain or two, which I told him I thought he was better stored with than myself before Sir George. So that I say I must keep a greater distance than I have done, and I hope I may do it because of the interest which I am making with Sir George. To bed all alone, and my Will in the truckle bed. 2nd. Early to coach again, and to Kingston, where we baited a little, and presently to coach again, and got early to London, and I found all well at home, and Mr. Hunt and his wife had dined with my wife to day, and been very kind to my wife in my absence. After I had washed myself, it having been the hottest day that has been this year, I took them all by coach to Mrs. Hunt's, and I to Dr. Clarke's lady, and gave her her letter and token. She is a very fine woman, and what with her person and the number of fine ladies that were with her, I was much out of countenance, and could hardly carry myself like a man among them. But, however, I staid till my courage was up again, and talked to them, and viewed her house, which is most pleasant, and so drank, and good night. And so to my Lord's lodgings, where by chance I spied my lady's coach, and found her and my lady right there, and so I spoke to them, and they being gone, went to Mr. Hunt's for my wife, and so home and to bed. 3rd. Sir W. Pen and I by coach to St. James's, and there to the Duke's chamber, who had been a-hunting this morning, and is come back again. Thence to Westminster, where I met Mr. Moore, and heard that Mr. Watkins is suddenly dead since my going. To dinner to my Lady Sandwich, and Sir Thomas Crew's children coming thither, I took them and all my ladies to the Tower, and showed them the lions, and all that was to be shown, and so took them to my house, and there made much of them, and so saw them back to my lady's. Sir Thomas Crew's children being as pretty and the best behaved that ever I saw of their age. Thence at the goldsmith's took my picture in little, which is now done, home with me, and pleases me exceedingly and my wife. So to supper and to bed, it being exceeding hot. 4th, Lord's day. Lay long talking with my wife. Then Mr. Holliard came to me and let me blood, about 16 ounces, I being exceedingly full of blood, and very good. I begun to be sick, but lying upon my back I was presently well again, and did give him 5 for his pains. And so we parted, and I to my chamber to write down my journal from the beginning of my late journey to this house. Dined well, and after dinner, my arm tied up with a black ribbon, I walked with my wife to my brother Tom's, our boy waiting on us with his sword, which this day he begins to wear, to outdo Sir W. Pen's boy, who this day, and Sir W. Batten's too, begin to wear new livery. But I do take mine to be the neatest of them all. I led my wife to Mrs. Turner's pew, and the church being full, it being to hear a doctor who is to preach a probation sermon, I went out to the Temple, and there walked, and so when church was done went to Mrs. Turner's, and after a stay there, my wife and I walked to Gray's Inn, to observe fashions of the ladies, because of my wife's making some clothes. Thence homewards, and called in at Anthony Joyce's, where we found his wife brought home sick from church, and was in a convulsion fit. So home, and to Sir W. Pen's, and there supped, and so to prayers at home, and to bed. 5th. My arm not being well, I staid within all the morning, and dined alone at home, my wife being gone out to buy some things for herself, and a gown for me to dress myself in, and so all the afternoon looking over my papers, and at night walked upon the leads, and so to bed. 6th. This morning I got my seat set up on the leads, which pleases me well. So to the office, and thence to the Change, but could not meet with my uncle White. So home to dinner, and then out again to several places, to pay money, and to understand my debts, and so home, and walked with my wife on the leads, and so to supper and to bed. I find it a hard matter to settle to business after so much leisure and pleasure. 7th. Walked to Westminster, where I understand the news that Mr. Montague is this last night come to the King with news that he left the Queen and fleet in the Bay of Biscay, coming this wayward, and that he believes she is now at the Isle of Scilly. So at noon to my Lord Crew's, and there dined, and after dinner Sir Thomas Crew and I talked together, and among other instances of the simple light discourse that sometimes is in the Parliament House, he told me how in the late business of chimney money, when all occupiers were to pay, it was questioned whether women were under that name to pay, and somebody rose and said that they were not occupiers, but occupied. Thence to Paul's Churchyard, where seeing my Lady Sandwich and Carteret, and my wife, who this day made a visit the first time to my Lady Carteret, come by coach, and going to Hyde Park, I was resolved to follow them, and so went to Mrs. Turner's, and thence found her out at the theatre, where I saw the last act of the Knight of the Burning Pestle, which pleased me not at all. And so after the play done, she and Theo Turner and Mrs. Lucin and I in her coach to the Park, and there found them out, and spoke to them, and observed many fine ladies, and staid till all were gone almost, and so to Mrs. Turner's, and there supped, and so walked home, and by and by comes my wife home, brought by my Lady Carteret to the gate, and so to bed. 8th. At the office all the morning doing business alone, and then to the Wardrobe, where my Lady going out with the children to dinner, I stayed not, but returned home, and was overtaken in St. Paul's Churchyard by Sir G. Carteret in his coach, and so he carried me to the Exchange, where I stayed a while. He told me that the Queen and the fleet were in Mount's Bay on Monday last, and that the Queen endures her sickness pretty well. He also told me how Sir John Lawson hath done some execution upon the Turks in the Strait, of which I am glad, and told the news the first on the Exchange, and was much followed by merchants to tell it. So home and to dinner, and by to the office, and after the rest gone, my Lady Albemarle being this day at dinner at Sir W. Batten's, Sir G. Carteret comes, and he and I walked in the garden, and among other discourse tells me that it is Mr. Coventry that is to come to us as a Commissioner of the Navy, at which he is much vexed, and cries out upon Sir W. Pen, and threatens him highly. And looking upon his lodgings, which are now enlarging, he in passion cried, Guarda mi spada, for by God, I may chance to keep him in Ireland when he is there. for Sir W. Pen is going thither with my Lord Lieutenant. But it is my design to keep much in with Sir George, and I think I have begun very well towards it. So to the office, and was there late doing business, and so with my head full of business, I to bed. 9th. Up and to my office, and so to dinner at home, and then to several places to pay my debts, and then to Westminster to Dr. Castle, who discoursed with me about Privy Seal business, which I do not much mind, it being little worth, but by Watkins' late sudden death we are like to lose money. Thence to Mr. De Cretz, and there saw some good pieces that he hath copied of the King's pieces, some of Raphael and Michelangelo, and I have borrowed Anne Elizabeth of his copying to hang up in my house, and sent it home by will. Thence with Mr. Salisbury, who I met there, into Covent Garden to an alehouse, to see a picture that hangs there, which is offered for 20s., and I offered 14, but it is worth much more money, but did not buy it, I having no mind to break my oath. Thence to see an Italian puppet play that is within the rails there, which is very pretty, the best that ever I saw, and great resort of gallants. So to the Temple, and by water home, and so walk upon the leads, and in the dark there played upon my flageolet, it being a fine still evening, and so to supper and to bed. This day I paid Godfrey's debt of 40 and odd pounds. The Duke of York went last night to Portsmouth, so that I believe the Queen is near. 10th. By myself at the office all the morning, drawing up instructions for Portsmouth Yard in those things wherein we at our late being there did think fit to reform, and got them signed this morning to send away to night, the Duke being now there. At noon to the Wardrobe, there dined. My Lady told me how my Lady Castlemaine do speak of going to lie in at Hampton Court, which she and all our ladies are much troubled at, because of the King's being forced to show her countenance in the sight of the Queen when she comes. Back to the office, and there all afternoon, and in the evening comes Sir G. Carteret, and he and I did hire a ship for Tangier, and other things together, and I find that he do single me out to join with me apart from the rest, which I am much glad of. So home, and after being trimmed, to bed. 11th, Lord's Day. To our church in the morning, where, our minister being out of town, a dull flat presbyter preached. Dined at home, and my wife's brother with us, we having a good dish of stewed beef of Jane's own dressing, which was well done, and a piece of sturgeon of a barrel sent me by Captain Cock. In the afternoon to Whitehall, and there walked an hour or two in the park, where I saw the King now out of mourning, in a suit laced with gold and silver, which it was said was out of fashion. Thence to the Wardrobe, and there consulted with the ladies about our going to Hampton Court to-morrow, and thence home, and after settled business there, my wife and I to the Wardrobe, and there we lay all night in Captain Ferrers' chambers, but the bed so soft that I could not sleep that hot night. 12th. Mr. Townsend called us up by 4 o'clock, and by 5 the 3 ladies, my wife and I, and Mr. Townsend, his son and daughter, were got to the barge and set out. We walked from Mortlake to Richmond, and so to boat again, and from Teddington to Hampton Court, Mr. Townsend and I walked again, and then met the ladies, and were showed the whole house by Mr. Marriott, which is indeed nobly furnished, particularly the Queen's bed, given her by the States of Holland, a looking-glass sent by the Queen Mother from France, hanging in the Queen's chamber, and many brave pictures. So to Mr. Marriott's, and there we rested ourselves and drank, and so to barge again, and there we had good victuals and wine, and were very merry, and got home about 8 at night very well. So my wife and I took leave of my ladies, and home by a hackney coach, the easiest that ever I met with, and so to bed. 14th. All the morning at Westminster, and elsewhere about business, and dined at the Wardrobe, and after dinner sat talking an hour or two alone with my lady. She is afeard that my Lady Castlemaine will keep still with the King, and I am afeard she will not, for I love her well. Thence to my brother's, and finding him in a lie about the lining of my new morning gown, saying that it was the same with the outside, I was very angry with him, and parted so. So home after an hour's stay at Paul's Churchyard, and there came Mr. Morlock of Chatham, and brought me a stately cake, and I perceive he has done the same to the rest, of which I was glad. So to bed. 15th. To Westminster, and at the Privy Seal I saw Mr. Coventry's seal for his being Commissioner with us, at which I know not yet whether to be glad or otherwise. So doing several things by the way, I walked home, and after dinner to the office all the afternoon. At night all the bells of the town rung, and bonfires made, for the joy of the Queen's arrival, who came and landed at Portsmouth last night. But I do not see much thorough joy, but only an indifferent one, in the hearts of people, who are much discontented at the pride and luxury of the Court, and running in debt. 16th. Up early, Mr. Hayter and I to the office, and there I made an end of my book of contracts, which I have been making an abstract of. Dined at home, and spent most of the day at the office. At night to supper and bed. 17th. Upon a letter this morning from Mr. Moore, I went to my cousin Turner's chamber, and there put him drawing a replication to Tom Trice's answer speedily. So to Whitehall, and there met Mr. Moore, and I walked long in Westminster Hall, and thence with him to the Wardrobe, to dinner, where dined Mrs. Sanderson, the mother of the maids, and after dinner my lady and she and I on foot to Paternoster Row, to buy a petticoat against the Queen's coming for my lady, of plain satin, and other things. And being come back again, we there met Mr. Nathaniel Crew, at the Wardrobe with a young gentleman, a friend and fellow student of his, and of a good family, Mr. Knightley, and known to the Crews, of whom my lady privately told me she has some thoughts of a match for my Lady Jemimah. I like the person very well, and he hath £2000 per annum. Thence to the office, and there we sat, and thence after writing letters to all my friends with my Lord at Portsmouth, I walked to my brother Tom's to see a velvet cloak, which I buy of Mr. Moore. It will cost me £8 10s. He bought it for £6 10s., but it is worth my money. So home, and find all things made clean against to-morrow, which pleases me well. So to bed. 18th. Whitsunday. By water to Whitehall, and there to chapel, in my pew belonging to me, as Clerk of the Privy Seal. And there I heard a most excellent sermon of Dr. Hacket, Bishop of Lichfield and Coventry, upon these words: He that drinketh this water shall never thirst. We had an excellent anthem, sung by Captain Cook and another, and brave music. And then the King came down, and offered, and took the sacrament upon his knees, a sight very well worth seeing. Hence with Sir G. Carteret to his lodging to dinner with his lady, and one Mr. Brevin, a French divine. We were very merry, and good discourse, and I had much talk with my lady. After dinner, and so to chapel again, and there had another good anthem of Captain Cook's. Thence to the Council Chamber, where the King and Council sat till almost 11 o'clock at night, and I forced to walk up and down the galleries till that time of night. They were reading all the bills over that are to pass to-morrow at the House, before the King's going out of town, and proroguing the House. At last the Council risen, and Sir G. Carteret telling me what the Council hath ordered about the ships designed to carry horse from Ireland to Portugal, which is now altered. I got a coach and so home, sending the boat away without me. At home I found my wife discontented at my being abroad, but I pleased her. She was in her new suit of black sarcenet and yellow petticoat, very pretty. So to bed. 19th. Long in bed, sometimes scolding with my wife, and then pleased again, and at last up, and put on my riding cloth suit, and a camelot coat new, which pleases me well enough. To the Temple about my replication, and so to my brother Tom's, and there hear that my father will be in town this week. So home, the shops being but some shut, and some open. I hear that the House of Commons do think much that they should be forced to huddle over business this morning, against the afternoon, for the King to pass the Acts, that he may go out of town. But he, I hear since, was forced to stay till almost 9 o'clock at night, before he could have done, and then he prorogued them, and so to Guildford, and lay there. Home, and Mr. Hunt dined with me, and were merry. After dinner Sir W. Pen and his daughter, and I and my wife, by coach to the theatre, and there in a box saw The Little Thief well done. Thence to Moorfields, and walked, and eat some cheesecake and gammon of bacon, but when I was come home I was sick, forced to vomit it up again. So my wife walking and singing upon the leads till very late, it being pleasant and moonshine, and so to bed. 20th. Sir W. Pen and I did a little business at the office, and so home again. Then comes Dean Fuller after we had dined, but I got something for him, and very merry we were for an hour or two, and I am most pleased with his company and goodness. At last parted, and my wife and I by coach to the Opera, and there saw the second part of the Siege of Rhodes, but it is not so well done as when Roxalana was there, who it is said is now owned by my Lord of Oxford. Thence to Tower Wharf, and there took boat, and we all walked to Halfway House, and there eat and drank, and were pleasant, and so finally home again in the evening, and so good night. This being a very pleasant life that we now lead, and have long done, the Lord be blessed and make us thankful. But though I am much against too much spending, yet I do think it best to enjoy some degree of pleasure, now that we have health, money, and opportunity, rather than to leave pleasures to old age or poverty, when we cannot have them so properly. 21st. My wife and I by water to Westminster, and after she had seen her father, of whom lately I have heard nothing at all what he does, or her mother, she comes to me to my Lord's lodgings, where she and I stayed walking in Whitehall garden, and in the Privy garden saw the finest smocks and linen petticoats of my Lady Castlemaine's, laced with rich lace at the bottom, that ever I saw, and did me good to look upon them. So to Wilkinson's, she and I and Sarah to dinner, where I had a good quarter of lamb and a salad. Here Sarah told me how the King dined at my Lady Castlemaine's, and supped every day and night the last week, and that the night that the bonfires were made for joy of the Queen's arrival, the King was there, but there was no fire at her door, though at all the rest of the doors almost in the street, which was much observed, and that the King and she did send for a pair of scales, and weighed one another, and she, being with child, was said to be heaviest. But she is now a most disconsolate creature, and comes not out of doors since the King's going. But we went to the theatre to the French dancing master, and there with much pleasure gazed upon her, Lady Castlemaine. But it troubles us to see her look dejectedly, and slighted by people already. The play pleased us very well, but Lacy's part, the dancing master, the best in the world. Thence to my brother Tom's, in expectation to have met my father to-night come out of the country, but he is not yet come. But here we found my uncle Fenner and his old wife, whom I had not seen since the wedding dinner, nor care to see her. They being gone, my wife and I went and saw Mrs. Turner, whom we found not well, and her two boys, Charles and Will, come out of the country, grown very plain boys after 3 years being under their father's care in Yorkshire. Thence to Tom's again, and there supped well. My she-cousin Scott being there, and my father being not come, we walked home and to bed. 22nd. This morning comes an order from the Secretary of State, Nicholas, for me to let one Mr. Lee, a counsellor, to view what papers I have relating to passages of the late times, wherein Sir H. Vane's hand is employed, in order to the drawing up his charge, which I did, and at noon he with Sir W. Pen and his daughter dined with me, and he to his work again, and we by coach to the theatre, and saw Love in a Maze. The play hath little in it, but Lacy's part of a country fellow, which he did to admiration. So home and supped with Sir W. Pen, where Sir W. Batten and Captain Cock came to us, to whom I have lately been a great stranger. This night we had each of us a letter from Captain Teddiman from the Straits, of a peace made upon a good terms, by Sir J. Lawson, with the Argier men, which is most excellent news. He hath also sent each of us some anchovies, olives, and muscat, but I know not yet what that is, and am ashamed to ask. After supper home, and to bed, resolving to make up this week in seeing plays and pleasure, and so fall to business next week again for a great while. 23rd. At the office good part of the morning, and then about noon with my wife on foot to the wardrobe. My wife went up to the dining room to my Lady Paulina, and I stayed below talking with Mr. Moore in the parley, reading of the King's and Chancellor's late speeches at the proroguing of the Houses of Parliament. And while I was reading, news was brought me that my Lord Sandwich is come and gone up to my Lady, which put me into great suspense of joy. So I went up, waiting my Lord's coming out of my Lady's chamber, which by and by he did, and looks very well, and my soul is glad to see him. He very merry, and hath left the King and Queen at Portsmouth, and is come up to stay here till next Wednesday, and then to meet the King and Queen at Hampton Court. So to dinner, Mr. Brown, Clerk of the House of Lords, and his wife and brother there also, and my Lord mighty merry, among other things, saying that the Queen is a very agreeable lady, and paints still. After dinner I showed him my letter from Teddiman about the news from Argier, which pleases him exceedingly, and he writ one to the Duke of York about it, and sent it express. There coming much company after dinner to my Lord, my wife and I slunk away to the opera, where we saw Wit and a Constable, the first time that it is acted. But so silly a play I never saw, I think, in my life. After it was done, my wife and I to the puppet play in Covent Garden, which I saw the other day, and indeed it is very pleasant. Here among the fiddlers I first saw a dulcimer, played on with sticks knocking of the strings, and is very pretty. So by water home, and supped with Sir William Pen very merry, and so to bed. 24th. To the wardrobe, and there again spoke with my Lord, and saw W. Howe, who is grown a very pretty, and is a sober fellow. Thence abroad with Mr. Creed, of whom I informed myself of all I had a mind to know. Among other things, the great difficulty my Lord hath been in all this summer, for lack of good and full orders from the King. And I doubt our Lords of the Council do not mind things as the late powers did, but their pleasures or profit more. That the Juego de Toros is a simple sport, yet the greatest in Spain. That the Queen hath given no rewards to any of the captains or officers, but only to my Lord Sandwich, and that was a bag of gold, which was no honourable present, of about £1400 sterling. How recluse the Queen hath ever been, and all the voyage never come upon the deck, nor put her head out of her cabin, but did love my Lord's music, and would send for it down to the state-room, and she sit in her cabin within hearing of it. That my Lord was forced to have some clashing with the Council of Portugal about payment of the portion before he could get it, which was, besides Tangier and a free trade in the Indies, 2 millions of crowns, half now, and the other half in 12 months. But they have brought but little money, but the rest in sugars and other commodities, and bills of exchange. That the King of Portugal is a very fool almost, and his mother do all, and he is a very poor prince. After a morning draught at the Star and Cheapside, I took him to the Exchange, thence home, but my wife having dined, I took him to Fish Street, and there we had a couple of lobsters, and dined upon them, and much discourse. And so I to the office, and that being done, Sir W. Pen and I to Deptford by water to Captain Ruth's to see him, he being very sick, and by land home, calling at Halfway House, where we eat and drank. So home and to bed. 25th, Lord's Day. To trimming myself, which I have this week done every morning, with a pumice stone, which I learnt of Mr. Marsh when I was last at Portsmouth, and I find it very easy, speedy, and cleanly, and shall continue the practice of it. To church, and heard a good sermon of Mr. Woodcock's at our church. Only in his latter prayer for a woman in childbed, he prayed that God would deliver her from the hereditary curse of childbearing, which seemed a pretty strange expression. Dined at home with Mr. Creed with me. This day I had the first dish of peas I have had this year. After discourse, he and I abroad, and walked up and down, and looked into many churches, among others Mr. Baxter's at Blackfriars. Then to the wardrobe, where I found my Lord takes physic, so I did not see him, but with Captain Ferrers in Mr. George Montague's coach to Charing Cross. And there at the Triumph Tavern he showed me some Portugal ladies, which are come to town before the Queen. They are not handsome, and their farthingales a strange dress. Many ladies and persons of quality come to see them. I find nothing in them that is pleasing, and I see they have learnt to kiss and look freely up and down already, and I do believe will soon forget the recluse practice of their own country. They complain much for lack of good water to drink. So to the wardrobe back on foot, and supped with my Lady, and so home, and after a walk upon the leads with my wife, to prayers and bed. The King's Guards and some city companies do walk up and down the town these 5 or 6 days, which makes me think, and they do say there are some plots in laying. God keep us. 26th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and fell to the preparing of some accounts for my Lord of Sandwich. By and by appointment comes Mr. Moore, and by what appears to us at present, we found that my Lord is above £7,000 in debt, and that he hath money coming into him that will clear all, and so we think him clear, but very little money in his purse. So to my Lord's, and after he was ready, we spent an hour with him, giving him an account thereof. And he having some £6,000 in his hands, remaining of the King's, he is resolved to make use of that, and get off of it as well as he can, which I like well of, for else I fear he will scarce get beforehand again a great while. Thence home and to the Trinity House, where the brethren, who have been at Deptford choosing a new master, which is Sir J. Minnes, notwithstanding Sir W. Batten did contend highly for it, at which I am not a little pleased, because of his proud lady, about 3 o'clock came hither, and so to dinner. I seated myself close by Mr. Prynne, who, in discourse with me, fell upon what records he hath of the lust and wicked lives of the nuns heretofore in England, and showed me out of his pocket one wherein 30 nuns, for their lust, were ejected of their house, being not fit to live there, and by the Pope's command to be put, however, into other nunneries. I could not stay to end dinner with them, but rose, and privately went out, and by water to my brother's, and thence to take my wife to the Red Bull, where we saw Dr. Faustus, but so wretchedly and poorly done that we were sick of it, and the worse because by a former resolution it is to be the last play we are to see till Michaelmas. Thence homewards by coach, through Moorfields, where we stood a while, and saw the wrestling. At home got my lute upon the leads, and there played, and so to bed. 27th. To my Lord this morning, and thence to my brother's, where I found my father, poor man, come, which I was glad to see. I stayed with him till noon, and then he went to my cousin Scott's to dinner, who had invited him. He tells me his alterations of the house and garden at Brampton, which pleases me well. I could not go with him, and so we parted at Ludgate, and I home to dinner, and to the office all the afternoon, and music in my chamber alone at night, and so to bed. 28th. Up early to put things in order in my chamber, and then to my Lord's, with whom I spoke about several things, and so up and down in several places about business with Mr. Creed, among others to Mr. Wattens, the shoemaker, and there drank our morning draught, and then home about noon, and by comes my father by appointment to dine with me, which we did very merrily, I desiring to make him as merry as I can, while the poor man is in town. After dinner comes my uncle White, and sat a while and talked with us, and thence we 3 to the Mum house at Leadenhall, and there sat a while. Then I left them, and to the Wardrobe, where I found my Lord gone to Hampton Court. Here I stayed all the afternoon till late with Creed and Captain Ferrers, thinking whether we should go to-morrow together to Hampton Court. But Ferrers' wife coming in by and by to the house, with the young ladies, with whom she had been abroad, she was unwilling to go, whereupon I was willing to put off our going, and so home, but still my mind was hankering after our going to-morrow. So to bed. 29th. At home all the morning. At noon to the Wardrobe, and dined with my lady, and after dinner stayed long talking with her. Then homeward, and in Lombard Street was called out of a window by Alderman Backwell, where I went, and saluted his lady, a very pretty woman. Here was Mr. Creed, and it seems to have been under some disorder in fear of a fire at the next door, and had been removing their goods, but the fire was over before I came. Thence home, and with my wife and the 2 maids and the boy, took boat and to Foxhall, where I had not been a great while. To the old spring garden, and there walked long, and the wenches gathered pinks. Here we stayed, and seeing that we could not have anything to eat, but very dear, and with long stay, we went forth again without any notice taken of us, and so we might have done if we had had anything. Thence to the new one, where I never was before, which much exceeds the other, and here we also walked, and the boy crept through the hedge, and gathered abundance of roses, and after a long walk passed out of doors as we did in the other place, and here we had cakes and powdered beef, and ale, and so home again by water, with much pleasure. This day, being the King's birthday, was very solemnly observed, and the more for that the Queen this day comes to Hampton Court. In the evening bonfires were made, but nothing to the great number that was heretofore at the burning of the Rump. So to bed. 30th. This morning I made up my accounts, and find myself declaro worth about £530, and no more, so little have I increased it since my last reckoning, but I confess I have laid out much money in clothes. Upon a sudden motion I took my wife and Sarah and Will by water, with some victuals with us, as low as Gravesend, intending to have gone into the Hope to the Royal James, to have seen the ship and Mr. Shepley. But meeting Mr. Shepley in a hoy, bringing up my Lord's things, she and I went on board, and sailed up with them as far as Halfway Tree, very glad to see Mr. Shepley. Here we saw a little Turk and a negro, which I intended for pages to the 2 young ladies. Many birds and other pretty novelties there was, but I was afeard of being lousy, and so took boat again, and got to London before them, all the way coming and going, reading in the Wallflower with great pleasure. So home, and thence to the Wardrobe, where Mr. Shepley was come with the things. Here I stayed talking with my lady, who is preparing to go to-morrow to Hampton Court. So home, and at 10 o'clock at night Mr. Shepley came to sup with me. So we had a dish of mackerel and peas, and so he bid us good night, going to lie on board the hoy, and I to bed. 31st. Lay long in bed, and so up to make up my journal for these 2 or 3 days past. Then came Antony Joyce, who duns me for money for the tallow which he served in lately by my desire, which vexes me, but I must get at him the next by my promise. By and by to Whitehall, hearing that Sir G. Carteret was come to town, but I could not find him, and so back to Tom's, and thence I took my father to my house, and there he dined with me, discoursing of our businesses with Uncle Thomas and T. Trice. After dinner he departed, and I to the office, where we met. And that being done, I walked to my brother's, and the wardrobe, and other places about business, and so home, and had Sarah to comb my head clean, which I found so foul with powdering and other troubles, that I am resolved to try how I can keep my head dry without powder. And I did also in a sudden fit cut off all my beard, which I had been a great while bringing up, only that I may with my pumice stone do my whole face, as I now do my chin, and to save time, which I find a very easy way, and gentile. So she also washed my feet in a bath of herbs, and so to bed. This month ends with very fair weather for a great while together. My health pretty well, but only wind do now and then torment me extremely. The Queen is brought a few days since to Hampton Court, and all people say of her to be a very fine and handsome lady, and very discreet, and that the King is pleased enough with her, which I fear will put Madam Castlemaine's nose out of joint. The Court is wholly now at Hampton. A peace with Argier is lately made, which is also good news. My father is lately come to town to see us, and though it has cost and will cost more money, yet I am pleased with the alterations on my house at Brampton. My Lord Sandwich is lately come with the Queen from sea, very well and in good repute. Upon an audit of my estate I find myself worth about £530, declaro. The Act for Uniformity is lately printed, which it is thought will make mad work among the Presbyterian ministers. People of all sides are very much discontented, some thinking themselves used, contrary to promise, too hardly, and the other that they are not rewarded so much as they expected by the King. God keep us all. I have by a late oath obliged myself from wine and plays, of which I find good effect. End of May. Of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. June, 1662. June 1st, Lord's Day. At church in the morning. A stranger made a very good sermon. Dined at home, and Mr. Spong came to see me. So he and I sat down a little to sing some French psalms. And then comes Mr. Shepley and Mr. Moore, and so we to dinner. And after dinner to church again, where a presbyter made a sad and long sermon, which vexed me, and so home, and so to walk on the leads, and supper, and to prayers and bed. 2nd. Up early about business, and then to the wardrobe with Mr. Moore, and spoke to my Lord about the exchange of the cruzadoes into sterling money, and other matters. So to my father at Tom's, and after some talk with him, away home. And by comes my father to dinner with me, and then by coach, setting him down in Cheapside, my wife and I to Mrs. Clark's at Westminster, the first visit that ever we both made her yet. We found her in dishabille, intending to go to Hampton Court to-morrow. We had much pretty discourse, and a very fine lady she is. Thence by water to Salisbury Court, and Mrs. Turner not being at home by coach, and so, after walking on the leads and supper, to bed. This day my wife put on her slash waistcoat, which is very pretty. 3rd. Up by 4 o'clock, and to my business in my chamber, to even accounts with my Lord and myself. And very fain I would become master of £1,000, but I have not above £530 toward it yet. At the office all the morning, and Mr. Coventry brought his patent and took his place with us this morning. Upon our making a contract, I went, as I used to do, to draw the heads thereof, but Sir W. Pen most basely told me that the Comptroller is to do it, and so begun to employ Mr. Turner about it, at which I was much vexed, and begun to dispute. And what with the letter of the Duke's orders, and Mr. Barlow's letter, and the practice of our predecessors, which Sir G. Carteret knew best when he was Comptroller, it was ruled for me. What Sir J. Minnes will do when he comes, I know not, but Sir W. Pen did it like a base rascal, and so I shall remember him while I live. After office done, I went down to the Tower Wharf, where Mr. Creed and Shepley was ready with 3 chests of the cruzadoes, being about £6,000, ready to bring to shore to my house, which they did, and put it in my further cellar, and Mr. Shepley took the key. I to my father, and Dr. Williams and Tom Trice by appointment in the Old Bailey, to Short's the alehouse, but could come to no terms with T. Trice. Thence to the wardrobe, where I found my lady come from Hampton Court, where the Queen hath used her very civilly, and my lady tells me is a most pretty woman, at which I am glad. Yesterday, Sir R. Ford told me, the aldermen of the city did attend her in their habits, and did present her with a gold cup and £1,000 in gold therein. But he told me that they are so poor in their chamber, that they are fain to call 2 or 3 aldermen to raise fines to make up this sum, among which was Sir W. Warren. Home and to the office, where about 8 at night comes Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, and so we did some business, and then home and to bed. My mind troubled about Sir W. Pen, his playing the rogue with me to-day, as also about the charge of money that is in my house, which I had forgot. But I made the maids to rise and light a candle, and set it in the dining room to scare away thieves, and so to sleep. 4th. Up early, and Mr. Moore comes to me and tells me that Mr. Barnwell is dead, which troubles me something, and the more for that I believe we shall lose Mr. Shepley's company. By and by Sir W. Batten and I by water to Woolwich, and there saw an experiment made of Sir R. Ford's Holland's yarn, about which we have lately had so much stir, and I have much concerned myself for our rope maker Mr. Hughes, who has represented it as bad, and we found it to be very bad, and broke sooner than, upon a fair trial, 5 threads of that against 4 of Riga yarn, and also that some of it had old stuff that had been tarred, covered over with new hemp, which is such a cheat as hath not been heard of. I was glad of this discovery, because I would not have the King's workmen discouraged, as Sir W. Batten do most basely do, from representing the faults of merchants' goods, where there is any. After eating some fish that we had bought upon the water at Falconer's, we went to Woolwich, and there viewed our frames of our houses, and so home, and I to my Lord's, who I find resolved to buy Brampton Manor of Sir Peter Ball, at which I am glad. Thence to Whitehall, and showed Sir G. Carteret the cheat, and so to the Wardrobe, and there staid, and supped with my Lady. My Lord eating nothing, but writes letters to-night to several places, he being to go out of town to-morrow. So late home and to bed. 5th. To the Wardrobe, and there my Lord did inquire my opinion of Mr. Moore, which I did give to the best advantage I could, and by that means shall get him joined with Mr. Townsend in the Wardrobe business. He did also give me all Mr. Shepley's and Mr. Moore's accounts to view, which I am glad of, as being his great trust in me, and I would willingly keep up a good interest with him. So took leave of him, he being to go this day, and to the office, where they were just sat down, and I showed them yesterday's discovery, and have got Sir R. Ford to be my enemy by it, but I care not, for it is my duty, and so did get his bill stopped for the present. To dinner, and found Dr. Thomas Pepys at my house, but I was called from dinner by a note from Mr. Moore to Alderman Backwell's, to see some thousands of my Lord's cruzadoes weighed, and we find that 3,000 come to about 530 or 40 pounds generally. Home again, and found my father there. We talked a good while, and so parted. We met at the office in the afternoon to finish Mr. Gordon's accounts, but did not do them quite. In the evening with Mr. Moore to Backwell's, with another 1,200 cruzadoes, and saw them weighed, and so home and to bed. 6th. At my office all alone all the morning, and the smith being with me about other things, did open a chest that hath stood ever since I came to the office, in my office, and there we found a model of a fine ship, which I long to know whether it be the King's or Mr. Turner's. At noon to the Wardrobe by appointment to meet my father, who did come and was well treated by my Lady, who tells me she has some thoughts to send her 2 little boys to our house at Brampton, but I have got leave for them to go along with me and my wife to Hampton Court to-morrow or Sunday. Thence to my brother Tom's, where we found a letter from Poll, that my mother is dangerously ill in fear of death, which troubles my father and me much, but I hope it is otherwise, the letter being 4 days old since it was writ. Home and at my office, and with Mr. Hayter set things in order till evening, and so home and to bed by daylight. This day, at my father's desire, I lent my brother Tom £20, to be repaid out of the proceeds of Sturtlow when we can sell it. I sent the money all in new money by my boy from Alderman Backwell's. 7th. To the office, where all the morning, and I find Mr. Coventry is resolved to do much good, and to inquire into all the miscarriages of the office. At noon with him and Sir W. Batten to dinner at Trinity House, where, among others, Sir J. Robinson, Lieutenant of the Tower was, who says that yesterday Sir H. Vane had a full hearing at the King's Bench, and is found guilty, and that he did never hear any man argue more simply than he in all his life, and so others say. My mind in great trouble whether I should go as I intended to Hampton Court to-morrow or no. At last resolved the contrary, because of the charge thereof, and I am afraid now to bring in any accounts for journeys, and so will others I suppose be, because of Mr. Coventry's prying into them. Then sent for to Sir G. Carteret's, and there talked with him a good while. I perceive, as he told me, were it not that Mr. Coventry had already feathered his nest in selling of places, he do like him very well, and hopes great good from him. But he complains so of lack of money, that my heart is very sad, under the apprehension of the fall of the office. At my office all the afternoon, and at night hear that my father is gone into the country, but whether to Richmond as he intended, or thence to meet us at Hampton Court on Monday, I know not, or to Brampton, at which I am much troubled. In the evening home and to bed. 8th. Lord's day. Lay till church time in bed, and so up and to church, and there I found Mr. Mills come home out of the country again, and preach but a lazy sermon. Home and dined with my wife, and so to church again with her. Thence walked to my Lady's, and there supped with her, and merry, among other things, with the parrot which my Lord hath brought from the sea, which speaks very well, and cries, Poll, so pleasantly, that made my Lord give it my Lady Paulina. But my Lady her mother do not like it. Home, and observed my man Will to walk with his cloak flung over his shoulder like a ruffian, which, whether it was that he might not be seen to walk along with the footboy, I know not, but I was vexed at it, and coming home, and after prayers, I did ask him where he learned that immodest garb, and he answered me that it was not immodest, or some such slight answer, at which I did give him 2 boxes on the ears, which I never did before, and so was after a little troubled at it. 9th. Early up, and at the office with Mr. Hayter, making my alphabet of contracts, upon the dispatch of which I am now very intent, for that I am resolved much to enquire into the price of commodities. Dined at home, and after dinner to Greatorex's, and with him and another stranger to the tavern, but I drank no wine. He recommended Bond, of our end of the town, to teach me to measure timber, and some other things that I would learn, in order to my office. Thence back again to the office, and there T. Hayter and I did make an end of my alphabet, which did much please me. So home to supper and to bed. 10th. At the office all the morning, much business, and great hopes of bringing things, by Mr. Coventry's means, to a good condition in the office. Dined at home, Mr. Hunt with us. To the office again in the afternoon, but not meeting as was intended, I went to my brother's and booksellers and other places about business, and paid off all for books to this day, and do not intend to buy any more of any kind a good while, though I had a great mind to have bought the King's works, as they are new printed in folio, and present it to my Lord, but I think it will be best to save the money. So home and to bed. 11th. At the office all the morning, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Pen, and I about the victuallers' accounts. Then home to dinner, and to the office again all the afternoon, Mr. Hayter and I writing over my alphabet fair, in which I took great pleasure to rule the lines, and to have the capital words wrote with red ink. So home and to supper. This evening Saville the painter came and did varnish over my wife's picture and mine, and I paid him for my little picture £3, and so am clear with him. So after supper to bed. This day I had a letter from my father that he is got down well, and found my mother pretty well again, so that I am vexed with all my heart at Pall for writing to him so much concerning my mother's illness, which I believe was not so great, so that he should be forced to hasten down on the sudden back into the country without taking leave or having any pleasure here. 12th. This morning I tried on my riding cloth suit with closed knees, the first that ever I had, and I think they will be very convenient, if not too hot to wear any other open knees after them. At the office all the morning, where we had a full board, viz. Sir G. Carteret, Sir John Menes, Sir W. Batten, Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Pen, Mr. Pett, and myself. Among many other businesses, I did get a vote signed by all concerning my issuing of warrants, which they did not smell the use I intend to make of it, but it is to plead for my clerks to have their right of giving out all warrants, at which I am not a little pleased. But a great difference happened between Sir G. Carteret and Mr. Coventry about passing the victualler's account, and whether Sir George is to pay the victualler his money, or the exchequer, Sir George claiming it to be his place to save his threepences. It ended in anger, and I believe will come to be a question before the King and Council. I did what I could to keep myself unconcerned in it, having some things of my own to do before I would appear high in anything. Thence to dinner, by Mr. Gordon's invitation, to the Dolphin, where a good dinner, but what is to myself a great wonder, that with ease I passed the whole dinner without drinking a drop of wine. After dinner to the office, my head full of business, and so home, and it being the longest day in the year, I made all my people go to bed by daylight. But after I was abed and asleep, a note came from my mother Tom to tell me that my cousin Anne Pepys of Worcestershire, her husband is dead, and she married again, and her second husband in town, and intends to come and see me tomorrow. 13th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and read Cicero's second oration against Catiline, which pleased me exceedingly, and more I discerned therein than ever I thought was to be found in him, but I perceive it was my ignorance, and that he is as good a writer as ever I read in my life. By and by to Sir G. Carteret's to talk with him about yesterday's difference at the office, and offered my service to look into any old books or papers that I have, that may make for him. He was well pleased therewith, and did much inveigh against Mr. Coventry, telling me how he had done him service in the Parliament, when Prynne had drawn up things against him for taking of money for places, that he did at his desire, and upon his letters, keep him off from doing it, and many other things he told me, as how the King was beholden to him, and in what a miserable condition his family would be if he should die before he hath cleared his accounts. Upon the whole, I do find that he do much esteem of me, and is my friend, and I may make good use of him. Thence to several places about business, among others to my brother's, and there Tom Bernier, the barber, trimmed me. Thence to my lady's, and there dined with her, Mr. Laxton, Gibbons, and Goldgroove with us, and after dinner some music, and so home to my business, and in the evening my wife and I, and Sarah and the boy, a most pleasant walk to Halfway House, and so home and to bed. 14th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and upon business at my office. Then we sat down to business, and about 11 o'clock, having a room got ready for us, we all went out to the Tower Hill, and there, over against the scaffold, made on purpose this day, saw Sir Henry Vane brought. A very great press of people. He made a long speech, many times interrupted by the sheriff and others there, and they would have taken his paper out of his hand, but he would not let it go. But they caused all the books of those that writ after him to be given the sheriff, and the trumpets were brought under the scaffold that he might not be heard. Then he prayed, and so fitted himself, and received the blow, but the scaffold was so crowded that we could not see it done. But Boreman, who had been upon the scaffold, came to us and told us, that first he began to speak of the irregular proceeding against him, that he was, against Magna Charta, denied to have his exceptions against the indictment allowed, and that there he was stopped by the sheriff. Then he drew out his paper of notes, and began to tell them first his life, that he was born a gentleman, that he was bred up and had the quality of a gentleman, and to make him in the opinion of the world more a gentleman, he had been, till he was 17 years old, a good fellow. But then it pleased God to lay a foundation of grace in his heart, by which he was persuaded against his worldly interest to leave all preferment and go abroad, where he might serve God with more freedom. Then he was called home, and made a member of the Long Parliament, where he never did to this day anything against his conscience, but all for the glory of God. Here he would have given them an account of the proceedings of the Long Parliament, but they so often interrupted him, that at last he was forced to give over, and so fell into prayer for England in general, then for the churches in England, and then for the City of London, and so fitted himself for the block, and received the blow. He had a blister or issue upon his neck, which he desired them not hurt. He changed not his colour or speech to the last, but died justifying himself and the cause he had stood for, and spoke very confidently of his being presently at the right hand of Christ. And in all things appeared the most resolved man that ever died in that manner, and showed more heat than cowardice, but yet with all humility and gravity. One asked him why he did not pray for the king. He answered, "Nay," says he, "you shall see I can pray for the king. I pray God bless him." The king had given his body to his friends, and, therefore, he told them that he hoped they would be civil to his body when dead, and desired they would let him die like a gentleman and a Christian, and not crowded and pressed as he was. So to the office a little, and so to the Trinity House, all of us to dinner, and then to the office again all the afternoon till night. So home and to bed. This day I hear my Lord Peterborough is come unexpected from Tangier to give the king an account of the place, which we fear is in none of the best condition. We had also certain news to-day that the Spaniard is before Lisbon with 13 sail, 6 Dutch and the rest his own ships, which will I fear be ill for Portugal. I wrote a letter of all this day's proceedings to my Lord at Hinchingbroke, who I hear is very well pleased with the work there. 15th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning and home to dinner, where come my brother Tom and Mr. Fisher, my cousin, Nan Pepys's second husband, who I perceive is a very good-humoured man, an old cavalier. I made as much of him as I could, and were merry, and am glad she hath light of so good a man. They gone to church again, but my wife not being dressed as I would have her, I was angry, and she, when she was out of doors in her way to church, returned home again vexed. But I to church, Mr. Mills, an ordinary sermon. So home and found my wife and Sarah gone to a neighbour church, at which I was not much displeased. By and by she comes again, and after a word or two, good friends. And then her brother came to see her, and he being gone, she told me that she believed he was married, and had a wife worth £500 to him, and did inquire how he might dispose the money to the best advantage. But I forbore to advise her till she could certainly tell me how things are with him, being loath to meddle too soon with him. So to walk upon the leads, and to supper and to bed. 16th. Up before 4 o'clock, and after some business took Will forth, and he and I walked over the Tower Hill. But the gate not being open, we walked through St. Catherine's and Ratcliffe, I think it is, by the water side, above a mile before we could get a boat, and so over the water in a scull, which I have not done a great while, and walked finally to Deptford, where I saw in what forwardness the work is for Sir W. Batten's house and mine, and it is almost ready. I also, with Mr. Davis, did view my cousin Joyce's tallow, and compared it with the Irish tallow we bought lately, and find ours much more white, but as soft as it. Now what is the fault, or whether it be or no a fault, I know not. So walked home again, as far as over against the Tower, and so over and home, where I found Sir W. Pen and Sir John Minnes discoursing about Sir John Minnes's house, and his coming to live with us, and I think he intends to have Mr. Turner's house, and he to come to his lodgings, which I shall be very glad of. We three did go to Mr. Turner's to view his house, which I think was to the end that Sir John Minnes might see it. Then by water with my wife to the Wardrobe, and dined there, and in the afternoon with all the children by water to Greenwich, where I showed them the King's yacht, the house, and the park, all very pleasant. And so to the tavern, and had the music of the house, and so merrily home again. Will and I walked home from the Wardrobe, having left my wife at the Tower Wharf coming by, whom I found gone to bed not very well. So to bed. 17th. Up, and Mr. Mayland comes to me, and borrowed 30 shillings of me to be paid again out of the money coming to him in the James and Charles for his late voyage. So to the office, where all the morning. So home to dinner, my wife not being well, but however dined with me. So to the office, and at Sir W. Batten's, where we all met by chance and talked, and they drank wine, but I forbore all their healths. Sir John Minnes, I perceive, is most excellent company. So home and to bed betimes by daylight. 18th. Up early, and after reading a little in Cicero, I made me ready and to my office, where all the morning very busy. At noon Mr. Creed came to me about business, and he and I walked as far as Lincoln's Inn Fields together. After a turn or two in the walks we parted, and I to my Lord Crew's and dined with him, where I hear the courage of Sir H. Vane at his death is talked on everywhere as a miracle. Thence to Somerset House to Sir J. Winter's chamber by appointment, and met Mr. Pett, where he and I read over his last contract with the King for the Forest of Dean, whereof I took notes because of this new one that he is now in making. That done, he and I walked to Lilly's, the painter's, where we saw among other rare things the Duchess of York, her whole body, sitting in state in a chair in white satin, and another of the King that is not finished. Most rare things. I did give the fellow something that showed them us, and promised to come some other time, and he would show me Lady Castlemaine's, which I could not then see, it being locked up. Thence to Wright's, the painter's, but Lord, the difference that is between their two works! Thence to the Temple, and there spoke with my cousin Roger, who gives me little hopes in the business between my uncle Tom and us. So Mr. Pett, who stayed at his son's chamber, and I, by coach to the Old Exchange, and there parted, and I home and at the office till night. My windows in my office are made clean to-day, and a casement in my closet. So home, and after some merry discourse in the kitchen with my wife and maids, as I nowadays often do, I being well pleased with both my maids, to bed. 19th. Up by 5 o'clock. And while my man Will was getting himself ready to come up to me, I took and played upon my lute a little. So to dress myself, and to my office to prepare things against we meet this morning. We sat long to-day, and had a great private business before us about contracting with Sir W. Rider, Mr. Cutler, and Captain Cock, for 500 ton of hemp, which we went through, and I am to draw up the conditions. Home to dinner, where I found Mr. Moore, and he and I cast up our accounts together, and evened them, and then with the last chest of crusados to Alderman Backwell's. By the same token, his lady going to take coach stood in the shop, and having a gilded glassful of perfume comfits given her by Don Duarte de Silva, the Portugal merchant, that is come over with the Queen, I did offer at a taste, and so she poured some out into my hand, and though good, yet pleased me the better coming from a pretty lady. So home and at the office preparing papers and things, and indeed my head has not been so full of business a great while, and with so much pleasure, for I begin to see the pleasure it gives. God give me health. So to bed. 20th. Up by 4 or 5 o'clock, and to the office, and there drew up the agreement between the King and Sir John Winter about the Forest of Dean, and having done it, he came himself. I did not know him to be the Queen's secretary before, but observed him to be a man of fine parts, and we read it, and both liked it well. That done, I turned to the Forest of Dean in Speed's maps, and there he showed me how it lies, and the Lee Bailey with the great charge of carrying it to Lydney, and many other things worth my knowing. And I do perceive that I am very short in my business, by not knowing many times the geographical part of my business. At my office till Mr. Moore took me out, and at my house looked over our papers again, and upon our evening accounts did give full discharges one to the other. And in his and many other accounts I perceive I shall be better able to give a true balance of my estate to myself within a day or two than I have been this 12 months. Then he and I to Alderman Backwell's, and did the like there, and I gave one receipt for all the money I have received thence upon the receipt of my Lord's crusados. Then I went to the Exchange, and hear that the merchants have a great fear of a breach with the Spaniard, for they think he will not brook our having Tangier, Dunkirk, and Jamaica, and our merchants begin to draw home their estates as fast as they can. Then to Pope's Head Alley, and there bought me a pair of tweezers, cost me 14 shillings. The first thing like a bauble I have bought a good while, but I do it with some trouble of mind, though my conscience tells me that I do it with an apprehension of service in my office, to have a book to write memorandums in, and a pair of compasses in it. But I confess myself the willinger to do it, because I perceive by my accounts that I shall be better by £30 than I expected to be. But by to-morrow night I intend to see to the bottom of all my accounts. Then home to dinner, where Mr. Moore met me. Then he went away, and I to the office, and dispatched much business. So in the evening my wife and I and Jane over the water to the halfway house, a pretty pleasant walk, but the wind high. So home again and to bed. 21st. Up about 4 o'clock, and settled some private business of my own, then made me ready, and to the office to prepare things for our meeting to-day. By and by we met, and at noon Sir W. Pen and I to the Trinity House, where was a feast made by the wardens, when great good cheer and much but ordinary company. The Lieutenant of the Tower, upon my demanding how Sir H. Vane died, told me that he died in a passion, but all confess with so much courage as never man died. Thence to the office, where Sir W. Rider, Captain Cock, and Mr. Cutler came by appointment to meet me to confer about the contract between us and them for 500 tons of hemp. That being done, I did other business, and so went home, and there found Mr. Creed, who stayed talking with my wife and me an hour or two, and I put on my riding cloth suit, only for him to see how it is, and I think it will do very well. He being gone, and I hearing from my wife and the maid's complaints made of the boy, I called him up, and with my whip did whip him, till I was not able to stir, and yet I could not make him confess any of the lies that they tax him with. At last, not willing to let him go away a conqueror, I took him in task again, and pulled off his frock to his shirt, and whipped him till he did confess that he did drink the whey, which he had denied, and pulled a pink, and above all did lay the candlestick upon the ground in his chamber, which he had denied this quarter of a year. I confess it is one of the greatest wonders that ever I met with, that such a little boy as he could possibly be able to suffer half so much as he did to maintain a lie. I think I must be forced to put him away. So to bed, with my arm very weary. 22nd, Lord's day. This day I first put on my slash doublet, which I like very well. Mr. Shepley came to me in the morning, telling me that he and my Lord came to town from Hinchingbroke last night. He and I spent an hour in looking over his account, and then walked to the Wardrobe, all the way discoursing of my Lord's business. He tells me to my great wonder that Mr. Barnwell is dead, £500 in debt to my Lord. By and by my Lord came from church, and I dined, with some others, with him, he very merry, and after dinner took me aside and talked of state and other matters. By and by to my brother Tom's, and took him out with me homewards, calling at the Wardrobe to talk a little with Mr. Moore. And so to my house, where I paid him all I owed him, and did make the £20 I lately lent him up to £40, for which he shall give bond to Mr. Shepley, for it is his money. So my wife and I to walk in the garden, where all our talk was against Sir W. Pen, against whom I have lately had cause to be much prejudiced. By and by he and his daughter came out to walk, so we took no notice of them a great while. At last in going home spoke a word or two, and so good night and to bed. This day I am told of a Portugal lady at Hampton Court that hath dropped a child already since the Queen's coming, but the King would not have them search whose it is, and so it is not commonly known yet. Coming home to-night I met with Will Swan, who do talk as high for the fanatics as ever he did in his life, and do pity my Lord Sandwich and me, that we should be given up to the wickedness of the world, and that a fall is coming upon us all. For he finds that he and his company are the true spirit of the nation, and the greater part of the nation too, who will have liberty of conscience in spite of this act of uniformity, or they will die, and if they may not preach abroad, they will preach in their own houses. He told me that certainly Sir H. Vane must be gone to heaven, for he died as much a martyr and saint as ever man did, and that the King hath lost more by that man's death than he will get again in a good while. At all which I know not what to think, but I confess I do think that the bishops will never be able to carry it so high as they do. 23rd. Up early this morning, and my people are taking down the hangings and things in my house, because of the great dust that is already made by the pulling down of Sir W. Batten's house, and will be by my own when I come to it. To my office, and there hard at work all the morning. At noon to the Exchange to meet Dr. Williams, who sent me this morning notice of his going into the country to-morrow, but could not find him. But meeting with Frank Moore, my Lord Lambeth's man formerly, we and 2 or 3 friends of his did go to a tavern, and there they drank, but I nothing but small beer. In the next room one was playing very finely of the dulcimer, which well played I like well, but one of our own company, a talking fellow, did in discourse say much of this act against seamen, for their being brought to account, and that it was made on purpose for my Lord Sandwich, who was in debt £100,000, and hath been forced to have pardon oftentimes from Oliver for the same, at which I was vexed at him, but thought it not worth my trouble to oppose what he said, but took leave and went home. And after a little dinner to my office again, and in the evening Sir W. Warren came to me about business, and that being done, discoursing of deals, I did offer to go along with him among his deal ships, which we did to half a score, where he showed me the difference between Dram, Swinsound, Christiana, and others, and told me many pleasant notions concerning their manner of cutting and sawing them by watermills, and the reason how deals become dearer and cheaper, among others, when the snow is not so great as to fill up the valleys, that they may pass from hill to hill over the snow, then it is dear carriage. From on board he took me to his yard, where vast and many places of deal, spars, and bulks, etc., the difference between which I never knew before, and indeed am very proud of this evening's work. He had me into his house, which is most pretty and neat and well furnished. After a glass, not of wine, for I would not be tempted to drink any, but a glass of mum, I well home by water, but it being late was forced to land at the Custom House, and so home and to bed. And after I was abed, letters came from the Duke for the fitting out of 4 ships forthwith from Portsmouth, I know not yet for what. So I was forced to make Will get them wrote, and signed them in bed, and sent them away by express. And so to sleep. 24th, Midsummer's Day. Up early and to my office, putting things in order against we sit. There came to me my cousin Harry Alcock, whom I much respect, to desire, by a letter from my father to me, where he had been some days, my help for him to some place. I propose the sea to him, and I think he will take it, and I hope do well. Sat all the morning, and I bless God I find that by my diligence of late, and still, I do get ground in the office every day. At noon to the Change, where I begin to be known also, and so home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon dispatching business. At night news is brought me that Field, the rogue, hath this day cast me at Guildhall in £30 for his imprisonment, to which I signed his commitment with the rest of the officers. But they having been Parliament men, that he hath begun the law with me, and threatens more. But I hope the Duke of York will bear me out. At night home, and Mr. Spong came to me, and so he and I sat singing upon the leads till almost 10 at night, and so he went away, a pretty, harmless, and ingenious man, and I to bed in a very great content of mind, which I hope by my care still in my business will continue to me. 25th. Up by 4 o'clock, and put my accounts with my Lord into a very good order, and so to my office, where having put many things in order, I went to the Wardrobe, but found my Lord gone to Hampton Court. After discourse with Mr. Shepley we parted, and I into Thames Street beyond the bridge, and there inquired among the shops the price of tar and oil, and do find great content in it, and hope to save the King money by this practice. So home to dinner, and then to the Change, and so home again, and at the office preparing business against to-morrow all the afternoon. At night walked with my wife upon the leads, and so to supper and to bed. My wife having lately a great pain in her ear, for which this night she begins to take physic, and I have got cold, and so have a great deal of my old pain. 26th. Up and took physic, but such as to go abroad with, only to loosen me, for I am bound. So to the office, and there all the morning sitting till noon, and then took Commissioner Pett home to dinner with me, where my stomach was turned when my sturgeon came to table, upon which I saw very many little worms creeping, which I suppose was through the staleness of the pickle. He being gone, comes Mr. Nicholson, my old fellow student at Magdalen, and we played 3 or 4 things upon the violin and bass, and so parted, and I to my office till night, and there came Mr. Shepley and Creed, in order to settling some accounts of my Lord to night, and so to bed. 27th. Up early, not quite rid of my pain. I took more physic, and so made myself ready to go forth. So to my Lord, who rose as soon as he heard I was there, and in his nightgown and shirt stood talking with me alone 2 hours, I believe, concerning his greatest matters of state and interest. Among other things, that his greatest design is, first, to get clear of all debts to the King for the embassy money, and then a pardon. Then to get his land settled, and then to discourse and advise what is best for him, whether to keep his sea employment longer or no. For he do discern that the Duke would be willing to have him out, and that by Coventry's means. And here he told me how the terms at Argier were wholly his, and that he did plainly tell Lawson and agree with him, that he would have the honour of them, if they should ever be agreed to, and that accordingly they did come over hither entitled, Articles concluded on by Sir J. Lawson, according to instructions received from His Royal Highness James Duke of York, etc., and from His Excellency the Earl of Sandwich. Which, however, was more than needed. But Lawson tells my Lord in his letter that it was not he, but the Council of War that would have His Royal Highness put into the title, though he did not contribute one word to it. But the Duke of York did yesterday propose them to the Council to be printed with this title, concluded on by Sir J. Lawson, Knight, and my Lord quite left out. Here I find my Lord very politic, for he tells me that he discerns they design to set up Lawson as much as they can, and that he do counterplot them by setting him up higher still, by which they will find themselves spoiled of their design, and at last grow jealous of Lawson. This he told me with much pleasure, and that several of the Duke's servants, by name my Lord Berkeley, Mr. Talbot, and others, had complained to my Lord of Coventry, and would have him out. My Lord do acknowledge that his greatest obstacle is Coventry. He did seem to hint such a question as this: Hitherto I have been supported by the King and Chancellor against the Duke. But what if it should come about that it should be the Duke and Chancellor against the King? Which though he said it in these plain words, yet I could not fully understand it, but may more hereafter. My Lord did also tell me that the Duke himself at Portsmouth did thank my Lord for all his pains and care, and that he perceived it must be the old captains that must do the business, and that the new ones would spoil all. And that my Lord did very discreetly tell the Duke, though quite against his judgment and inclination, that, however, the King's new captains ought to be borne with a little and encouraged, by which he will oblige that party and prevent as much as may be their envy. But he says that certainly things will go to wrack, if ever the old captains should be wholly out, and the new ones only command. Then we fell to talk of Sir J. Minnes, of whom my Lord hath a very slight opinion, and that at first he did come to my Lord very displeased and sullen, and had studied and turned over all his books, to see whether it had ever been that 2 flags should ride together in the maintop, but could not find it. Nay, he did call his captains on board to consult them. So when he came by my Lord's side, he took down his flag, and all the day did not hoist it again. But next day my Lord did tell him that it was not so fit to ride without a flag, and therefore told him that he should wear it in the foretop. For it seems my Lord saw his instructions, which were that he should not wear his flag in the maintop in the presence of the Duke or my Lord. But that after that my Lord did caress him, and he do believe him as much his friend as his interest will let him. I told my Lord of the late passage between Swan and me, and he told me another lately between Dr. Dell and himself when he was in the country. At last we concluded upon dispatching all his accounts as soon as possible, and so I parted and to my office, where I met Sir W. Pen, and he desired a turn with me in the garden, where he told me the day now was fixed for his going into Ireland, and that whereas I had mentioned some service he could do a friend of mine there, Samuel Pepys, he told me he would most readily do what I would command him, and then told me we must needs eat a dish of meat together before he went, and so invited me and my wife on Sunday next. To all which I did give a cold consent, for my heart cannot love or have a good opinion of him since his last playing the knave with me, but he took no notice of our difference at all, nor I to him, and so parted. And I by water to Deptford, where I found Sir W. Batten alone paying off the yard 3/4 pay. Thence to dinner, where too great a one was prepared, at which I was very much troubled, and wished I had not been there. After dinner comes Sir J. Minnes and some captains with him, who had been at a council of war to-day, who tell us they have acquitted Captain Hall, who was accused of cowardice in letting of old Winter, the Argier pirate, go away from him with a prize or 2, and also Captain Diamond of the murder laid to him of a man that he had struck, but he lived many months after, till being drunk, he fell into the hold, and there broke his jaw, and died. But they say there are such bawdy articles against him as never were heard of. To the Pay again, where I left them, and walked to Redriff, and so home, and there came Mr. Creed and Shepley to me, and staid till night about my Lord's accounts, our proceeding to set them in order, and so parted, and I to bed. Mr. Holliard had been with my wife to-day, and cured her of her pain in her ear, by taking out a most prodigious quantity of hard wax that had hardened itself in the bottom of the ear, of which I am very glad. 28th. Up to my Lord's and my own accounts, and so to the office, where all the forenoon sitting, and at noon by appointment to the Mitre, where Mr. Shepley gave me and Mr. Creed, and I had my uncle White with us, a dish of fish. Thence to the office again, and there all the afternoon till night, and so home, and after talking with my wife to bed. This day a genteel woman came to me, claiming kindred of me, as she had once done before, and borrowed 10 shillings of me, promising to repay it at night, but I hear nothing of her. I shall trust her no more. Great talk there is of a fear of a war with the Dutch, and we have order to pitch upon 20 ships to be forthwith set out, but I hope it is but a scarecrow to the world, to let them see that we can be ready for them, though God knows, the King is not able to set out 5 ships at this present without great difficulty, we neither having money, credit, nor stores. My mind is now in a wonderful condition of quiet and content, more than ever in all my life, since my minding the business of my office, which I have done most constantly, and I find it to be the very effect of my late oaths against wine and plays, which, if God please, I will keep constant in, for now my business is a delight to me, and brings me great credit, and my purse increases too. 29th, Lord's day. Up by 4 o'clock, and to the settling of my own accounts, and I do find upon my monthly balance, which I have undertaken to keep from month to month, that I am worth £650, the greatest sum that ever I was yet master of. I pray God give me a thankful spirit, and care to improve and increase it. To church with my wife, who this day put on her green petticoat of flowered satin, with fine white and gimp lace of her own putting on, which is very pretty. Home with Sir W. Pen to dinner by appointment, and to church again in the afternoon, and then home, Mr. Shepley coming to me about my Lord's accounts, and in the evening parted, and we to supper again to Sir W. Pen. Whatever the matter is, he do much fawn upon me, and I perceive would not fall out with me, and his daughter mighty officious to my wife. But I shall never be deceived again by him, but do hate him and his traitorous tricks with all my heart. It was an invitation in order to his taking leave of us to-day, he being to go for Ireland in a few days. So home and prayers, and to bed. 30th. Up betimes and to my office, where I found Griffin's girl making it clean. But God forgive me, what a mind I had to her, but did not meddle with her. She being gone, I fell upon boring holes for me to see from my closet into the great office without going forth, wherein I pleased myself much. So settled to business, and at noon with my wife to the wardrobe, and there dined, and staid talking all the afternoon with my Lord. And about 4 o'clock took coach with my wife and lady, and went toward my house, calling at my Lady Carteret's, who was within by chance, she keeping altogether at Deptford for a month or 2, and so we sat with her a little. Among other things told my lady how my Lady Fanshawe has fallen out with her only for speaking in behalf of the French, which my lady wonders at, they having been formerly like sisters. But we see there is no true lasting friendship in the world. Thence to my house, where I took great pride to lead her through the court by the hand, she being very fine, and her page carrying up her train. She stayed a little at my house, and then walked through the garden, and took water, and went first on board the King's pleasure boat, which pleased her much. Then to Greenwich Park, and with much ado she was able to walk up to the top of the hill, and so down again, and took boat, and so through bridge to Blackfriars, and home, she being much pleased with the ramble in every particular of it. So we supped with her, and then walked home, and to bed. Observations. This I take to be as bad a juncture as ever I observed. The King and his new Queen minding their pleasures at Hampton Court, all people discontented, some that the King do not gratify them enough, and the others fanatics of all sorts, that the King do take away their liberty of conscience, and the height of the bishops, who I fear will ruin all again. They do much cry up the manner of Sir H. Vane's death, and he deserves it. They clamour against the chimney money, and say they will not pay it without force, and in the meantime like to have war abroad, and Portugal to assist, when we have not money to pay for any ordinary layings out at home. Myself all in dirt about building of my house and Sir W. Batten's a story higher. Into a good way, fallen on minding my business and saving money, which God increase, and I do take great delight in it, and see the benefit of it. In a longing mind of going to see Brampton, but cannot get 3 days' time, do what I can. In very good health, my wife and myself. End of June. July of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. July 1662. July 1st. To the office. and there we sat till past noon, and then Captain Cuttance and I by water to Deptford, where the Royal James, in which my Lord went out the last voyage, though he came back in the Charles, was paying off by Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen. So to dinner, where I had Mr. Shepley to dine with us, and from thence I sent to my Lord to know whether she should be a first rate, as the men would have her, or a second. He answered that we should forbear paying the officers and such whose pay differed upon the rate of the ship, till he could speak with his Royal Highness. To the pay again after dinner, and seeing of Cooper, the mate of the ship, whom I knew in the Charles, I spoke to him about teaching the mathematics, and do please myself in my thoughts of learning of him, and bade him come to me in a day or two. Towards evening I left them, and to Redriff by land, Mr. Cowley, the clerk of the check, with me, discoursing concerning the abuses of the yard, in which he did give me much light. So by water home, and after half an hour sitting talking with my wife, who was afeard I did intend to go with my Lord to fetch the Queen Mother over, in which I did clear her doubts, I went to bed by daylight, in order to my rising early tomorrow. 2nd. Up while the chimes went 4, and to put down my journal, and so to my office, to read over such instructions as concern the officers of the yard, for I am much upon seeing into the miscarriages there. By and by appointment, comes Commissioner Pett, and then a messenger from Mr. Coventry, who sits in his boat expecting us, and so we down to him at the Tower, and there took water all, and to Deptford, he in our passage taking notice how much difference there is between the old captains for obedience and order, and the King's new captains, which I am very glad to hear him confess. And there we went into the storehouse, and viewed first the provisions there, and then his books, but Mr. Davis himself was not there, he having a kinswoman in the house dead, for which when by and by I saw him, he do trouble himself most ridiculously, as if there was never another woman in the world, in which so much laziness, as also in the clerks of the check and survey, which after one another we did examine, as that I do not perceive that there is 1/3 of their duties performed, but I perceive to my great content Mr. Coventry will have things reformed. So Mr. Coventry to London, and Pett and I to the Pay, where Sir Williams both were paying off the Royal James still, and so to dinner, and to the Pay again, where I did relieve several of my Lord Sandwich's people, but was sorry to see them so peremptory, and at every word would complain to my Lord, as if they shall have such a command over my Lord. In the evening I went forth and took a walk with Mr. Davis, and told him what had passed at his office to-day, and did give him my advice, and so with the rest by barge home and to bed. 3rd. Up by 4 o'clock, and to my office till 8 o'clock, writing over 2 copies of our contract with Sir W. Rider, etc., for 500 ton of hemp, which, because it is a secret, I have the trouble of writing over as well as drawing. Then home to dress myself, and so to the office, where another fray between Sir R. Ford and myself about his yarn, wherein I find the board to yield on my side, and was glad thereof, though troubled that the office should fall upon me, of disobliging Sir Richard. At noon we all by invitation dined at the Dolphin, with the officers of the Ordnance, where Sir W. Compton, Mr. O'Neil, and other great persons were, and a very great dinner, but I drank, as I still do, but my allowance of wine. After dinner was brought to Sir W. Compton a gun to discharge 7 times, the best of all devices that ever I saw, and very serviceable, and not a bauble, for it is much approved of, and many thereof made. Thence to my office all the afternoon, as long as I could see, about setting many businesses in order. In the evening came Mr. Lewis to me, and very ingeniously did inquire whether I ever did look into the business of the chest at Chatham. And after my readiness to be informed did appear to him, he did produce a paper, wherein he stated the government of the chest to me, and upon the whole did tell me how it hath ever been abused, and to this day is, and what a meritorious act it would be to look after it, which I am resolved to do, if God bless me, and do thank him very much for it. So home, and after a turn or two upon the leads with my wife, who has lately had but little of my company, since I began to follow my business, but is contented therewith, since she sees how I spend my time, and so to bed. 4th. Up by 5 o'clock, and after my journal put in order, to my office about my business, which I am resolved to follow, for every day I see what ground I get by it. By and by comes Mr. Cooper, mate of the Royal Charles, of whom I intend to learn mathematics, and do begin with him to-day, he being a very able man, and no great matter, I suppose, will content him. After an hour's being with him at arithmetic, my first attempt being to learn the multiplication table, then we parted till tomorrow. And so to my business at my office again till noon, about which time Sir W. Warren did come to me about business, and did begin to instruct me in the nature of fine timber and deals, telling me the nature of every sort. And from that we fell to discourse of Sir W. Batten's corruption, and the people that he employs, and from one discourse to another of the kind. I was much pleased with his company, and so staid talking with him all alone at my office till 4 in the afternoon, without eating or drinking all day, and then parted, and I home to eat a bit, and so back again to my office. And toward the evening came Mr. Shepley, who is to go out of town tomorrow, and so he and I with much ado settled his accounts with my Lord, which, though they be true and honest, yet so obscure, that it vexes me to see in what manner they are kept. He being gone, and leave taken of him, as of a man likely not to come to London again a great while, I eat a bit of bread and butter, and so to bed. This day I sent my brother Tom, at his request, my father's old bass viol, which he and I have kept so long, but I fear Tom will do little good at it. 5th. To my office all the morning, to get things ready against our sitting, and by and by we sat and did business all the morning, and at noon had Sir W. Pen, who I hate with all my heart for his base treacherous tricks, but yet I think it not policy to declare it yet, and his son William, to my house to dinner, where was also Mr. Creed and my cousin Harry Alcock, I having some venison given me a day or two ago, and so I had a shoulder roasted, another baked, and the umbles baked in a pie, and all very well done. We were merry as I could be in that company, and the more because I would not seem otherwise to Sir W. Pen, he being within a day or two to go for Ireland. After dinner he and his son went away, and Mr. Creed would, with all his rhetoric, have persuaded me to have gone to a play, and in good earnest I find my nature desirous to have gone, notwithstanding my promise and my business, to which I have lately kept myself so close, but I did refuse it, and I hope shall ever do so, and above all things it is considerable, that my mind was never in my life in so good a condition of quiet, as it has been since I have followed my business, and seen myself to get greater and greater fitness in my employment, and honour every day more than other. So at my office all the afternoon, and then my mathematics at night with Mr. Cooper, and so to supper and to bed. 6th, Lord's day. Lay long in bed to-day with my wife merry and pleasant, and then rose and settled my accounts with my wife for housekeeping, and to see that my kitchen, besides wine, fire, candles, soap, and many other things, comes to about 30s. a week, or a little over. To church, where Mr. Mills made a lazy sermon. So home to dinner, where my brother Tom dined with me, and so my wife and I to church again in the afternoon, and that done I walked to the wardrobe, and spent my time with Mr. Creed and Mr. Moore, talking about business. So up to supper with my lady, who tells me with much trouble that my Lady Castlemaine is still as great with the King, and that the King comes as often to her as ever he did, at which, God forgive me, I am well pleased. It began to rain, and so I borrowed a hat and cloak of Mr. Moore, and walked home, where I found Captain Ferrer with my wife, and after speaking a matter of an hour with him, he went home, and we all to bed. Jack Cole, my old friend, found me out in the wardrobe, and among other things he told me that certainly most of the chief ministers of London would fling up their livings, and that soon or late the issue thereof would be sad to the King and Court. 7th. Up and to my office early, and there all the morning alone till dinner, and after dinner to my office again, and about 3 o'clock with my wife by water to Westminster, where I stayed in the hall while my wife went to see her father and mother, and she returning we by water home again, and by comes Mr. Cooper. So he and I to our mathematics, and so supper and to bed. My morning's work at the office was to put the new books of my office into order, and writing on the backsides what books they be, and transcribing out of some old books some things into them. 8th. At the office all the morning, and dined at home, and after dinner in all haste to make up my accounts with my Lord, which I did with some trouble, because I had some hopes to have made a profit to myself in this account, and above what was due to me, which God forgive me in, but I could not, but carried them to my Lord, with whom they passed well. So to the wardrobe, where alone with my Lord above an hour, and he do seem still to have his old confidence in me, and tells me to boot that Mr. Coventry hath spoke of me to him to great advantage, wherein I am much pleased. By and by comes in Mr. Coventry to visit my Lord, and so my Lord and he and I walked together in the great chamber a good while, and I found him a most ingenuous man, and good company. He being gone, I also went home by water, Mr. Moore with me for discourse sake, and then parted from me, Cooper being there ready to attend me, so he and I to work till it was dark, and then eat a bit, and by daylight to bed. 9th. Up by 4 o'clock, and at my multiplication table hard, which is all the trouble I meet withal in my arithmetic. So made me ready and to the office, where all the morning busy, and Sir W. Pen came to my office to take his leave of me, and desiring a turn in the garden, did commit the care of his building to me, and offered all his services to me in all matters of mine. I did, God forgive me, promise him all my service and love, though the rogue knows he deserves none from me, nor do I intend to show him any, but as he dissembles with me, so must I with him. Dined at home, and so to the office again, my wife with me, and while I was for an hour making a hole behind my seat in my closet to look into the office, she was talking to me about her going to Brampton, which I would willingly have her to do but for the cost of it, and to stay here will be very inconvenient, because of the dirt that I must have when my house is pulled down. Then to my business till night, then Mr. Cooper and I to our business, and then came Mr. Mills the minister to see me, which he hath but rarely done to me, though every day almost to others of us. But he is a cunning fellow, and knows where the good victuals is, and the good drink, at Sir W. Batten's. However, I used him civilly, though I love him as I do the rest of his coat. So to supper and to bed. 10th. Up by 4 o'clock, and before I went to the office I practised my arithmetic, and then when my wife was up, did call her and Sarah, and did make up a difference between them, for she is so good a servant as I am loath to part with her. So to the office all the morning, where very much business, but it vexes me to see so much disorder at our table, that, every man minding a several business, we dispatch nothing. Dined at home with my wife, then to the office again, and being called by Sir W. Batten, walked to the victualler's office, there to view all the several offices and houses, to see that they were employed, in order to give the council an account thereof. So after having taken an oath or two of Mr. Lewis and Captain Brown and others, I returned to the office, and there sat dispatching several businesses alone till night, and so home and by daylight to bed. 11th. Up by 4 o'clock, and hard at my multiplication table, which I am now almost master of, and so made me ready and to my office, where by and by comes Mr. Pett, and then a messenger from Mr. Coventry, who stays in his boat at the Tower for us. So we to him and down to Deptford first, and there viewed some deals lately served in at a low price, which our officers, like knaves, would untruly value in their worth, but we found them good. Then to Woolwich, and viewed well all the houses and stores there, which lie in very great confusion for want of storehouses, and then to Mr. Ackworth's and Sheldon's to view their books, which we found not to answer the King's service and security at all as to the stores. Then to the rope yard, and there viewed the hemp, wherein we found great corruption, and then saw trial between Sir R. Ford's yarn and our own, and found great odds, so by water back again. About 5 in the afternoon to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, and at Mr. Coventry's chamber, which is very neat and fine, we had a pretty neat dinner, and after dinner fell to discourse of business and regulation, and do think of many things that will put matters into better order. And upon the whole my heart rejoices to see Mr. Coventry so ingenious, and able, and studious to do good, and with much frankness and respect to Mr. Pett and myself particularly. About 9 o'clock we broke up after much discourse, and many things agreed on in order to our business of regulation, and so by water, landing Mr. Pett at the Temple, I went home and to bed. 12th. Up by 5 o'clock, and put things in my house in order to be laid up, against my workmen come on Monday to take down the top of my house, which trouble I must go through now, but it troubles me much to think of it. So to my office, where till noon we sat, and then I to dinner, and to the office all the afternoon with much business. At night with Cooper at arithmetic, and then came Mr. Creed about my Lord's accounts to even them, and he gone, I to supper and to bed. 13th, Lord's day. I had my old pain all yesterday and this morning, and so kept my bed all this morning. So up, and after dinner and some of my people to church, I set about taking down my books and papers, and making my chamber fit against tomorrow to have the people come to work in pulling down the top of my house. In the evening I walked to the garden, and sent for Mr. Turner, who yesterday did give me occasion of speaking to him about the difference between him and me, and I told him my whole mind, and how it was in my power to do him a discourtesy about his place of petty purveyance, and at last did make him see, I think, that it was his concernment to be friendly to me and what belongs to me. After speaking my mind to him and he to me, we walked down and took boat at the Tower and to Deptford, on purpose to sign and seal a couple of warrants. I was Justice of Peace in Kent against one Annis, who is to be tried next Tuesday at Maidstone Assizes, for stealing some lead out of Woolwich Yard. Going and coming I did discourse with Mr. Turner about the faults of our management of the business of our office, of which he is sensible, but I believe is a very knave. Come home I found a rabbit at the fire, and so supped well, and so to my journal and to bed. 14th. Up by 4 o'clock and to my arithmetic, and so to my office till 8. Then to Thames Street along with old Mr. Green among the tarmen, and did instruct myself in the nature and prices of tar, but could not get Stockholm for the use of the office under £10 15s. Per last, which is a great price. So home, and at noon Dr. T. Pepys came to me, and he and I to the Exchequer, and so back to dinner, where by chance comes Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, and then Mr. Battersby, the minister, and then Mr. Dunn, and it happened that I had a haunch of venison boiled, and so they were very welcome and merry. But my simple doctor do talk so like a fool that I am weary of him. They being gone, to my office again, and there all the afternoon, and at night home and took a few turns with my wife in the garden, and so to bed. My house being this day almost quite untiled in order to its rising higher. This night I began to put on my waistcoat also. I found the pageant in Cornhill taken down, which was pretty strange. 15th. Up by 4 o'clock, and after doing some business as to settling my papers at home, I went to my office, and there busy till sitting time. So at the office all the morning, where J. Southern, Mr. Coventry's clerk, did offer me a warrant for an officer to sign, which I desired, claiming it for my clerk's duty, which, however, did trouble me a little to be put upon it. But I did it. We broke up late, and I to dinner at home, where my brother Tom and Mr. Cooke came and dined with me, but I could not be merry for my business, but to my office again after dinner, and they two and my wife abroad. In the evening comes Mr. Cooper, and I took him by water on purpose to tell me things belonging to ships, which was time well spent, and so home again, and my wife came home and tells me she has been very merry, and well pleased with her walk with them. About bedtime it fell a-raining, and the house being all open at top, it vexed me, but there was no help for it. 16th. In the morning I found all my ceilings spoiled with rain last night, so that I fear they must be all new whited when the work is done. Made me ready and to my office, and by came Mr. Moore to me, and so I went home and consulted about drawing up a fair state of all my Lord's accounts, which being settled he went away, and I fell to writing of it very neatly, and it was very handsome and concisely done. At noon to my Lord's with it, but found him at dinner, and some great company with him, Mr. Edward Montague and his brother, and Mr. Coventry, and after dinner he went out with them, and so I lost my labour, but dined with Mr. Moore and the people below, who after dinner fell to talk of Portugal rings, and Captain Ferrers offered 5 or 6 to sell, and I seeming to like a ring made of a cocoanut with a stone done in it,
he did offer and would give it me. By and by we went to Mr. Creed's lodging, and there got a dish or two of sweetmeats, and I seeing a very neat leaden standish to carry papers, pen, and ink in when one travels, I also got that of him, and that done I went home by water, and to finish some of my Lord's business, and so early to bed. This day I was told that my Lady Castlemaine, being quite fallen out with her husband, did yesterday go away from him with all her plate, jewels, and other best things, and is gone to Richmond to a brother of hers, which I am apt to think was a design to get out of town, that the King might come at her the better. But strange it is how for her beauty I am willing to construe all this to the best, and to pity her wherein it is to her hurt, though I know well enough she is a whore. 17th. To my office, and by to our sitting, where much business. Mr. Coventry took his leave, being to go with the Duke over for the Queen Mother. I dined at home, and so to my Lord's, where I presented him with a true state of all his accounts to last Monday, being the 14th of July, which did please him, and to my great joy I continue in his great esteem and opinion. I this day took a general acquittance from my Lord to the same day, so that now I have but very few persons to deal withal for money in the world. Home, and found much business to be upon my hands, and was late at the office writing letters by candlelight, which is rare at this time of the year, but I do it with much content and joy, and then I do please me to see that I begin to have people direct themselves to me in all businesses. Very late I was forced to send for Mr. Turner, Smith, Young, about things to be sent down early tomorrow on board the King's pleasure boat, and so to bed with my head full of business, but well contented in mind as ever in my life. 18th. Up very early, and got atop of my house, seeing the design of my work, and like it very well, and it comes into my head to have my dining room wainscoted, which will be very pretty. By and by water to Deptford to put several things in order, being myself now only left in town, and so back again to the office, and there doing business all the morning and the afternoon also till night, and then comes Cooper for my mathematics, but in good earnest my head is so full of business that I cannot understand it as otherwise I should do. At night to bed, being much troubled at the rain coming into my house, the top being open. 19th.
Up early and to some business. And my wife coming to me, I stayed long with her, discoursing about her going into the country, and as she is not very forward, so am I at a great loss whether to have her go or no, because of the charge, and yet in some considerations I would be glad she was there, because of the dirtiness of my house, and the trouble of having of a family there. So to my office, and there all the morning, and then to dinner, and my brother Tom dined with me only to see me. In the afternoon I went upon the river to look after some tar I am sending down and some coals, and so home again. It raining hard upon the water, I put ashore and sheltered myself, while the King came by in his barge, going down towards the Downs to meet the Queen, the Duke being gone yesterday. But methought it lessened my esteem of a king that he should not be able to command the rain. Home, and Cooper coming, after I had dispatched several letters, to my mathematics, and so at night to bed to a chamber at Sir W. Pen's, my own house being so foul that I cannot lie there any longer, and there the chamber lies, so as that I come into it over my leads, without going about, but yet I am not fully content with it, for there will be much trouble to have servants running over the leads to and fro. 20th, Lord's day. My wife and I lay talking long in bed, and at last she is come to be willing to stay 2 months in the country, for it is her unwillingness to stay till the house is quite done that makes me at a loss how to have her go or stay. But that which troubles me most is that it has rained all this morning so furiously that I fear my house is all over water, and with that expectation I rose and went into my house, and find that it is as wet as the open street, and that there is not one dry footing above nor below in my house. So I fitted myself a dirt, and removed all my books to the office, and all day putting up and restoring things, it raining all day long, as hard within doors as without. At last to dinner we had a calf's head and bacon at my chamber at Sir W. Pen's, and there I and my wife concluded to have her go, and her 2 maids and the boy, and so there shall be none but Will and I left at home, and so the house will be freer. For it is impossible to have anybody come into my house while it is in this condition, and with this resolution all the afternoon we are putting up things in the further cellar against next week for them to be gone, and my wife and I into the office, and there measured a soiled flag that I had found there, and hoped to get it to myself, for it has not been demanded since I came to the office. But my wife is not hasty to have it, but rather to stay a while longer and see the event whether it will be missed or no. At night to my office, and there put down this day's passages in my journal, and read my oaths, as I am obliged every Lord's day. And so to Sir W. Pen's to my chamber again, being all in dirt and foul, and in fear of having catch cold to-day with dabbling in the water. But what has vexed me to-day was that by carrying the key to Sir W. Pen's last night, it could not, in the midst of all my hurry to carry away my books and things, be found, and at last they found it in the fire that we made last night. So to bed. 21st. Up early, and though I found myself out of order and cold, and the weather cold and likely to rain, yet upon my promise and desire to do what I intended, I did take boat and down to Greenwich, to Captain Cox, who hath the most pleasant seat and neat. Here I drank wine and eat some fruit off the trees, and he showed a great rarity, which was 2 or 3 of a great number of silver dishes and plates, which he bought of an ambassador that did lack money, in the edge or rim of which was placed silver and gold medals, very ancient, and I believe wrought, by which, if they be, they are the greatest rarity that ever I saw in my life, and I will show Mr. Crumlum them.
Thence to Woolwich to the rope yard, and there looked over several sorts of hemp, and did fall upon my great survey of seeing the working and experiments of the strength and the charge in the dressing of every sort, and I do think have brought it to so great a certainty as I have done the King great service in it, and do purpose to get it ready against the Duke's coming to town to present to him. I breakfasted at Mr. Falconer's well, and much pleased with my inquiries. Thence to the dock, where we walked in Mr. Sheldon's garden, eating more fruit, and drinking and eating figs, which were very good, and talking while the Royal James was bringing towards the dock. And then we went out and saw the manner and trouble of docking such a ship, which yet they could not do, but only brought her head into the dock, and so shored her up till next tide. But, good God, what a deal of company was there from both yards to help to do it, when half the company would have done it as well. But I see it is impossible for the King to have things done as cheap as other men. Thence by water, and by landing at the river side, somewhere among the reeds, we walked to Greenwich, where to Cock's house again, and walked in the garden, and then in to his lady, who I find is still pretty, but was now vexed, and did speak very discontented and angry to the captain for disappointing a gentleman that he had invited to dinner, which he took like a wise man, and said little, but she was very angry, which put me clear out of countenance that I was sorry I went in. So after I had eat still some more fruit, I took leave of her in the garden, plucking apricots for preserving, and went away, and so by water home, and there Mr. Moore coming and telling me that my lady goes into the country to-morrow, I carried my wife by coach to take a leave of her father, I staying in Westminster Hall, she going away also this week, and thence to my lady's, where we stayed and supped with her, but found that my lady was truly angry and discontented with us for our neglecting to see her as we used to do, but after a little while she was pleased as she was used to be, at which we were glad. So after supper home to bed. 22nd. Among my workmen early, then to the office, and there I had letters from the Downs, from Mr. Coventry, who tells me of the foul weather they had last Sunday, that drove them back from near Boulogne, whither they were going for the Queen, back again to the Downs, with the loss of their cables, sails, and masts. But are all safe, only my Lord Sandwich, who went before with the yachts, they know not what is become of him, which do trouble me much. But I hope he got ashore before the storm begun, which God grant. All day at the office, only at home at dinner, where I was highly angry with my wife, for her keys being out of the way, but they were found at last, and so friends again. All the afternoon answering letters and writing letters, and at night to Mr. Coventry an ample letter, in answer to all his and the Duke's business. Late at night at the office, where my business is great, being now all alone in town, but I shall go through it with pleasure. So home and to bed. 23rd. This morning angry a little in the morning, and my house being so much out of order, makes me a little pettish. I went to the office, and there dispatched business by myself, and so again in the afternoon, being a little vexed at my brother Tom by his neglect, do fail to get a coach for my wife and maid this week, by which she will not be at Brampton feast to meet my lady at my father's. At night home, and late packing up things in order to their going to Brampton to-morrow, and so to bed, quite out of sorts in my mind by reason that the weather is so bad, and my house all full of wet, and the trouble of going from one house to another to Sir W. Pen's upon every occasion. Besides, much disturbed by reason of the talk up and down the town, that my Lord Sandwich is lost, but I trust in God the contrary. 24th. Up early this morning, sending the things to the carrier's, and my boy who goes to-day, though his mistress do not till next Monday. All the morning at the office, Sir W. Batten being come to town last night. I hear to my great content that my Lord Sandwich is safe landed in France. Dined at our chamber, where W. Bowyer with us, and after much simple talk with him, I left him, and to my office, where all the afternoon busy till 9 at night, among other things improving my late experiment at Woolwich about hemp. So home and to bed. 25th. At the office all the morning, reading Mr. Holland's Discourse of the Navy, lent me by Mr. Turner, and am much pleased with them, they hitting the very diseases of the Navy, which we are troubled with nowadays. I shall bestow writing of them over, and much reading thereof. This morning Sir W. Batten came into the office, and desired to speak with me. He began by telling me that he observed a strangeness between him and me of late, and would know the reason of it, telling me he heard that I was offended with merchants coming to his house, and making contracts there. I did tell him that as a friend I had spoke of it to Sir W. Pen, and desired him to take a time to tell him of it, and not as a backbiter, with which he was satisfied. But I find that Sir W. Pen has played the knave with me, and not told it from me as a friend, but in a bad sense. He also told me that he heard that exceptions were taken at his carrying his wife down to Portsmouth, saying that the King should not pay for it. But I denied that I had spoke of it, nor did I. At last he desired the difference between our wives might not make a difference between us, which I was exceeding glad to hear, and to see every day the fruit of looking after my business, which I pray God continue me in, for I do begin to be very happy. Dined at home, and so to the office all the afternoon again, and at night home and to bed. 26th. Sir W. Batten, Mr. Pett, and I at the office sitting all the morning, so dined at home, and then to my office again, causing the model hanging in my chamber to be taken down and hung up in my office, for fear of being spoilt by the workmen, and for my own convenience of studying it. This afternoon I had a letter from Mr. Creed, who hath escaped narrowly in the King's yacht, and got safe to the Downs after the late storm, and that there the King do tell him that he is sure that my Lord is landed at Calais safe, of which being glad, I sent news thereof to my Lord Crew, and by the post to my Lady into the country. This afternoon I went to Westminster, and there hear that the King and Queen intend to come to Whitehall from Hampton Court next week for all winter. Thence to Mrs. Sarah, and there looked over my Lord's lodgings, which are very pretty, and Whitehall garden and the bowling alley, where lords and ladies are now at bowls, in brave condition. Mrs. Sarah told me how the falling out between my Lady Castlemaine and her Lord was about christening of the child lately, which she would have, and had done by a priest, and some days after she had it again christened by a minister, the King and Lord of Oxford and Duchess of Suffolk being witnesses, and christened with a proviso that it had not already been christened, since that she left her Lord, carrying away every thing in the house, so much as every dish and cloth and servant but the porter. He is gone discontented into France, they say, to enter a monastery, and now she is coming back again to her house in King Street. But I hear that the Queen did prick her out of the list presented her by the King, desiring that she might have that favour done her, or that he would send her from whence she come, and that the King was angry and the Queen discontented a whole day and night upon it, but that the King hath promised to have nothing to do with her hereafter. But I cannot believe that the King can fling her off so, he loving her too well, and so I writ this night to my Lady to be my opinion, she calling her my Lady, and the Lady I admire. Here I find that my Lord hath lost the garden to his lodgings, and that it is turning into a tennis court. Hence by water to the Wardrobe to see how all do there, and so home to supper and to bed. 27th, Lord's day. At church alone in the pew in the morning. In the afternoon by water I carried my wife to Westminster, where she went to take leave of her father, and I to walk in the park, which is now every day more and more pleasant, by the new works upon it. Here meeting with Lord Crisp, I took him to the further end, and sat under a tree in a corner, and there sung some songs, he singing well, but no skill, and so would sing false sometimes. Then took leave of him, and found my wife at my Lord's lodging, and so took her home by water, and to supper in Sir W. Pen's balcony, and Mrs. Keene with us, and then came my wife's brother, and then broke up, and to bed. 28th. Up early, and by 6 o'clock, after my wife was ready, I walked with her to the George at Holborn Conduit, where the coach stood ready to carry her and her maid to Bugden. But that not being ready, my brother Thomas stayed with them to see them gone, and so I took a trouble, though willing good-bye, because of the bad condition of my house to have a family in it. So I took leave of her, and walked to the waterside, and there took boat for the Tower, hearing that the Queen Mother is come this morning already as high as Woolwich, and that my Lord Sandwich was with her, at which my heart was glad, and I sent the waterman, though yet not very certain of it, to my wife to carry news thereof to my Lady. So to my office all the morning, abstracting the Duke's instructions in the margin thereof. So home all alone to dinner, and then to the office again, and in the evening Cooper comes, and he being gone, to my chamber a little troubled and melancholy, to my lute late, and so to bed, Will lying there at my feet, and the wench in my house in Will's bed. 29th. Early up, and brought all my money, which is near £300, out of my house into this chamber, and so to the office, and there we sat all the morning, Sir George Carteret and Mr. Coventry being come from sea. This morning, among other things, I broached the business of our being abused about flags, which I know doth trouble Sir W. Batten, but I care not. At noon being invited, I went with Sir George and Mr. Coventry to Sir W. Batten's to dinner, and there merry and very friendly to Sir William and he to me, and complies much with me, but I know he envies me, and I do not value him. To the office again, and in the evening walked to Deptford, Cooper with me talking of mathematics, to send a fellow to prison for cutting of buoy ropes, and to see the difference between the flags sent in nowadays, and I find the old ones, which were much cheaper, to be wholly as good. So I took one of a sort with me, and Mr. Waith accompanying of me a good way, talking of the faults of the Navy, I walked to Redriff back, and so home by water, and after having done, late, at the office, I went to my chamber and to bed. 30th. Up early and to my office, where Cooper came to me and begun his lecture upon the body of a ship, which my having of a model in the office is of great use to me, and very pleasant and useful it is. Then by water to Whitehall, and there waited upon my Lord Sandwich, enjoyed him at his lodgings of his safe coming home after all his danger, which he confesses to be very great. And his people did tell me how bravely my Lord did carry himself, while my Lord Crofts did cry, and I perceive it is all the town talk how poorly he carried himself. But the best was of one Mr. Rawlins, a courtier, that was with my Lord, and in the greatest danger cried, "God damn me, my Lord, I won't give you threepence for your place now." But all ends in the honour of the pleasure boats, which, had they not been very good boats, they could never have endured the sea as they did. Thence with Captain Fletcher of the Gage in his ship's boat with 8 oars, but every ordinary oars outrowed us, to Woolwich, expecting to find Sir W. Batten there upon his survey, but he's not come, and so we got a dish of steaks at the White Hart, while his clerks and others were feasting of it in the best room of the house, and after dinner playing at shuffle-board. And when at last they heard I was there, they went about their survey. But God help the King, what surveys shall be taken after this manner? I after dinner about my business to the rope yard, and there stayed till night, repeating several trials of the strength, weight, waste, and other things of hemp, by which I have furnished myself enough to finish my intended business of stating the goodness of all sorts of hemp. At night home by boat with Sir W. Warren, who I landed by the way, and so being come home to bed. 31st. Up early, and among my workmen, I ordering my rooms above, which will please me very well. So to my office, and there we sat all the morning, where I begin more and more to grow considerable there. At noon Mr. Coventry and I by his coach to the Exchange together, and in Lombard Street met Captain Brown of the Rosebush, at which he was cruel angry, and did threaten to go to-day to the Duke at Hampton Court, and get him turned out because he was not sailed. But at the Exchange we resolved of eating a bit together, which we did at the ship behind the Exchange, and so took boat to Billingsgate, and went down on board the Rosebush at Woolwich, and found all things out of order. But after frightening the officers there, we left them to make more haste, and so on shore to the yard, and did the same to the officers of the yard, that the ship was not dispatched. Here we found Sir W. Batten going about his survey, but so poorly and unlike a survey of the Navy that I am ashamed of it, and so is Mr. Coventry. We found fault with many things, and among others the measure of some timber now serving, in which Mr. Day the assistant told us of, and so by water home again, all the way talking of the office business and other very pleasant discourse, and much proud I am of getting thus far into his books, which I think I am very much in. So home late, and it being the last day of the month, I did make up my accounts before I went to bed, and found myself worth about £650, for which the Lord God be praised, and so to bed. I drank but 2 glasses of wine this day, and yet it makes my head ache all night, and indispose me all the next day, of which I am glad. I am now in town only with my man Will and Jane, and because my house is in building, I do lie at Sir W. Pen's house, he being gone to Ireland. My wife, her maid and boy, gone to Brampton. I am very well entered into the business and esteem of the office, and do ply it close, and find benefit by it. End of July.
List of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. August, 1662. August 1st. Up, my head aching, and to my office, where Cooper read me another lecture upon my model, very pleasant. So to my business all the morning, which increases by people coming now to me to the office. At noon to the Exchange, where meeting Mr. Creed and Moore, we three to a house hard by, which I was not pleased with, to dinner, and after dinner and some discourse ordinary, by coach home, it raining hard. And so at the office all the afternoon till evening to my chamber, where, God forgive me, I was sorry to hear that Sir W. Pen's maid Betty was gone away yesterday, for I was in hopes to have had a bout with her before she had gone, she being very pretty. I had also a mind to my own wench, but I dare not for fear she should prove honest and refuse, and then tell my wife. I stayed up late, putting things in order for my going to Chatham to-morrow, and so to bed, being in pain, with the little riding in a coach to-day from the Exchange, which do trouble me. 2nd, up early, and got me ready in my riding clothes, and so to the office, and there wrote letters to my father and wife against night, and then to the business of my office, which being done, I took boat with Will, and down to Greenwich, where Captain Cock not being at home, I was vexed, and went to walk in the park till he come thither to me, and Will's forgetting to bring my boots in the boat did also vex me, for I was forced to send the boat back again for them. I to Captain Cock's along with him to dinner, where I find his lady still pretty, but not so good a humour as I thought she was. We had a plain good dinner, and I see they do live very frugally. I eat among other fruit much mulberries, a thing I have not eat of these many years, since I used to be at Ashted, at my cousin Pepys's. After dinner we to boat, and had a pleasant passage down to Gravesend, but it was 9 o'clock before we got thither, so that we were in great doubt what to do, whether to stay there or no, and the rather because I was afeard to ride, because of my pain. But at the Swan, finding Mr. Hempson and Lieutenant Carteret of the Foresight come to meet me, I borrowed Mr. Hempson's horse, and he took another, and so we rode to Rochester in the dark. And there at the Crown Mr. Gregory, Barrow, and others stayed to meet me. So after a glass of wine, we to our barge, that was ready for me, to the Hill house, where we soon went to bed. Before we slept, I telling upon discourse Captain Cock the manner of my being cut of the stone, which pleased him much. So to sleep. 3rd, Lord's day. Up early, and with Captain Cock to the dockyard, a fine walk and fine weather, where we walked till Commissioner Pett come to us and took us to his house and showed us his garden and fine things, and did give us a fine breakfast of bread and butter, and sweetmeats, and other things with great choice, and strong drinks, with which I could not avoid making my head ache, though I drank but little. Thither came Captain Allen of the Foresight and the officers of the yard to see me. Thence by and by to church by coach with the Commissioner, and had a dull sermon. A full church, and some pretty women in it, among others Beck Allen, who was a bridemaid to a new married couple that came to church to-day, and which was pretty strange, sat in a pew hung with mourning for a mother of the bride's, which methinks should have been taken down. After dinner, going out of the church, saluted Mrs. Pett, who came after us in the coach to church, and other officers' wives. The Commissioner stayed at dinner with me, and we had a good dinner, better than I would have had, but I saw there was no helping of it. After dinner, the Commissioner and I left the company, and walked in the garden at the Hill house, which is very pleasant, and there talked of our businesses and matters of the Navy. So to church again, where quite weary, and so after sermon walked with him to the yard, up and down, and the fields, and saw the place designed for the wet dock.
and so to his house, and had a syllabub, and saw his closet, which comes short of what I expected, but there was fine models of ships in it indeed, whose worth I could not judge of. At night walked home to the Hill house, Mr. Barrow with me, talking of the faults of the yard, walking in the fields an hour or two, and so home to supper, and so Captain Cock and I to bed. This day, among other stories, he told me how despicable a thing it is to be a hangman in Poland, although it be a place of credit, and that in his time there were some repairs to be made of the gallows there, which was very fine of stone, but nobody could be got to mend it till the burgomaster or mayor of the town, with all the companies of those trades which were necessary to be used about those repairs, did go in their habits with flags, in solemn procession to the place, and there the burgomaster did give the first blow with the hammer upon the wooden work, and the rest of the masters of the companies upon the works belonging to their trades, that so workmen might not be ashamed to be employed upon doing of the gallows works. 4th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and walked to the dock, where Commissioner Pett and I took barge and went to the guard ships and mustered them, finding them but badly manned. Thence to the Sovereign, which we found kept in good order and very clean, which pleased us well, but few of the officers on board. Thence to the Charles, and were troubled to see her kept so neglectedly by the boatswain Clements, who I always took for a very good officer. It is a very brave ship. Thence to Upnor Castle, and there went up to the top, where there is a fine prospect, but a very small force. So to the yard, and there mustered the whole ordinary, where great disorder by multitude of servants and old decrepit men, which must be remedied. So to all the storehouses, and viewed the stores of all sorts, and the hemp, where we found Captain Cox, which he came down to see along with me, very bad, and some others, and with much content, God forgive me, I did hear by the clerk of the rope yard how it was by Sir W. Batten's private letter that one parcel of Alderman Barker's was received. At 2 o'clock to dinner to the Hill house, and after dinner dispatched many people's business, and then to the yard again, and looked over Mr. Gregory's and Barrow's houses, to see the matter of difference between them, concerning an alteration that Barrow would make, which I shall report to the board, but both their houses very pretty, and deserve to be so, being well kept. Then to a trial of several sorts of hemp, but could not perform it here so well as at Woolwich, but we did do it pretty well. So took barge at the dock, and to Rochester, and there Captain Cock and I, and our 2 men, took coach about 8 at night, and to Gravesend, where it was very dark before we got thither to the Swan. And there, meeting with Doncaster, an old waterman of mine above bridge, we eat a short supper, being very merry with the drolling drunken coachman that brought us, and so took water. It being very dark, and the wind rising, and our watermen unacquainted with this part of the river, so that we presently cast upon the Essex shore, but got off again, and so, as well as we could, went on, but I in such fear that I could not sleep till we came to Erith, and there it begun to be calm, and the stars to shine, and so I began to take heart again, and the rest too, and so made shift to slumber a little. Above Woolwich we lost our way, and went back to Blackwall, and up and down, being guided by nothing but the barking of a dog, which we had observed in passing by Blackwall. And so, 5th. Got right again with much ado, after 2 or 3 circles, and so on, and at Greenwich set in Captain Cock, and I set forward, hailing to all the King's ships at Deptford, but could not wake any man, so that we could have done what we would with their ships. At last waked one man, but it was a merchant ship, the Royal Catherine. So to the Tower Dock and home, where the girl sat up for me. It was about 3 o'clock, and putting Mr. Bodham out of my bed, went to bed, and lay till 9 o'clock, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning, and I did give some accounts of my service. Dined alone at home, and was glad my house is begun tiling. And to the office again all the afternoon, till it was so dark that I could not see hardly what it is that I now set down, when I write this word. And so went to my chamber and to bed, being sleepy. 6th. Up early, and going to my office, met Sir G. Carteret in coming through the yard, and so walked a good while talking with him about Sir W. Batten, and find that he is going down the wind in everybody's esteem, and in that of his honesty by this letter that he wrote to Captain Allen concerning Alderman Barker's hemp. Thence by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, but there found Mr. Coventry gone to Hampton Court. So to my Lord's, and he is also gone, this being a great day at the Council about some business at the Council before the King. Here I met with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, who told me how Mr. Edward Montagu hath lately had a duel with Mr. Chumley, that is first gentleman usher to the Queen, and was a messenger from the King to her in Portugal, and is a fine gentleman, but had received many affronts from Mr. Montagu, and some unkindness from my Lord, upon his score, for which I am sorry. He proved too hard for Montagu, and drove him so far backward, that he fell into a ditch and dropped his sword, but with honour would take no advantage over him, but did give him his life. And the world says Mr. Montagu did carry himself very poorly in the business, and hath lost his honour for ever with all people in it, of which I am very glad, in hopes that it will humble him. I hear also that he hath sent to my Lord to borrow £400, giving his brother Harvey's security for it, and that my Lord will lend it him, for which I am sorry. Thence home, and at my office all the morning, and dined at home, and can hardly keep myself from having a mind to my wench, but I hope I shall not fall to such a shame to myself. All the afternoon also at my office, and did business. In the evening came Mr. Bland the merchant to me, who has lived long in Spain, and is concerned in the business of Tangier, who did discourse with me largely of it, and after he was gone did send me 3 or 4 printed things that he hath wrote of trade in general, and of Tangier particularly, but I do not find much in them. This afternoon Mr. Waith was with me, and did tell me much concerning the chest, which I am resolved to look into, and I perceive he is sensible of Sir W. Batten's carriage, and is pleased to see anything work against him, who, poor man, is, I perceive, much troubled, and did yesterday morning walk in the garden with me, did tell me he did see there was a design of bringing another man in his room, and took notice of my sorting myself with others, and that we did business by ourselves without him. Part of which is true, but I denied, and truly, any design of doing him any such wrong as that. He told me he did not say it particularly of me, but he was confident there was somebody intended to be brought in, nay, that the train was laid before Sir W. Pen went, which I was glad to hear him say. Upon the whole I see he perceives himself tottering, and that he is suspected, and would be kind to me, but I do my business in the office, and neglect him. At night, writing in my study, a mouse ran over my table, which I shut up fast under my shelves upon my table till to-morrow, and so home and to bed. 7th. Up by 4 o'clock and to my office, and by and by Mr. Cooper comes and to our model, which pleases me more and more. At this till 8 o'clock, and so we sat in the office and staid all the morning, my interest still growing, for which God be praised. This morning I got unexpectedly the reserve for Mr. Cooper to be master of, which is only by taking an opportune time to motion it, which is one good effect of my being constant at the office, that nothing passes without me, and I have the choice of my own time to propose anything I would have. Dined at home, and to the office again at my business all the afternoon till night, and so to supper and to bed. It being become a pleasure to me nowadays to follow my business, and the greatest part may be imputed to my drinking no wine, and going to no plays. 8th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and at 5 by water to Woolwich, there to see the manor of tarring, and all the morning looking to see the several proceedings in making of cordage, and other things relating to that sort of works, much to my satisfaction. At noon came Mr. Coventry on purpose from Hampton Court to see the same, and dined with Mr. Falconer, and after dinner to several experiments of hemp, and particularly some Milan hemp that is brought over ready dressed. Thence we walked talking, very good discourse all the way to Greenwich, and I do find most excellent discourse from him. Among other things, his rule of suspecting every man that proposes anything to him to be a knave, or at least to have some ends of his own in it, being led thereto by the story of Sir John Millicent, that would have had a patent from King James for every man to have had leave to have given him a shilling, and that he might take it of every man that had a mind to give it, and being answered that that was a fair thing, but what needed he a patent for it, and what he would do to them that would not give him? He answered he would not force them, but that they should come to the Council of State to give a reason why they would not. Another rule is a proverb that he hath been taught, which is that a man that cannot sit still in his chamber, the reason of which I did not understand him, and he that cannot say no, that is of so good a nature that he cannot deny anything or cross another in doing anything, is not fit for business. The last of which is a very great fault of mine, which I must amend in. Thence by boat, I being hot, he put the skirt of his cloak about me, and it being rough, he told me the passage of a Frenchman through London Bridge, where, when he saw the great fall, he begun to cross himself and say his prayers in the greatest fear in the world, and soon as he was over, he swore, Morbleu, c'est le plus grand plaisir du monde, being the most like a French humour in the world. To Deptford, and there surprised the yard, and called them to a muster, and discovered many abuses, which we shall be able to understand hereafter and amend. Thence walked to Redriff, and so to London Bridge, where I parted with him, and walked home and did a little business, and to supper and to bed. 9th. Up by 4 o'clock or a little after, and to my office, whither by and by comes Cooper, to whom I told my getting for him the reserve, for which he is very thankful, and fell to work upon our model, and did a good morning's work upon the rigging, and am very sorry that I must lose him so soon. By and by comes Mr. Coventry, and he and I alone sat at the office all the morning upon business, and so to dinner to Trinity House, and thence by his coach towards Whitehall, but there being a stop at the Savoy, we light and took water, and my Lord Sandwich being out of town, we parted there, all the way having good discourse. And in short I find him the most ingenuous person I ever found in my life, and am happy in his acquaintance, and my interest in him. Home by water, and did business at my office, writing a letter to my brother John to dissuade him from being moderator of his ear, which I hear has proffered him, of which I am very glad. By and by comes Cooper, and he and I by candlelight at my model, being willing to learn as much of him as is possible before he goes. So home and to bed. 10th, Lord's day. Being to dine at my brother's, I walked to St. Dunstan's, the church being now finished, and here I heard Dr. Bates, who made a most eloquent sermon, and I am sorry I have hitherto had so low an opinion of the man, for I have not heard a neater sermon a great while, and more to my content. So to Tom's, where Dr. Fairbrother, newly come from Cambridge, met me, and Dr. Thomas Pepys. I framed myself as pleasant as I could, but my mind was another way. Hither came my uncle Fenner, hearing that I was here, and spoke to me about Peg Kite's business of her portion, which her husband demands, but I will have nothing to do with it. I believe he has no mind to part with the money out of his hands, but let him do what he will with it. He told me the new service book, which is now lately come forth, was laid upon their desk at St. Sepulchre's for Mr. Gouge to read, but he laid it aside and would not meddle with it, and I perceive the presbyters do all prepare to give over all against Bartholomew tide. Mr. Herring, being lately turned out at St. Bride's, did read the psalm to the people while they sung at Dr. Bates's, which methought is a strange turn. After dinner to St. Bride's, and there heard one Carpenter, an old man, who they say hath been a Jesuit priest, and is come over to us, but he preaches very well. So home with Mrs. Turner, and there hear that Mr. Calamy hath taken his farewell this day of his people, and that others will do so the next Sunday. Mr. Turner the draper, I hear, is knighted, made alderman and prick for sheriff, with Sir Thomas Pluddle, for the next year, by the King, and so are called with great honour the King's sheriffs. Thence walked home, meeting Mr. Moore by the way, and he home with me and walked till it was dark in the garden, and so good night, and I to my closet in my office to perfect my journal, and to read my solemn vows, and so to bed. 11th. All the morning at the office. Dined at home all alone, and so to my office again, whither Dean Fuller came to see me, and having business about a ship to carry his goods to Dublin, whither he is shortly to return, I went with him to the Hermitage, and the ship happening to be Captain Holland's, I did give orders for them to be well looked after, and thence with him to the Custom house about getting a pass for them, and so to the Dolphin Tavern, where I spent 6d. on him, but drank but one glass of wine, and so parted. He tells me that his niece, that sings so well, whom I have long longed to see, is married to one Mr. Boys, a wholesale man at the Three Crowns in Cheapside. I to the office again, whither Cooper came and read his last lecture to me upon my model, and so bid me good-bye, he being to go to-morrow to Chatham, to take charge of the ship I have got him. So to my business till 9 at night, and so to supper and to bed, my mind a little at ease, because my house is now quite tiled. 12th. Up early at my office, and I find all people beginning to come to me. Among others, Mr. Deane, the assistant of Woolwich, who I find will discover to me the whole abuse that his Majesty suffers in the measuring of timber, of which I shall be glad. He promises me also a model of a ship, which will please me exceedingly, for I do want one of my own. By and by we sat, and among other things Sir W. Batten and I had a difference about his clerk's making a warrant for a master, which I would not suffer, but got another signed, which he desires may be referred to a full board, and I am willing to it. But though I did get another signed of my own clerk's, yet I will give it to his clerk, because I would not be judged unkind, and though I will stand upon my privilege. At noon home and to dinner alone, and so to the office again. Were busy all the afternoon till 2 o'clock at night, and so to supper, and to bed, my mind being a little disquieted about Sir W. Batten's dispute to-day, though this afternoon I did speak with his man Norman at last, and told him the reason of my claim. 13th. Up early and to my office, where people come to me about business, and by and by we met on purpose to enquire into the business of the flag makers, where I am the person that do chiefly manage the business against them on the King's part. And I do find it the greatest cheat that I have yet found, they having 8d. per yard allowed them by pretence of a contract, where no such thing appears, and it is 3d. more than was formerly paid, and than I now offer the board to have them done. We did not fully end it, but refer it to another time. At noon Commissioner Pett and I by water to Greenwich, and on board the pleasure boats to see what they wanted, they being ordered to sea, and very pretty things I still find them. And so on shore and at the ship had a bit of meat and dined, there waiting upon us a barber of Mr. Pett's acquaintance that plays very well upon the violin. Thence to Lambeth, and there saw the little pleasure boat in building by the King, my Lord Brunkard, and the virtuosos of the town, according to new lines, which Mr. Pett cries up mightily, but how it will prove we shall soon see. So by water home, and busy at my study late, drawing a letter to the yards of reprehension and direction for the board to sign, in which I took great pains. So home and to bed. 14th. Up early and to look on my works, and find my house to go on apace. So to my office to prepare business, and then we met and sat till noon, and then Commissioner Pett and I being invited, went by Sir John Winter's coach sent for us to the Mitre in Fenchurch Street to a venison pasty, where I found him a very worthy man, and good discourse, most of which was concerning the Forest of Dean, and the timber there, and ironworks with their great antiquity, and the vast heaps of cinders which they find, and are now of great value, being necessary for the making of iron at this day, and without which they cannot work. With the age of many trees there left at a great fall in Edward the Third's time, by the name of forbid trees, which at this day are called vorbid trees. Thence to my office about business till late, and so home and to bed. 15th. Up very early, and up about seeing how my work proceeds, and am pretty well pleased therewith, especially my wife's closet will be very pretty. So to the office, and there very busy, and many people coming to me. At noon to the Change, and there hear of some Quakers that are seized on, that would have blown up the prison in Southwark, where they are put. So to the Swan in Old Fish Street, where Mr. Brigden and his father-in-law Blackberry, of whom we had bought timber in the office, but have not dealt well with us, did make me a fine dinner only to myself. And after dinner comes in a juggler, which shewed us very pretty tricks. I seem very pleasant, but am no friend to the man's dealings with us in the office. After an hour or two sitting after dinner talking about office business, where I had not spent any time a great while, I went to Paul's Churchyard to my bookseller's, and there I hear that next Sunday will be the last of a great many Presbyterian ministers in town, who I hear will give up all. I pray God the issue may be good, for the discontent is great. Home and to my office till 9 at night doing business, and so to bed. My mind well pleased with the letter I found at home from Mr. Coventry, expressing his satisfaction in a letter I writ last night, and sent him this morning, to be corrected by him in order to its sending down to all the yards as a charge to them. 17th. Lord's day.
Up very early, this being the last Sunday that the Presbyterians are to preach, unless they read the New Common Prayer and renounce the Covenant. And so I had a mind to hear Dr. Bates's farewell sermon, and walked thither, calling first at my brother's, where I found that he is come home after being a week abroad with Dr. Pepys, nobody knows where, nor I but by chance, that he was gone, which troubles me. So I called only at the door, but did not ask for him, but went to Madam Turner's to know whether she went to church, and to tell her that I would dine with her, and so walked to St. Dunstan's, where, it not being 7 o'clock yet, the doors were not open. And so I went and walked an hour in the Temple garden, reading my vows, which it is a great content to me to see how I am a changed man in all respects for the better since I took them, which the God of heaven continue to me, and make me thankful for. At 8 o'clock I went, and crowded in at a back door among others, the church being half full almost before any doors were opened publicly, which is the first time that I have done so these many years, since I used to go with my father and mother, and so got into the gallery beside the pulpit, and heard very well. His text was, Now the God of peace, the last Hebrews, and the 20th verse, he making a very good sermon, and very little reflections in it to anything of the times. Besides the sermon, I was very well pleased with the sight of a fine lady that I have often seen walk in Gray's Inn walks, and it was my chance to meet her again at the door going out, and very pretty and sprightly she is, and I believe the same that my wife and I some years since did meet at Temple Bar Gate, and have sometimes spoke of. So to Madam Turner's, and dined with her. She had heard Parson Herring take his leave, though he, by reading so much of the common prayer as he did, hath cast himself out of the good opinion of both sides. After dinner to St. Dunstan's again, and the church quite crowded before I came, which was just at 1 o'clock. But I got into the gallery again, but stood in a crowd, and did exceedingly sweat all the time. He pursued his text again very well, and only at the conclusion told us after this manner. I do believe that many of you do expect that I should say something to you in reference to the time, this being the last time that possibly I may appear here. You know it is not my manner to speak anything in the pulpit that is extraneous to my text and business. Yet this I shall say, that it is not my opinion, fashion, or humour, that keeps me from complying with what is required of us, but something which after much prayer, discourse, and study, yet remains unsatisfied, and commands me herein. Wherefore, if it is my unhappiness not to receive such an illumination as should direct me to do otherwise, I know no reason why men should not pardon me in this world, and am confident that God will pardon me for it in the next. And so he concluded. Parson Herring read a psalm and chapters before sermon, and one was the chapter in the Acts where the story of Ananias and Sapphira is. And after he had done, says he, This is just the case of England at present. God he bids us to preach, and men bid us not to preach, and if we do, we are to be imprisoned and further punished. All that I can say to it is, that I beg your prayers, and the prayers of all good Christians for us. This was all the exposition he made of the chapter in these very words, and no more. I was much pleased with Dr. Bates's manner of bringing in the Lord's Prayer after his own, thus, in whose comprehensive words we sum up all our imperfect desires, saying, Our Father, etc. Church being done, and it raining, I took a hackney coach, and so home, being all in a sweat, and fearful of getting cold. To my study at my office, and thither came Mr. Moore to me, and walked till it was quite dark. Then I wrote a letter to my Lord Privy Seal, as from my Lord for Mr. to be sworn directly by deputy to my Lord, he denying to swear him as deputy together with me. So that I am now clear of it, and the profit is now come to be so little, that I am not displeased at my getting off so well. He being gone, I to my study, and read, and so to eat a bit of bread and cheese, and so to bed. I hear most of the presbyters took their leaves to-day, and that the city is much dissatisfied with it. I pray God to keep peace among us, and make the bishops careful of bringing in good men in their rooms, or else all will fly a pieces, for bad ones will not go down with the city. 18th. Up very early, and up upon my house to see how work goes on, which do please me very well. So about 7 o'clock took horse and rode to Bow, and there stayed at the King's Head, and eat a breakfast of eggs till Mr. Dean of Woolwich came to me, and he and I rid into Waltham Forest, and there we saw many trees of the King's a-hewing, and he showed me the whole mystery of Off Square, wherein the King is abused in the timber that he buys, which I shall with much pleasure be able to correct. After we had been a good while in the wood, we rode to Ilford, and there, while dinner was getting ready, he and I practised measuring of the tables, and other things, till I did understand measuring of timber and board very well. So to dinner, and by, being sent for, comes Mr. Cooper, our officer in the forest, and did give me an account of things there, and how the country is backward to come in with their carts. By comes one Mr. Marshall, of whom the King has many carriages for his timber, and they stayed and drank with me. And while I am here, Sir W. Batten passed by in his coach, homewards from Colchester, where he had been seeing his son-in-law, Lemon, that lies a-dying. But I would take no notice of him, but let him go. By, I got a horseback again, and rode to Barking, and there saw the place where they ship this timber for Woolwich. And so Dean and I home again, and parted at Bow, and I home just before a great shower of rain, as God would have it. I find Dean a pretty able man, and able to do the King's service, but I think more out of envy to the rest of the officers of the yard, of whom he complains much, than true love, more than others, to the service. He would fain seem a modest man, and yet will commend his own work and skill, and vie with other persons, especially the pets, but I let him alone to hear all he will say. Whiled away the evening at my office, trying to repeat the rules of measuring learnt this day, and so to bed with my mind very well pleased with this day's work. 19th.
Up betimes, and to see how my work goes on. Then Mr. Creed came to me, and he and I walked an hour or two till 8 o'clock in the garden, speaking of our accounts one with another, and then things public. Among other things, he tells me that my Lord has put me into commission with himself and many noblemen and others for Tangier, which if it be is not only great honour, but may be of profit too, and I am very glad of it. By and by to sit at the office, and Mr. Coventry did tell us of the duel between Mr. Jermyn, nephew to my Lord St. Albans, and Colonel Giles Rawlins, the latter of whom is killed, and the first mortally wounded, as it is thought. They fought against Captain Thomas Howard, my Lord Carlisle's brother, and another unknown, who they say had armour on that they could not be hurt, so that one of their swords went up to the hilt against it. They had horses ready, and are fled. But what is most strange, Howard sent one challenge, but they could not meet, and then another, and did meet yesterday at the old Pall Mall at St. James's, and would not to the last tell Jermyn what the quarrel was, nor do anybody know. The Court is much concerned in this fray, and I am glad of it, hoping that it will cause some good laws against it. After sitting, Sir G. Carteret and I walked a good while in the garden, who told me that Sir W. Batten had made his complaint to him, that some of us had a mind to do him a bad turn. But I do not see that Sir George is concerned for him at all, but rather against him. He professes all love to me, and did tell me how he had spoke of me to my Lord Chancellor, and that if my Lord Sandwich would ask my Lord Chancellor, he should know what he had said of me to him to my advantage, of which I am very glad, and do not doubt that all things will grow better and better every day for me. Dined at home alone, then to my office, and there till late at night doing business, and so home, eat a bit, and to bed. 20th. Up early and to my office, and thence to my Lord Sandwich, whom I found in bed, and he sent for me in. Among other talk, he do tell me that he hath put me into commission with a great many great persons in the business of Tangier, which is a very great honour to me, and may be of good concernment to me. By and by comes in Mr. Coventry to us, whom my Lord tells that he is also put into the commission, and that I am there, of which he said he was glad, and did tell my Lord that I was indeed the life of this office, and much more to my commendation beyond measure, and that whereas before he did bear me respect for his sake, he do it now much more for my own, which is a great blessing to me. Sir G. Carteret having told me what he did yesterday, concerning his speaking to my Lord Chancellor about me. So that on all hands, by God's blessing, I find myself a very rising man. By and by comes my Lord Peterborough in, with whom we talked a good while, and he is going to-morrow towards Tangier again. I perceive there is yet good hopes of peace with Guilan, which is of great concernment to Tangier, and many other things I heard, which yet I understand not, and so cannot remember. My Lord and Lord Peterborough going out to the Solicitor General about the drawing up of this commission, I went to Westminster Hall with Mr. Moore, and there meeting Mr. Townsend, he would needs take me to Fleet Street to one Mr. Barwell, Squire Sadler to the King, and there we and several other wardrobe men dined. We had a venison pasty and other good plain and handsome dishes, the mistress of the house a pretty well-carriaged woman, and a fine hand she hath, and her maid a pretty brown lass. But I do find my nature ready to run back to my old course of drinking wine and staying from my business, and yet thank God I was not fully contented with it, but did stay at little ease, and after dinner hasten home by water, and so to my office till late at night. In the evening Mr. Hayward came to me to advise with me about the business of the chest, which I have now a mind to put in practice, though I know it will vex Sir W. Batten, which is one of the ends, God forgive me, that I have in it. So home and eat a bit, and to bed. 21st. Up early and to my office, and by and by we sat all the morning. At noon, though I was invited to my uncle Fenner's to dinner to a haunch of venison I sent him yesterday, yet I did not go, but chose to go to Mr. Rawlinson's, where my uncle White and my aunt, and some neighbour couples, were at a very good venison pasty. Hither came, after we were set down, a most pretty young lady, only her hands were not white nor handsome, which pleased me well, and I found her to be sister to Mrs. Ann White, that comes to my uncle White's. We were good company, and had a very pretty dinner, and after dinner some talk, I with my aunt and this young lady about their being at Epsom, from whence they came to-day, and so home and to my office, and there doing business till past 9 at night, and so home and to bed. But though I drank no wine to-day, yet how easily was I of my own accord stirred up to desire my aunt and this pretty lady, for it was for her that I did it, to carry them to Greenwich and see the pleasure boats. But my aunt would not go, of which since I am much glad. 22nd. About 3 o'clock this morning I waked with the noise of the rain, having never in my life heard a more violent shower, and then the cat was locked in the chamber, and kept a great mewing, and leapt upon the bed, which made me I could not sleep a great while. Then to sleep, and about 5 o'clock rose, and up to my office, and about 8 o'clock went down to Deptford, and there with Mr. Davis did look over most of his stores. By the same token in the great storehouse, while Captain Badley was talking to us, one from a trap door above let fall unawares a coil of cable, that it was 10,000 to 1 it had not broke Captain Badley's neck, it came so near him, but did him no hurt. I went on with looking and informing myself of the stores with great delight, and having done there, I took boat home again and dined, and after dinner sent for some of my workmen, and did scold at them, so as I hope my work will be hastened. Then by water to Westminster Hall, and there I hear that old Mr. Hales did lately die suddenly in an hour's time. Here I met with Will Bowyer, and had a promise from him of a place to stand to-morrow at his house to see the show. Thence to my Lord's, and thither sent for Mr. Creed, who came, and walked together talking about business, and then to his lodgings at Clark's the confectioner's, where he did give me a little banquet, and I had like to have begged a parrot for my wife, but he hath put me in a way to get a better from Steventon, at Portsmouth. But I did get of him a draught of Tangier to take a copy by, which pleases me very well. So home by water and to my office, where late, and so home to bed. 23rd. Up early, and about my works in my house, to see what is done and design more. Then to my office, and by we sat till noon at the office. After sitting, Mr. Coventry and I did walk together a great while in the garden, where he did tell me his mind about Sir G. Carteret's having so much the command of the money, which must be removed. And indeed it is the bane of all our business. He observed to me also how Sir W. Batten begins to struggle and to look after his business, which he do indeed a little, but it will come to nothing. I also put him upon getting an order from the Duke for our inquiries into the chest, which he will see done. So we parted, and Mr. Creed by appointment being come, he and I went out together, and at an ordinary in Lombard Street dined together, and so walked down to the Still Yard, and so all along Thames Street, but could not get a boat. I offered 8s. for a boat to attend me this afternoon, and they would not, it being the day of the Queen's coming to town from Hampton Court. So we fairly walked it to Whitehall, and through my Lord's lodgings we got into Whitehall Garden, and so to the Bowling Green, and up to the top of the new banqueting house there, over the Thames, which was a most pleasant place as any I could have got, and all the show consisted chiefly in the number of boats and barges, and 2 pageants, one of a king and another of a queen, with her maids of honour sitting at her feet very prettily, and they tell me the Queen is Sir Richard Ford's daughter. Anon come the King and Queen in a barge under a canopy with 10,000 barges and boats, I think, for we could see no water for them, nor discern the King nor Queen. And so they landed at Whitehall Bridge, and the great guns on the other side went off. But that which pleased me best was that my Lady Castlemaine stood over against us upon a piece of Whitehall, where I glutted myself with looking on her. But methought it was strange to see her lord and her upon the same place walking up and down, without taking notice one of another. Only at first entry he put off his hat, and she made him a very civil salute, but afterwards took no notice one of another. But both of them now and then would take their child, which the nurse held in her arms, and dandle it. One thing more, there happened a scaffold below to fall, and we feared some hurt, but there was none. But she of all the great ladies only run down among the common rabble to see what hurt was done, and did take care of a child that received some little hurt, which methought was so noble. Anon there came one there booted and spurred that she talked long with, and by she being in her hair, she put on his hat, which was but an ordinary one to keep the wind off, but methinks it became her mightily, as everything else do. The show being over, I went away, not weary with looking on her, and to my Lord's lodgings, where my brother Tom and Dr. Thomas Pepys were to speak with me. So I walked with them in the garden, and was very angry with them both for their going out of town without my knowledge. But they told me the business, which was to see a gentlewoman for a wife for Tom, of Mr. Cook's providing, worth £500, of good education, her name Hobel, and lives near Banbury, demands £40 per annum jointer. Tom likes her, and they say had a very good reception, and that Cook hath been very serviceable therein, and that she is committed to old Mr. Young of the wardrobe's tuition. After I had told them my mind about their folly in going so unadvisedly, I then begun to inquire after the business, and so did give no answer as to my opinion, till I have looked further into it by Mr. Young. By and by, as we were walking in my Lord's walk, comes my Lord, and so we broke our discourse and went in with him, and after I had put them away, I went in to my Lord, and he and I had half an hour's private discourse about the discontents of the times, which we concluded would not come to anything of difference, though the presbyters would be glad enough of it, but we do not think religion will so soon cause another war. Then to his own business. He asked my advice there, whether he should go on to purchase more land and to borrow money to pay for it, which he is willing to do, because such a bargain as that of Mr. Buggins of Stukely will not be every day to be had. And Brampton is now perfectly granted him by the King, I mean the reversion of it, after the Queen's death. And in the meantime he buys it of Sir Peter Ball, his present right. Then we fell to talk of navy business, and he concludes, as I do, that he needs not put himself upon any more voyages abroad to spend money, unless a war comes, and that by keeping his family a while in the country, he shall be able to gather money. He is glad of a friendship with Mr. Coventry, and I put him upon increasing it, which he will do. But he, as Mr. Coventry do much cry against the course of our payments, and the Treasurer to have the whole power in his own hands of doing what he will, but I think will not meddle in himself. He told me also that in the commission for Tangier, Mr. Coventry had advised him that Mr. Povey, who intended to be Treasurer, and it is intended him, may not be of the commission itself, and my Lord I think will endeavour to get him to be contented to be left out of the commission, and it is a very good rule indeed that the Treasurer in no office ought to be of the commission. Here we broke off, and I bid him good night, and so with much ado, the streets being at 9 o'clock at night crammed with people going home to the city, for all the borders of the river had been full of people as the King had come, to a miracle got to the Palace yard, and there took boat, and so to the Old Swan, and so walked home, and to bed very weary. 24th, Lord's day. Slept till 7 o'clock, which I have not done a very great while, but it was my weariness last night that caused it. So rose into my office till church time, writing down my yesterday's observations, and so to church, where I, all alone, and found Will Griffin and Thomas Hewitt got into the pew next to our backs, where our maids sit, but when I come they went out, so forward some people are to outrun themselves. Here we had a lazy dull sermon. So home to dinner, where my brother Tom came to me, and both before and after dinner he and I walked all alone in the garden, talking about his late journey and his mistress, and for what he tells me it is like to do well. He being gone, I to church again, where Mr. Mills, making a sermon upon confession, he did endeavour to pull down auricular confession, but did set it up by his bad arguments against it, and advising people to come to him to confess their sins, when they had any weight upon their consciences, as much as is possible, which did vex me to hear. So home, and after an hour's being in my office alone, looking over the plates and globes, I walked to my uncle White's, the truth is, in hopes to have seen and been acquainted with the pretty lady that came along with them to dinner the other day to Mr. Rawlinson, but she is gone away. But here I staid supper, and much company there was, among others Dr. Burnet, Mr. Cole the lawyer, Mr. Rawlinson, and Mr. Sutton, a brother of my aunt's, that I never saw before. Among other things, they tell me that there hath been a disturbance in a church in Friday Street, a great many young people knotting together and crying out, "Porridge!" often and seditiously in the church, and took the common prayer book, they say, away, and some say did tear it. But it is a thing which appears to me very ominous. I pray God avert it. After supper home and to bed. 25th. Up early, and among my workmen when they came, and set them in good order at work on all hands, which, though it at first began angrily, yet I pleased myself afterwards in seeing it put into a good posture, and so I left them, and away by water to Woolwich, falling in my way in Ham Creek, where I have never been before, and there found 2 of the King's ships lie there without any living creature abroad, which troubled me, everything being stole away that can be, where I staid seeing a cable of 14 inches laid, in which there was good variety. Then to Mr. Faulkner's, and there eat a bit of roast meat off of the spit, and so away to the yard, and there among other things mustered the yard, and did things that I perceive people do begin to value me, and that I shall be able to be of command in all matters, which God be praised for. Then to Mr. Pett's, and there eat some fruit and drank, and so to boat again, and to Deptford, calling there about the business of my house only, and so home. Where by appointment I found Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Batten, and Mr. Waith met at Sir W. Batten's, and thither I met, and so agreed upon a way of answering my Lord Treasurer's letter. Here I found Mr. Coventry had got a letter from the Duke, sent us for looking into the business of the chest, of which I am glad. After we had done here, I went home, and up among my workmen, and found they had done a good day's work. And so to my office till late, ordering of several businesses. And so home and to bed, my mind, God be praised, full of business, but great quiet. 26th. Up betimes and among my works and workmen, and with great pleasure seeing them go on merrily, and a good many hands, which I perceive makes good riddance, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon dined alone with Sir W. Batten, which I have not done a great while. But his lady being out of the way, I was the willinger to do it, and after dinner he and I by water to Deptford, and there found Sir G. Carteret and my lady at dinner, and so we sat down and eat another dinner of venison with them. And so we went to the Pay House, and there staid till 2 o'clock at night, paying off the Martin and Kinsale, being small but troublesome ships to pay. And so in the dark by water home to the Custom House, and so got a lantern to light us home, there being Mr. Morris the wine cooper with us, he having been at Deptford to view some of the King's casks we have to sell. So to bed. 27th. Up and among my workmen, my work going on still very well. So to my office all the morning, and dined again with Sir W. Batten, his lady being in the country. Among other stories, he told us of the Mayor of Bristol's reading a pass with the bottom upwards, and a barber that could not read, that flung a letter in the kennel when one came to desire him to read the superscription, saying, "Do you think I stand here to read letters?" Among my workmen again, pleasing myself all the afternoon there, and so to the office doing business till past 9 at night, and so home and to bed. This afternoon Mrs. Hunt came to see me, and I did give her a musk melon. To-day my hogshead of sherry I have sold to Sir W. Batten, and am glad of my money instead of wine. After I had wrote this at my office, as I have of late altogether done since my wife has been in the country, I went into my house, and Will having been making up books at Deptford with other clerks all day, I did not think he was come home, but was in fear for him, it being very late, what was become of him. But when I came home I found him there, at his ease in his study, which vexed me cruelly, that he should no more mind me, but to let me be all alone at the office waiting for him. Whereupon I struck him, and did stay up till 12 o'clock at night chiding him for it, and did in plain terms tell him that I would not be served so, and that I am resolved to look out some boy that I may have the bringing up of after my own mind, and which I do intend to do, for I do find that he has got a taste of liberty since he came to me that he will not leave. Having discharged my mind, I went to bed. 28th. I observed that Will, whom I used to call 2 or 3 times in a morning, would now wake of himself and rise without calling, which though angry I was glad to see. So I rose, and among my workmen in my gown, without a doublet, an hour or 2 or more, till I was afraid of getting an ague, and so to the office, and there we sat all the morning, and at noon Mr. Coventry and I dined at Sir W. Batten's, where I have now dined 3 days together, and so in the afternoon again we sat, which we intend to do 2 afternoons in a week, besides our other sitting. In the evening we rose, and I to see how my work goes on, and so to my office, writing by the post and doing other matters, and so home and to bed late. 29th. Up betimes and among my workmen, where I did stay with them the greatest part of the morning, only a little at the office, and so to dinner alone at home, and so to my workmen again, finding my presence to carry on the work, both to my mind and with more haste, and I thank God I am pleased with it. At night, the workmen being gone, I went to my office, and among other businesses did begin to night with Mr. Lewis to look into the nature of a purser's account, and the business of victualling, in which there is great variety. But I find I shall understand it, and be able to do service there also. So being weary and chilled, being in some fear of an ague, I went home and to bed. 30th. Up betimes among my workmen, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon rose and had news that Sir W. Pen would be in town from Ireland, which I much wonder at, he giving so little notice of it, and it troubled me exceedingly what to do for a lodging, and more what to do with my goods, that are all in his house. But at last I resolved to let them lie there till Monday, and so got Griffin to get a lodging as near as he could, which is without a door of our back door upon Tower Hill, a chamber where John Pavis, one of our clerks, do lie in, but he do provide himself elsewhere, and I am to have his chamber. So at the office all the afternoon and the evening, till past 2 at night, expecting Sir W. Pen's coming. But he not coming to night, I went thither, and there lay very well, and liked my lodging well enough. My man Will, after he had got me to bed, did go home and lay there, and my maid Jane lay among my goods at Sir W. Pen's. 31st, Lord's day. Waked early, but being in a strange house, did not rise till 7 o'clock almost, and so rose and read over my oaths, and whiled away an hour thinking upon businesses, till Will came to get me ready, and so got ready, and to my office, and thence to church. After sermon, home, and dined alone. News is brought me that Sir W. Pen is come, but I would take no notice thereof till after dinner, and then sent him word that I would wait on him, but he is gone to bed. So to my office, and there made my monthly accounts, and find myself worth in money about £686, 19 shillings 2 1/2 pence, for which God be praised, and indeed greatly I hope to thank Almighty God, who do most manifestly bless me in my endeavours to do the duties of my office, I now saving money, and my expenses being little. My wife is still in the country, my house all in dirt, but my work in a good forwardness, and will be much to my mind at last. In the afternoon to church, and there heard a simple sermon of a stranger upon David's words, Blessed is the man that walketh not in the way of the ungodly, etc. And the best of his sermon was the degrees of walking, standing, and sitting, showing how by steps and degrees sinners do grow in wickedness. After sermon to my brother Tom's, who I found has taken physic to-day, and I talked with him about his country mistress, and read Cook's letter, wherein I am well satisfied, and will appear in promoting it. So back and to Mr. Rawlinson's, and there supped with him, and in came my uncle Wight and my aunt. Our discourse of the discontents that are abroad among and by reason of the presbyters. Some were clapped up to-day, and strict watch is kept in the city by the train bands, and letters of a plot are taken. God preserve us, for all these things bode very ill. So home, and after going to welcome home Sir W. Pen, who was unready, going to bed, I staid with him a little while, and so to my lodging and to bed. End of August.
Of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. September, 1662. September 1st. Up betimes at my lodging and to my office and among my workmen, and then with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen by coach to St. James's, this being the first day of our meeting there by the Duke's order. But when we come, we found him going out by coach with his Duchess, and he told us he was to go abroad with the Queen to-day, to Durdon's it seems, to dine with my Lord Berkeley, where I have been very merry when I was a little boy. So we went and stayed a little at Mr. Coventry's chamber, and I to my Lord Sandwich's, who is gone to wait upon the King and Queen to-day. And so Mr. Paget being there, Will Howe and I and he played over some things of Locke's that we used to play at sea, that pleased us three well, it being the first music I have heard a great while, so much has my business of late taken me off from all my former delights. By and by water home, and there dined alone, and after dinner with my brother Tom's 2 men, I removed all my goods out of Sir W. Pen's house into one room that I have with much ado got ready at my house, and so I am to be quit of any further obligation to him. So to my office, but missing my key, which I had in my hand just now, makes me very angry and out of order, it being a thing that I hate in others, and more in myself, to be careless of keys, I thinking another not fit to be trusted, that leaves a key behind their hole. One thing more vexes me. My wife writes me from the country that her boy plays the rogue there, and she is weary of him, and complains also of her maid Sarah, of which I am also very sorry. Being thus out of temper, I could do little at my office, but went home and eat a bit, and so to my lodging to bed. 2nd. Up betimes, and got myself ready alone, and so to my office, my mind much troubled for my key that I lost yesterday. And so to my workmen and put them in order, and so to my office, and we met all the morning, and then dined at Sir W. Batten's with Sir W. Pen, and so to my office again all the afternoon, and in the evening wrote a letter to Mr. Cooke in the country, in behalf of my brother Tom, to his mistress, it being the first of my appearing in it, and if she be as Tom sets her out, it may be very well for him. So home and eat a bit, and so to my lodging to bed. 3rd. Up betimes, but now the days begin to shorten, and so whereas I used to rise by 4 o'clock, it is not broad daylight now till after 5 o'clock, so that it is after 5 before I do rise. To my office, and about 8 o'clock I went over to Redriff, and walked to Deptford, where I found Mr. Coventry and Sir W. Pen beginning the pay, it being my desire to be there to-day, because it is the first pay that Mr. Coventry has been at, and I would be thought to be as much with Mr. Coventry as I can. Here we stayed till noon, and by that time paid off the breeder, and then to dinner at the tavern, where I have obtained that our commons is not so large as they used to be, which I am glad to see. After dinner by water to the office, and there we met and sold the Weymouth, Success, and Fellowship hulks, where pleasant to see how backward men are at first to bid, and yet when the candle is going out, how they bawl and dispute afterwards who bid the most first. And here I observed one man cunninger than the rest that was sure to bid the last man and to carry it, and inquiring the reason, he told me that just as the flame goes out the smoke descends, which is a thing I never observed before, and by that he do know the instant when to bid last, which is very pretty. In our discourse in the boat Mr. Coventry told us how the fanatics and the presbyters, that did intend to rise about this time, did choose this day as the most auspicious to them in their endeavours against monarchy, it being fatal twice to the king, and the day of Oliver's death. But blessed be God, all is likely to be quiet, I hope. After the sale I walked to my brother's, in my way meeting with Dr. Fairbrother, of whom I inquired what news in church matters. He tells me, what I heard confirmed since, that it was fully resolved by the King's new Council that an indulgence should be granted to the presbyters, but upon the Bishop of London's speech, who is now one of the most powerful men in England with the King, their minds were wholly turned, and it is said that my Lord Albemarle did oppose him most, but that I do believe is only in appearance. He told me also that most of the presbyters now begin to wish they had complied, now they see that no indulgence will be granted them which they hoped for, and that the Bishop of London hath taken good care that places are supplied with very good and able men, which is the only thing that will keep all quiet. I took him in the tavern at Puddle Dock, but neither he nor I drank any of the wine we called for, but left it, and so after discourse parted, and Mr. Townsend not being at home I went to my brother's, and there heard how his love matter proceeded, which do not displease me, and so by water to Whitehall to my Lord's lodgings, where he being to go to Hinchingbroke to-morrow morning, I stayed and fiddled with Will Howe some new tunes very pleasant, and then my Lord came in and had much kind talk with him, and then to bed with Mr. Moore there alone. So having taken my leave of my Lord before I went to bed, I resolved to rise early and be gone without more speaking to him. 4th, which I did, and by water betimes to the Tower, and so home, where I shifted myself, being to dine abroad, and so being also trimmed, which is a thing I have very seldom done of late. I got to my office, and then met and sit all the morning, and at noon we all to the Trinity House, where we treated, very dearly I believe, the officers of the Ordnance, where was Sir W. Compton and the rest, and the Lieutenant of the Tower. We had much and good music, which was my best entertainment. Sir William Compton I heard talk, with great pleasure, of the difference between the fleet now and in Queen Elizabeth's days, where, in 88, she had but 36 sail, great and small, in the world, and 10 rounds of powder was their allowance at that time against the Spaniard. After Sir W. Compton and Mr. Coventry and some of the best of the rest were gone, I grew weary of staying with Sir Williams both, and the more for that my Lady Batten and her crew, at least half a score, come into the room, and I believe we shall pay size for it. But 'tis very pleasant to see her in her hair under her hood, and how by little and little she would fain be a gallant, but Lord, the company she keeps about her are like herself, that she may be known by them what she is. Being quite weary, I stole from them and to my office, where I did business till 9 at night, and so to my lodgings to bed. 5th. Up by break of day at 5 o'clock, and down by water to Woolwich. In my way saw the yacht lately built by our virtuosos, my Lord Brunkard and others, with the help of Commissioner Pett also, set out from Greenwich with the little Dutch Beeson, to try for mastery. And before they got to Woolwich, the Dutch beat them half a mile, and I hear this afternoon that in coming home it got above 3 miles, which all our people are glad of. Here I stayed and mustered the yard and looked into the storehouses, and so walked all alone to Greenwich, and thence by water to Deptford, and there examined some stores, and did some of my own business in hastening my work there, and so walked to Redriff, being by this time pretty weary and all in a sweat. Took boat there for the Tower, which made me a little fearful, it being a cold windy morning. So to my lodgings, and there rubbed myself clean, and so to Mr. Bland's the merchant by invitation, I alone of all our company of this office, where I found all the officers of the customs, very grave fine gentlemen, and I am very glad to know them, viz. Sir Job Harvey, Sir John Wolstenholme, Sir John Jacob, Sir Nicholas Crisp, Sir John Harrison, and Sir John Shaw, very good company. And among other pretty discourse, some was of Sir Jerome Bowes, ambassador from Queen Elizabeth to the Emperor of Russia, who, because some of the noblemen there would go up the stairs to the Emperor before him, he would not go up till the Emperor had ordered those two men to be dragged downstairs, with their heads knocking upon every stair till they were killed. And when he was come up, they demanded his sword of him before he entered the room. He told them if they would have his sword, they should have his boots too, and so caused his boots to be pulled off, and his nightgown and nightcap and slippers to be sent for, and made the Emperor stay till he could go in his nightdress, since he might not go as a soldier. And lastly, when the Emperor, in contempt to show his command of his subjects, did command one to leap from the window down, and broke his neck in the sight of our ambassador, he replied that his mistress did set more by, and did make better use of the necks of her subjects, but said that, to show what her subjects would do for her, he would and did fling down his gauntlet before the Emperor, and challenge all the nobility there to take it up, in defence of the Emperor against his queen, for which at this very day the name of Sir Jerome Bowes is famous and honoured there. After dinner I came home, and found Sir John Minnes come this day, and I went to him to Sir W. Batten's, where it pleased me to see how jealous Sir Williams both are of my going down to Woolwich, etc., and doing my duty as I nowadays do, and of my dining with the Commission of the Customs. So to my office, and there till 9 at night, and so to my lodgings to bed. I this day heard that Mr. Martin Noel is knighted by the King, which I much wonder at, but yet he is certainly a very useful man. 6th. Lay long, that is till 6 and past, before I rose, in order to sweat a little away the cold which I was afraid I might have got yesterday, but I bless God I am well. So up and to my office, and then we met and sat till noon, very full of business. Then Sir John Minnes, both Sir Williams and I, to the Trinity House, where we had at dinner a couple of venison pasties, of which I eat but little, being almost cloyed, having been at 5 pasties in 3 days, namely 2 at our own feast, and 1 yesterday, and 2 to-day. So home, and at the office all the afternoon, busy till 9 at night, and so to my lodging and to bed. This afternoon I had my new key and the lock of my office door altered, having lost my key the other day, which vexed me. 7th, Lord's Day. Up betimes and round about by the streets to my office, and walked in the garden and in my office till my man Will rose, and then sent to tell Sir Jem Minnes that I would go with him to Whitehall, which anon we did in his coach, and to the chapel, where I heard a good sermon of the Dean of Ely's, upon returning to the old ways, and a most excellent anthem, with symphonies between, sung by Captain Cooke. Then home with Mr. Fox and his lady, and there dined with them, where much company come to them. Most of our discourse was what ministers are flung out that will not conform, and the care of the Bishop of London, that we are here supplied with very good men. Thence to my Lord's, where nobody at home but a woman that let me in, and Sarah above, whither I went up to her, and played and talked with her. After I had talked an hour or two with her, I went and gave Mr. Hunt a short visit, he being at home alone, and thence walked homewards, and meeting Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, he took me into Somerset House, and there carried me into the Queen Mother's presence chamber, where she was with our own Queen sitting on her left hand, whom I never did see before. And though she be not very charming, yet she hath a good, modest, and innocent look, which is pleasing. Here I also saw Madam Castlemaine, and, which pleased me most, Mr. Crofts, the King's bastard, a most pretty spark, of about 15 years old, who I perceive do hang much upon my Lady Castlemaine, and is always with her, and I hear the Queens both of them are mighty kind to him. By and by in comes the King, and anon the Duke and his Duchess, so that, they being all together, was such a sight as I never could almost have happened to see with so much ease and leisure. They stayed till it was dark, and then went away, the King and his Queen, and my Lady Castlemaine and young Crofts, in one coach, and the rest in other coaches. Here were great store of great ladies, but very few handsome. The King and Queen were very merry, and he would have made the Queen Mother believe that his Queen was with child, and said that she said so, and the young Queen answered, "You lie," which was the first English word that I ever heard her say, which made the King good sport, and he would have taught her to say in English, "Confess and be hanged." The company being gone, I walked home with great content as I can be in for seeing the greatest rarity, and yet a little troubled that I should see them before my wife's coming home, I having made a promise that I would not, nor did I do it industriously and by design, but by chance only. To my office to fit myself for waiting on the Duke to-morrow morning with the rest of our company, and so to my lodgings and to bed. 8th. Up betimes and to my office, preparing an account to give the Duke this morning of what we have of late done at the office. About 7 o'clock I went forth, thinking to go along with Sir John Minnes and the rest, and I found them gone, which did vex me. So I went directly to the Old Swan, and took boat before them to Sir G. Carteret's lodgings at Whitehall, and there staying till he was dressed talking with him, he and I to St. James's, where Sir Williams both and Sir John were come, and so up with Mr. Coventry to the Duke, who, after he was out of his bed, did send for us in, and when he was quite ready took us into his closet, and there told us that he do intend to renew the old custom for the Admirals to have their principal officers to meet them once a week, to give them an account what they have done that week, which I am glad of. And so the rest did tell his Royal Highness that I could do it best for the time past. And so I produced my short notes, and did give him an account of all that we have of late done, and proposed to him several things for his commands, which he did give us, and so dismissed us. The rest to Deptford, I to the Exchequer to meet Mr. Townsend, where I hear he is gone to the Sun Tavern, and there found him with some friends at breakfast, which I eat with him, and so we crossed the water together, and in walking I told him my brother Tom's intentions for a wife, which he would do me all favour in to Mr. Young, whose kinswoman he do look after. We took boat again at the Falcon, and there parted, and I to the Old Swan, and so to the Change, and there meeting Sir W. Warren did step to a tavern, and there sat and talked about price of mass and other things, and so broke up, and to my office to see what business. And so we took water again, and at the Tower I over to Redriff, and there left him in the boat and walked to Deptford, and there up and down the yard speaking with people, and so Sir W. Pen coming out of the payhouse did single me out to tell me that Sir J. Minnes dislike of my blinding his lights over his stairs, which indeed is very bad, and blocking up the House of Office on the leads, which did trouble me. So I went into the payhouse and took an occasion of speaking with him alone, and did give him good satisfaction therein, so as that I am well pleased, and do hope now to have my closet on the leads without any more trouble. For he do not object against my having a door upon the leads, but that all my family should not make it a thoroughfare, which I am contented with. So to the Pay, and in the evening home in the barge. And so to my office, and after doing some business there to my lodgings, and so to bed. 9th. At my office betimes, and by we sat, and at noon Mr. Coventry, Sir J. Minnes, Mr. Pett, and myself by water to Deptford, where we met Sir G. C., Sir W. B., and Sir W. P. At the pay of a ship, and we dined together on a haunch of good venison boiled, and after dinner returned again to the office, and there met several tradesmen by our appointment to know of them their lowest rates that they will take for their several provisions that they sell to us, for I do resolve to know that, and to buy no dearer, that so when we know the lowest rate, it shall be the Treasurer's fault, and not ours, that we pay dearer. This afternoon Sir John Minnes, Mr. Coventry, and I went into Sir John's lodgings, where he showed us how I have blinded all his lights, and stopped up his garden door, and other things he takes notice of that he resolves to abridge me of, which do vex me so much that for all this evening and all night in my bed, so great a fool I am, and little master of my passion, that I could not sleep for the thoughts of my losing the privilege of the leads, and other things which in themselves are small and not worth half the trouble. The more fool am I, and must labour against it for shame, especially I that used to preach up Epictetus' rule. Late at my office, troubled in mind, and then to bed, but could hardly sleep at night. 10th. Up into my house, and there contrived a way how Sir John Minnes shall come into the leads, and yet I save part of the closet I hoped for, which, if it will not please him, I am a madman to be troubled at it. To my office, and then at my house among my lazy workmen all day. In the afternoon to the Wardrobe to speak with Mr. Townsend, who tells me that he has spoke with Mr. Young about my brother Tom's business, and finds that he has made inquiry of him, and do hear him so well spoken of, that he doubts not that the business will take with ordinary endeavours. So to my brother's, and there finding both door and hatch open, I went in and knocked 3 or 4 times, and nobody came to me, which troubled me mightily. At last came Margaret, who complained of Peter, who by and by came in, and I did rattle him soundly for it. I did afterwards take occasion to talk seriously alone with Margaret, who I find a very discreet, good woman, and tells me, upon my demand, that her master is a very good husband, and minds his business well. But his fault is that he has not command over his 2 men, but they do what they list, and care not for his commands. And especially on Sundays they go whither they please, and not to church, which vexes me mightily, and I am resolved to school him soundly for it, it being so much unlike my father that I cannot endure it in myself or him. So walked home, and in my way at the Exchange found my uncle White, and he and I to an alehouse to drink a cup of beer, and so away, and I home and at the office till 9 o'clock and past, and so to my lodgings. I forgot that last night Mr. Cooke came to me to make his peace for inviting my brother lately out of town without my leave, but he do give me such a character of the lady that he has found out for him, that I do much rejoice at, and did this night write a letter to her, which he enclosed in one of his, and by the report that I hear of her, I confess I am much pleased with the match. 11th. Up, but not so soon as I have of late practised, my little trouble of mind and the shortness of the days, making me to lie a little longer than I used to, but I must make it up by sitting up longer of nights. To my office, whither my brother Tom, whom I chide sufficiently for yesterday's work. So we sat at the office all the morning, some of us at Deptford paying the ordinary there. At noon Sir W. Pen took me to his lodgings to dinner, and after dinner I to my office again, and now and then to see how my work goes on, and so to my office late, and so to my lodgings, and after staying up till past 12 at night, at my music upon my lute, to bed. This night Tom came to show me a civil letter sent him from his mistress. I am pleased well enough with the business. 12th. Up betimes and to my office, and up to my workmen, which goes on slowly and troubles me much. Besides, my mind is troubled till I see how Sir John Minnes will carry himself to me about my lodgings, for all my fear is that he will get my best chamber from me, for as for the leads I care not a farthing for them. At my office all the morning, Mr. Lewis teaching me to understand the method of making up purser's accounts, which is very needful for me and very hard. Dined at home all in dirt, and my mind weary of being thus out of order, but I hope in God it will away. But for the present I am very melancholy, as I have been a great while. All the afternoon till 9 at night at my office, and then home and eat an egg or two, and so to my lodgings and to bed. This day, by letters from my father, I hear that Captain Ferrers, who is with my Lord in the country, was at Brampton with Mr. Creed to see him, and that a day or two ago, being provoked to strike one of my Lord's footmen, the footman drew his sword and hath almost cut the fingers of one of his hands off, which I am sorry for, but this is the vanity of being apt to command and strike. 13th. Up betimes and to my office, and we sat all the morning, and then at noon dined alone at home, and so among my work folk, studying how to get my way sure to me to go upon the leads, which I fear at last I must be contented to go without, but however my mind is troubled still about it. We met again in the afternoon to set accounts even between the King and the masters of ships hired to carry provisions to Lisbon, and in the evening Mr. Moore came to me and did lie with me at my lodgings. It is great pleasure to me his company and discourse, and did talk also about my law business, which I must now fall upon minding again, the term coming on apace. So to bed. 14th, Lord's day. Up very early, and Mr. Moore taking leave of me, the barber came and trimmed me, I having him now to come to me again, after I have used a pumice stone a good while. Not but what I like this, where I cannot conveniently have a barber, but here I cannot keep my hair dry without one. And so by water to Whitehall, by the way hearing that the Bishop of London had given a very strict order against boats going on Sundays. And as I come back again, we were examined by the masters of the company in another boat, but I told them who I was. But the door not being open to Westminster Stairs there, called in at the Leg, and drank a cup of ale and a toast, which I have not done many a month before, but it served me for my 2 glasses of wine to-day. Thence to St. James's to Mr. Coventry, and there stayed talking privately with him an hour in his chamber of the business of our office, and found him to admiration good and industrious, and I think my most true friend in all things that are fair. He tells me freely his mind of every man and in every thing. Thence to Whitehall Chapel, where sermon almost done, and I heard Captain Cook's new music. This the first day of having viols and other instruments to play a symphony between every verse of the anthem, but the music more full than it was the last Sunday, and very fine it is. But yet I could discern Captain Cook to overdo his part at singing, which I never did before. Thence up into the Queen's presence, and there saw the Queen again, as I did last Sunday, and some fine ladies with her, but my troth, not many. Thence to Sir G. Carteret's, and find him to have sprained his foot and is lame, but yet hath been at chapel, and my lady much troubled, for one of her daughters that is sick. I dine with them, and a very pretty lady, their kinswoman, with them. My joy is, that I do think I have good hold on Sir George and Mr. Coventry. Sir George told me of a chest of drawers that were given Sir W. by Hughes the rope maker, whom he has since put out of his employment, and now the fellow do cry out upon Sir W. for his cabinet. So home again by water and to church, and from church Sir Williams both and Sir John Minnes into the garden, and anon Sir W. Pen and I did discourse about my lodgings and Sir J. Minnes, and I did open all my mind to him, and he told me what he had heard, and I do see that I shall hardly keep my best lodging chamber, which troubles me. But I did send for good enough the plasterer, who tells me that it did ever belong to my lodgings, but lent by Mr. Pales to Mr. Smith, and so I will strive hard for it before I lose it. So to supper with them at Sir W. Batten's, and do counterfeit myself well pleased, but my heart is troubled and offended at the whole company. So to my office to prepare notes to read to the Duke to-morrow morning, and so to my lodgings and to bed, my mind a little eased, because I am resolved to know the worst concerning my lodgings to-morrow. Among other things, Sir W. Pen did tell me of one of my servants looking into Sir J. Minnes' window when my Lady Batten lay there, which do much trouble them, and me also, and I fear will wholly occasion my losing the leads. One thing more he told me of my Jane's cutting off a carpenter's long mustachio, and how the fellow cried, and his wife would not come near him a great while, believing that he had been among some of his wenches, at which I was merry, though I perceive they discourse of it as a crime of hers, which I understand not. 15th. Up betimes to meet with the plasterer and bricklayer that did first divide our lodgings, and they do both tell me that my chamber now in dispute did ever belong to my lodgings, which do put me into good quiet of mind. So by water with Sir William Pen to Whitehall, and with much ado was fain to walk over the piles through the bridge, while Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes were aground against the bridge, and could not in a great while get through. At Whitehall we hear that the Duke of York is gone a-hunting to-day, and so we returned, they going to the Duke of Albemarle's, where I left them, after I had observed a very good picture or two there, and so home, and there did resolve to give up my endeavours for access to the leads, and to shut up my doors, lest the being open might give them occasion of longing for my chamber, which I am in most fear about. So to Deptford, and took my Lady Batten and her daughter and Mrs. Turner along with me, they being going through the garden thither. They to Mr. Unthwaite's, and I to the Pay, and then about 3 o'clock went to dinner, Sir W. Pen and I, and after dinner to the Pay again, and at night by barge home all together, and so to my lodgings and to bed, my mind full of trouble about my house. 16th. Up and to my workmen, and then to the office, and there we sat till noon. Then to the Exchange, and in my way met with the housekeeper of this office, and he did give me so good an account of my chamber in my house, about which I am so much troubled, that I am well at ease in my mind. At my office all the afternoon alone. In the evening Sir J. M. and I walked together a good while in the garden, very pleasant, and takes no notice that he do design any further trouble to me about my house. At night eat a bit of bread and cheese, and so to my lodgings and to bed, my mind ill at ease for these particulars. My house in dirt, and I like to lose my best chamber. My wife writes me from the country that she is not pleased there with my father, nor mother, nor any of her servants, and that my boy is turned a very rogue. I have £30 to pay to the Cavaliers. Then a doubt about my being forced to leave all my business here, when I am called to the court at Brampton. And lastly, my law businesses, which vex me to my heart what I shall be able to do next term, which is near at hand. 17th. At my office all the morning, and at noon to the Exchange, where meeting Mr. Moore and Mr. Stuckey of the Wardrobe, we to an ordinary to dinner, and after dinner Mr. Moore and I about 3 o'clock to Paul's School, to wait upon Mr. Crumlin, Mr. Moore having a hopeful lad, a kinsman of his, there at school, who we take very luckily, and went up to his chamber with him, where there was also an old fellow student of Mr. Crumlin's, one Mr. Newell, come to see him, of whom he made so much, and of me, that the truth is he with kindness did drink more than I believe he used to do, and did begin to be a little impertinent, the more when after all he would in the evening go forth with us, and give us a bottle of wine abroad, and at the tavern met with an acquaintance of his that did occasion impertinent discourse, that though I honour the man, and he do declare abundance of learning and worth, yet I confess my opinion is much lessened of him, and therefore let it be a caution to myself not to love drink, since it has such an effect upon others of greater worth in my own esteem. I could not avoid drinking of 5 glasses this afternoon with him, and after I had parted with him, Mr. Moore and I to my house, and after we had eaten something to my lodgings, where the master of the house, a very ordinary fellow, was ready to entertain me, and took me into his dining room where his wife was, a pretty and notable lady, too fine surely for him, and too much wit too. Here I was forced to stay with them a good while, and did drink again, there being friends of theirs with them. At last being weary of his idle company, I bid good night, and so to my chamber, and Mr. Moore and I to bed, neither of us well pleased with our afternoon's work, merely from our being witnesses of Mr. Crumlin's weakness. This day my boy is come from Brampton, and my wife I think the next week. 18th. At the office all the morning, and at noon Sir G. Carteret, Mr. Coventry, and I, by invitation to dinner to Sheriff Meynell's, the great money man, he, Alderman Backwell, and much noble and brave company, with the privilege of their rare discourse, which is great content to me above all other things in the world. And after a great dinner and much discourse, we arose and took leave, and home to the business of my office, where I thank God I take delight, and in the evening to my lodging and to bed. Among other discourse, speaking concerning the great charity used in Catholic countries, Mr. Ashburnham did tell us, that this last year, there being great want of corn in Paris, and so a collection made for the poor, there was 2 pearls brought in, nobody knew from whom, till the Queen seeing them, knew whose they were, but did not discover it, which were sold for 200,000 crowns. 19th. Up betimes and to my office, and at 9 o'clock, none of the rest going, I went alone to Deptford, and there went on where they left last night to pay Woolwich Yard. And so at noon dined well, being chief at the table, and do not see but everybody begins to give me as much respect and honour as any of the rest. After dinner to pay again, and so till 9 at night, my great trouble being that I was forced to begin an ill practice of bringing down the wages of servants, for which people did curse me, which I do not love. At night, after I had eaten a cold pullet, I walked by brave moonshine, with 3 or 4 armed men to guard me, to Redriff, it being a joy to my heart to think of the condition that I am now in, that people should of themselves provide this for me unspoke to. I hear this walk is dangerous to walk alone by night, and much robbery committed there. So from thence by water home, and so to my lodgings to bed. 20th. Up betimes and to my office, where I found my brother Tom, who tells me that his mistress' mother has wrote a letter to Mr. Lull, of her full satisfaction about Tom, of which I was glad, and do think the business will take. All this morning we sat at the office, Sir J. Minnes and I, and so dined at home, and among my workmen all the afternoon, and in the evening Tom brought Mr. Lull to me, a friend of his mistress, a serious man, with whom I spoke, and he gives me a good account of her, and of their satisfaction in Tom, all which pleases me well. We walked a good while in the garden together, and did give him a glass of wine at my office, and so parted. So to write letters by the post, and news of this to my father concerning Tom, and so home to supper and to my lodgings and to bed. To night my barber sent me his man to trim me, who did live in King Street in Westminster lately, and tells me that 3 or 4 that I knew in that street, tradesmen, are lately fallen mad, and some of them dead, and the others continue mad. They live all within a door or 2 one of another. 21st, Lord's Day. Got up betimes and walked to St. James's, and there to Mr. Coventry, and sat an hour with him, talking of business of the office with great pleasure. And I do perceive he do speak his whole mind to me. Thence to the Park, where by appointment I met my brother Tom and Mr. Cooke, and there spoke about Tom's business, and to good satisfaction.
The Queen coming by in her coach, going to her chapel at St. James's, the first time it hath been ready for her, I crowded after her, and I got up to the room where her closet is, and there stood and saw the fine altar, ornaments, and the friars in their habits, and the priests come in with their fine copes, and many other very fine things. I heard their music too, which may be good, but it did not appear so to me, neither as to their manner of singing, nor was it good concord to my ears, whatever the matter was. The Queen very devout, but what pleased me best was to see my dear Lady Castlemaine, who, though a Protestant, did wait upon the Queen to chapel. By and by, after Mass was done, a friar with his cowl did rise up and preach a sermon in Portuguese, which I not understanding, did go away, and to the King's chapel, but that was done, and so up to the Queen's presence chamber, where she and the King was expected to dine. But she staying at St. James, they were forced to remove the things to the King's presence, and there he dined alone, and I with Mr. Fox very finely. But I say I must not make too much of that liberty for my honour's sake only, not but that I am very well received. After dinner to Tom's, and so home. And after walking a good while in the garden, I went to my uncle White's, where I found my aunt in mourning and making sad stories for the loss of her dear sister Nichols, of which I should have been very weary, but that pretty Mrs. Margaret White came in, and I was much pleased with her company. And so all supper did vex my aunt talking in commendation of the Mass which I had been at to-day, but excused it afterwards that it was only to make mirth. And so after supper broke up and home, and after putting my notes in order against to-morrow, I went to bed. 22nd. Up betimes among my workmen, hastening to get things ready against my wife's coming, and so with Sir J. M., Sir W. B., and Sir W. P. by coach to St. James's, and there with the Duke. I did give him an account of all things past of late, but I stood in great pain, having a great fit of the colic, having catch cold yesterday, by putting off my stockings to wipe my toes, but at last it lessened, and then I was pretty well again, but in pain all day more or less. Thence I parted from them and walked to Greater Rex's, and there with him did overlook many pretty things, new inventions, and have bespoke a weather glass of him. Thence to my Lord Crew's, and dined with the servants, he having dined, and so after dinner up to him, and sat an hour talking with him of public and my Lord's private businesses, with much content. So to my brother Tom's, where Mr. Cooke expected me, and did go with me to see Mr. Young and Mr. Lull in Blackfriars, kindred of Tom's mistress, where I was very well used, and do find things to go in the business to my good content. Thence to Mr. Townsend, and did there talk with Mr. Young himself also, and then home and to my study, and so to my lodgings and to bed. 23rd. Up betimes and with my workmen, taking some pleasure to see my work come towards an end, though I am vexed every day enough with their delay. We met and sat all the morning, dined at home alone, and with my workmen all the afternoon, and in the evening by water and land to Deptford, to give order for things about my house, and came back again by coach with Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, who has been at a pay to-day, and to my office and did some business, and so to supper and to my lodgings, and so to bed. In our coming home, Sir G. Carteret told me how in most cabarets in France they have writ upon the walls in fair letters to be read, Dieu te regarde, as a good lesson to be in every man's mind, and have also, as in Holland, their poor's box, in both which places at the making all contracts and bargains they give so much, which they call God's penny. 24th. Up betimes and among my workmen, and among them all the morning till noon, and then to my Lord Crew's, and there dined alone with him, and among other things he do advise me by all means to keep my Lord Sandwich from proceeding too far in the business of Tangier. First, for that he is confident the King will not be able to find money for the building the mole, and next, for that it is to be done as we propose it, by the reducing of the garrison. And then either my Lord must oppose the Duke of York, who will have the Irish regiment under the command of Fitzgerald continued, or else my Lord Peterborough, who is concerned to have the English continued, and he, it seems, is gone back again merely upon my Lord Sandwich's encouragement. Thence to Mr. Wotton, the shoemaker's, and there bought a pair of boots, cost me 30 shillings, and he told me how a bird hath lately broke his leg, while he was fencing in a glowrer upon the stage, and that the new theatre of all will be ready against term. So to my brother's, and there discoursed with him and Mr. Cooke about their journey to Tom's mistress again, and I did speak with Mr. Croxton about measuring of silk flags. So by water home, and to my workmen. And so at night till late at my office, inditing a letter from Tom to his mistress, upon his sending her a watch for a token. And so home and to supper, and to my lodgings and to bed. It is my content that by several hands to-day I hear that I have the name of good-natured man among the poor people that come to the office. 25th. Up betimes and to my workmen, and then to the office, where we sat all the morning. So home to dinner alone, and then to my workmen till night, and so to my office till bedtime, and so after supper to my lodgings and to bed. This evening I sat a while at Sir W. Batten's with Sir J. Minnes, etc., where he told us, among many other things, how in Portugal they scorn to make a seat for a house of office, but they do all in pots, and so empty them in the river. I did also hear how the woman, formerly nurse to Mrs. Lemon, Sir W. Batten's daughter, her child was torn to pieces by 2 dogs at Walthamstow this week, and is dead, which is very strange. 26th. Up betimes and among my workmen.
By and by to Sir W. Batten, who with Sir J. M. are going to Chatham this morning, and I was in great pain till they were gone, that I might see whether Sir John do speak anything of my chamber that I am afraid of losing or no, but he did not, and so my mind is a little at more ease. So all day long till night among my workmen, and in the afternoon did cause the partition between the entry and the boys' room to be pulled down, to lay it all into one, which I hope will please me and make my coming in more pleasant. Late at my office at night, writing a letter of excuse to Sir G. Carteret, that I cannot wait upon him tomorrow morning to Chatham as I promised, which I am loath to do because of my workmen and my wife's coming to town tomorrow. So to my lodgings and to bed. 27th. Up betimes and among my workmen, and with great pleasure see the posts in the entry taken down beyond expectation, so that now the boys' room being laid into the entry, do make my coming in very handsome, which was the only fault remaining almost in my house. We sat all the morning, and in the afternoon I got many jobs done to my mind, and my wife's chamber put into a good readiness against her coming, which she did at night, for Will did, by my leave to go, meet her upon the road, and at night did bring me word she was come to my brother's, by my order. So I made myself ready and put things at home in order, and so went thither to her. Being come, I found her and her maid and dog very well, and herself grown a little fatter than she was. I was very well pleased to see her, and after supper to bed, and had her company with great content and much mutual love. Only I do perceive that there has been falling out between my mother and she, and a little between my father and she. But I hope all is well again, and I perceive she likes Brampton House and seat better than ever I did myself, and tells me how my Lord hath drawn a plot of some alterations to be made there, and hath brought it up, which I saw and like well. I perceive my Lord and Lady have been very kind to her, and Captain Ferrers so kind, that I perceive I have some jealousy of him, but I know what is the Captain's manner of carriage, and therefore it is nothing to me. She tells me of a court like to be in a little time, which troubles me, for I would not willingly go out of town. 28th. Lord's day. Waked early, and fell talking one with another with great pleasure of my house at Brampton, and that here, and other matters. She tells me what a rogue my boy is, and strange things he has been found guilty of, not fit to name, which vexes me. But most of all the unquiet life that my mother makes my father and herself lead, through her want of reason. At last I rose, and with Tom to the French church at the Savoy, where I never was before. A pretty place it is, and there they have the common prayer book read in French, and, which I never saw before, the minister do preach with his hat off, I suppose in further conformity with our church. So to Tom's to dinner with my wife, and there came Mr. Cooke, and Joyce Norton do also dine there, and after dinner Cooke and I did talk about his journey and Tom's within a day or two about his mistress, and I did tell him my mind and give him my opinion in it. So I walked home and found my house made a little clean, and pleases me better and better, and so to church in the afternoon, and after sermon to my study, and there did some things against tomorrow that I go to the Duke's, and so walked to Tom's again, and there supped and to bed with good content of mind. 29th. Michaelmas Day. This day my oaths for drinking of wine and going to the plays are out, and so I do resolve to take a liberty to-day, and then to fall to them again. Up and by coach to Whitehall, in my way taking up Mr. Moore, and walked with him, talking a good while about business in St. James's Park, and there left him and to Mr. Coventry's, and so with him and Sir W. Pen up to the Duke, where the King came also, and stayed till the Duke was ready. It being collar day, we had no time to talk with him about any business. They went out together. So we parted, and in the park Mr. Cooke by appointment met me, to whom I did give my thoughts concerning Tom's match and their journey tomorrow, and did carry him by water to Tom's, and there taking up my wife, maid, dog, and him, did carry them home, where my wife is much pleased with my house, and so am I fully. I sent for some dinner, and there dined, Mrs. Margaret Pen being by, to whom I had spoke to go along with us to a play this afternoon, and then to the King's Theatre, where we saw Midsummer Night's Dream, which I had never seen before, nor shall ever again, for it is the most insipid, ridiculous play that ever I saw in my life. I saw, I confess, some good dancing, and some handsome women, which was all my pleasure. Then set my wife down at Madam Turner's, and so by coach home, and having delivered Peg Pen to her father safe, went home, where I find Mr. Dean of Woolwich hath sent me the model he had promised me, but it so far exceeds my expectations, that I am sorry almost he should make such a present to no greater a person, but I am exceeding glad of it, and shall study to do him a courtesy for it. So to my office, and wrote a letter to Tom's mistress's mother, to send by Cooke tomorrow. Then came Mr. Moore, thinking to have looked over the business of my Brampton papers against the court, but my mind was so full of other matters, as it is my nature when I have been a good while from a business that I have almost forgot it, I am loath to come to it again, that I could not set upon it, and so he and I passed the evening away in discourse, and to my lodgings and to bed. 30th. We rose, and he about his business, and I to my house to look over my workmen. But good God! How I do find myself by yesterday's liberty hard to be brought to follow business again. But however I must do it, considering the great sweet and pleasure and content of mind that I have had since I did leave drink and plays and other pleasures, and followed my business. So to my office, where we sat till noon, and then I to dinner with Sir W. Pen, and while we were at it, coming my wife to the office, and so I sent for her up, and after dinner we took coach and to the Duke's playhouse, where we saw the Duchess of Malfi well performed, but Betterton and Ianthe to admiration.
That being done, home again by coach, and my wife's chamber got ready for her to lie in to-night. But my business did call me to my office, so that staying late, I did not lie with her at home, but at my lodgings. Strange to see how easily my mind do revert to its former practice of loving plays and wine, having given myself a liberty to them but these 2 days. But this night I have again bound myself to Christmas next, in which I desire God to bless me and preserve me, for under God I find it to be the best course that ever I could take to bring myself to mind my business. I have also made up this evening my monthly balance, and find that, notwithstanding the loss of £30 to be paid to the loyal and necessitous cavaliers by Act of Parliament, yet I am worth about £680, for which the Lord God be praised. My condition at present is this. I have long been building, and my house to my great content is now almost done, but yet not so but that I shall have dirt, which troubles me too, for my wife has been in the country at Brampton these 2 months, and is now come home a week or 2 before the house is ready for her. My mind is somewhat troubled about my best chamber, which I question whether I shall be able to keep or no. I am also troubled for the journey which I must needs take suddenly to the court at Brampton, but most of all for that I am not provided to understand my business, having not minded it a great while, and at the best shall be able but to make a bad matter of it. But God, I hope, will guide all to the best, and I am resolved to-morrow to fall hard to it. I pray God help me therein, for my father and mother and all our well-doings do depend upon my care therein. My Lord Sandwich has lately been in the country, and very civil to my wife, and hath himself spent some pains in drawing a plot of some alterations in our house there, which I shall follow as I get money. As for the office, my late industry hath been such, as I am become as high in reputation as any man there, and good hold I have of Mr. Coventry and Sir G. Carteret, which I am resolved, and it is necessary for me, to maintain by all fair means. Things all quiet, but the King poor, and no hopes almost of his being otherwise, by which things will go to rack, especially in the Navy. The late outing of the Presbyterian clergy by their not renouncing the Covenant, as the Act of Parliament commands, is the greatest piece of state now in discourse. But for aught I see, they are gone out very peaceably, and the people not so much concerned therein as was expected. My brother Tom is gone out of town this day to make a second journey to his mistress at Banbury, of which I have good expectations, and pray God to bless him therein. My mind, I hope, is settled to follow my business again, for I find that 2 days' neglect of business do give more discontent in mind than 10 times the pleasure thereof can repair again, be it what it will. End of September.
October. Of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. October 1662. October 1st. Up with my mind pretty well at rest about my accounts and other business, and so to my house and there put my work to business, and then down to Deptford to do the same there, and so back and with my workmen all the afternoon, and my wife putting a chamber in order for us to lie in. At night to look over some Brampton papers against the court, which I expect every day to hear of, and that done, home and with my wife to bed, the first time I have lain there these 2 months and more, which I am now glad to do again, and do so like the chamber as it is now ordered, that all my fear is my not keeping it. But I hope the best, for it would vex me to the heart to lose it. 2nd. Up into the office, where we sat till noon, and then to dinner, and Mr. Moore came and dined with me, and after dinner to look over my Brampton papers, which was a most necessary work, though it is not so much to my content as I could wish. I fear that it must be as it can, and not as I would. He being gone, I to my workmen again, and at night by coach towards Whitehall, took up Mr. Moore and set him at my Lord's, and myself, hearing that there was a play at the Cockpit, and my Lord Sandwich, who came to town last night at it, I did go thither, and by very great fortune did follow 4 or 5 gentlemen, who were carried to a little private door in a wall, and so crept through a narrow place, and come into one of the boxes next the King's, but so as I could not see the King or Queen, but many of the fine ladies, who yet are really not so handsome generally as I used to take them to be, but that they are finely dressed. Here we saw the Cardinal, a tragedy I had never seen before, nor is there any great matter in it. The company that came in with me into the box were all Frenchmen that could speak no English. But, Lord, what sport they made to ask a pretty lady that they got among them, that understood both French and English, to make her tell them what the actors said. Thence to my Lord's, and saw him, and stayed with him half an hour in his chamber, talking about some of mine and his own business, and so up to bed with Mr. Moore in the chamber over my Lord's. 3rd. Rose, and without taking leave or speaking to my Lord, went out early and walked home, calling at my brother's and Paul's churchyard, but bought nothing because of my oath, though I had a great mind to it. At my office, and with my workmen till noon, and then dined with my wife upon herrings, the first I have eat this year, and so to my workmen again. By and by comes a gentleman to speak with my wife, and I found him to be a gentleman that had used her very civilly in her coming up out of the country, on which score I showed him great respect, and found him a very ingenious gentleman, and sat and talked with him a great while. He gone, to my workmen again, and in the evening comes Captain Ferrers, and sat and talked a great while, and told me the story of his receiving his cut in the hand by falling out with one of my Lord's footmen. He told me also of the impertinence and mischief that Ned Pickering has made in the country between my Lord and all his servants almost, by his finding of faults, which I am vexed to hear, it being a great disgrace to my Lord to have the fellow seen to be so great still with him. He brought me a letter from my father that appoints the day for the court at Brampton to be the 13th of this month, but I perceive he has kept the letter in his pocket these 3 days, so that if the day had been sooner I might have been spilt, so that it is a great folly to send letters of business by any friend that require haste. He being gone, I to my office all the evening, doing business there till bedtime, it being now my manner, since my wife is come to spend too much of my daytime with her and the workmen, and do my office business at night, which must not be after the work of the house is done. This night late I had noticed that Deakins, the merchant, is dead this afternoon suddenly, for grief that his daughter, my Morena, who has long been ill, is given over by the doctors, for both which I am very sorry. So home and to bed. 4th. To my office all the morning after I was up, my wife beginning to make me lie longer mornings, where we sat till noon, and then dined at home, and after a little with my workmen to my office till 9 at night, among other things examining the particulars of the miscarriage of the Satisfaction, sunk the other day on the Dutch coast, through the negligence of the pilot. 5th, Lord's day. Lay long in bed talking with my wife, and among other things fell out about my maid Sarah, whom my wife would fain put away, when I think her as good a servant as ever came into a house, but it seems my wife would have one that would dress her head well, but we were friends at last. I to church, and this day the parson has got one to read with a surplice on. I suppose himself will take it up hereafter, for a cunning fellow he is as any of his coat. Dined with my wife, and then to talk again above, chiefly about her learning to dance against her going next year into the country, which I am willing she shall do. Then to church, a tedious sermon, and thence walked to Tom's to see how things are in his absence in the country, and so home and in my wife's chamber till bedtime talking, and then to my office to put things in order to wait on the Duke to-morrow morning, and so home and to bed. 6th. Sir W. Pen and I early to St. James's by water, where Mr. Coventry, finding the Duke in bed, and not very well, we did not stay to speak with him, but to Whitehall, and there took boat and down to Woolwich we went. In our way Mr. Coventry telling us how of late upon inquiry into the miscarriages of the Duke's family, Mr. Biggs his steward is found very faulty, and is turned out of his employment. Then we fell to reading of a book which I saw the other day at my Lord Sandwich's, intended for the late King, finely bound up, a treatise concerning the benefit the Hollanders make of our fishing. But whereas I expected great matters from it, I find it a very impertinent book, and though some things good, yet so full of tautologies that we were weary of it. At Woolwich we mustered the yard, and then to the Hart to dinner, and then to the rope yard, where I did vex Sir W. Pen, I know, to appear so well acquainted, I thought better than he, in the business of hemp. Thence to Deptford, and there looked over several businesses, and wakened the officers there. So walked to Redriff, and thence, landing Sir W. Pen at the Tower, I to Whitehall with Mr. Coventry, and so to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings. But my Lord was not within, being at a ball this night with the King at my Lady Castlemaine's at next door. But here to my trouble I hear that Mr. Moore is gone very sick to the Wardrobe this afternoon, which troubles me much, both for his own sake and for mine, because of my law business that he does for me, and also for my Lord's matters. So hence by water, late as it was, to the Wardrobe, and there found him in a high fever in bed, and much cast down by his being ill. So thought it not convenient to stay, but left him, and walked home, and there weary went to supper, and then the barber came to me, and after he had done, to my office to set down my journal of this day, and so home and to bed. 7th. At the office all the morning, dined at home with my wife. After dinner with her by coach to see Mr. Moore, who continues ill. I took his books of accounts, and did discourse with him about my Lord's and my own businesses, and there being Mr. Battersby by, did take notice of my having paid him the £100 borrowed of him, which they both did confess, and promised to return me my bond. Thence by water with Will Howe to Westminster, and there staying a little while in the Hall, my wife's father and mother being abroad, and so she returning presently, thence by coach to my Lord's, and there I left money for Captain Ferrers to buy me 2 bands. So towards the New Exchange, and there while my wife was buying things I walked up and down with Dr. Williams, talking about my law businesses, and thence took him to my brother's, and there gave him a glass of wine, and so parted, and then by coach with my wife home, and Sir J. M. and Sir W. B. being come from Chatham Pay, I did go see them for complaisance, and so home and to bed. 8th. Up and by water to my Lord Sandwich's, and was with him a good while in his chamber, and among other things, to my extraordinary joy, he did tell me how much I was beholding to the Duke of York, who did yesterday of his own accord tell him that he did thank him for one person brought into the Navy, naming myself, and much more to my commendation, which is the greatest comfort and encouragement that ever I had in my life, and do owe it all to Mr. Coventry's goodness and ingenuity. I was glad above measure of this. Thence to Mr. Moore, who, I hope, is better than he was, and so home and dined at home, and all the afternoon busy at my office, and at night by coach to my Lord's again, thinking to speak with him, but he is at Whitehall with the King, before whom the puppet plays I saw this summer in Covent Garden are acted this night. Hither this night my scallop, bought and got made by Captain Ferrers' lady, is sent, and I brought it home, a very neat one. It cost me about £3, and £3 more I have given him to buy me another. I do find myself much bound to go handsome, which I shall do in linen, and so the other things may be all the plainer. Here I staid playing some new tunes, to parts, with William Howe, and my Lord not coming home, I came home late on foot, my boy carrying a link, and so eat a bit and to bed, my head full of ordering of businesses against my journey to morrow, that there may be nothing done to my wrong in my absence. This day Sir W. Pen did speak to me from Sir J. Minnes, to desire my best chamber of me, and my great joy is that I perceive he do not stand upon his right, which I was much afraid of, and so I hope I shall do well enough with him for it, for I will not part with it by fair means, though I contrive to let him have another room for it. 9th. Up early about my business to get me ready for my journey, but first to the office, where we sat all the morning till noon, and then broke up, and I bid them adieu for a week, having the Duke's leave got me by Mr. Coventry, to whom I did give thanks for my news yesterday of the Duke's words to my Lord Sandwich concerning me, which he took well, and did tell me so freely his love and value of me, that my mind is now in as great a state of quiet as to my interest in the office as I could ever wish to be. I should this day have dined at Sir W. Pen's at a venison pasty with the rest of our fellows, but I could not get time, but sent for a bit home, and so between 1 and 2 o'clock got on horseback at our back gate, with my man Will with me, both well mounted on 2 grey horses. We rode and got to Ware before night, and so resolved to ride on to Puckridge, which we did, though the way was bad, and the evening dark before we got thither, by help of company riding before us, and among others a gentleman that took up at the same inn the Falcon with me, his name Mr. Bryan, with whom I supped, and was very good company, and a scholar. He tells me that it is believed the Queen is with child, for that the coaches are ordered to ride very easily through the streets. After supper we paid the reckoning together, and so he to his chamber and I to bed, very well, but my feet being much cramped by my new hard boots that I bought the other day of Wotton, were in much pain. Will lay in another bed in the chamber with me. 10th. Up, and between 8 and 9 mounted again, but my feet so swelled with yesterday's pain that I could not get on my boots, which vexed me to the blood, but was forced to pay 4 for a pair of old shoes of my landlord's, and so rid in shoes to Cambridge, but the way so good that but for a little rain I had got very well thither, and set up at the Bear. And there being spied in the street passing through the town, my cousin Angier came to me, and I must needs to his house, which I did, and there found Dr. Fairbrother with a good dinner, a barrel of good oysters, a couple of lobsters, and wine, but above all telling me that this day there is a congregation for the choice of some officers in the University. He after dinner gets me a gown, cap, and hood, and carries me to the schools, where Mr. Pepper, my brother's tutor, and this day chosen proctor, did appoint a M.A. to lead me into the Regent House, where I sat with them, and did vote by subscribing papers thus: Ego Samuel Pepys, Eligo Magistrum Bernardum Skelton, and which was more strange, my old schoolfellow and acquaintance, and who afterwards did take notice of me, and we spoke together, Alterum e taxatoribus huius Academiae in annum sequentem. The like I did for one Biggs, for the other Taxor, and for other officers, as the Vice Proctor, Mr. Covell, for Mr. Pepper, and which was the gentleman that did carry me into the Regent House. This being done, and the congregation dissolved by the Vice-Chancellor, I did with much content return to my cousin Angier's, being much pleased of doing this job of work, which I had long wished for, and could never have had such a time as now to do it with so much ease. Thence to Trinity Hall, and there stayed a good while with Dr. John Pepys, who tells me that his brother Roger has gone out of town to keep a court, and so I was forced to go to Impington to take such advice as my old uncle and his son Claxton could give me, which I did, and there supped and talked with them, but not of my business till by and by after supper comes in, unlooked for, my cousin Roger, with whom by and by I discourse largely, and in short he gives me good counsel, but tells me plainly that it is my best way to study a composition with my uncle Thomas, for that law will not help us, and that it is but a folly to flatter ourselves, with which, though much to my trouble, yet I was well satisfied, because it told me what I am to trust to, and so to bed. 11th. Up betimes, and after a little breakfast, and a very poor one, like our supper, and such as I cannot feed on, because of my she-cousin Claxton's gouty hands, and after Roger had carried me up and down his house and orchards to show me them, I mounted and rode to Huntingdon, and so to Brampton, where I found my father and 2 brothers, and Mr. Cooke, my mother and sister. So we are now all together. God knows when we shall be so again. I walked up and down the house and garden, and find my father's alterations very handsome, but not so but that there will be cause enough of doing more, if ever I should come to live there. But it is, however, very well for a country being as any little thing in the country. So to dinner, where there being nothing but a poor breast of mutton, and that ill dressed, I was much displeased, there being Mr. Cooke there, who I invited to come over with my brother thither, and for whom I was concerned to make much of. I told my father and mother of it, and so had it very well mended for the time after, as long as I stayed, though I am very glad to see them live so frugally. But now to my business. I found my uncle Thomas come into the country, and do give out great words, and forewarns all our people of paying us rent, and gives out that he will invalidate the will, it being but conditional, we paying debts and legacies, which we have not done. But I hope we shall yet go through well enough. I settled to look over papers, and discourse of business against the court till the evening, and then rode to Hinchingbroke, Will with me, and there to my lady's chamber, and saw her, but, it being night, and my head full of business, stayed not long, but drank a cup of ale below, and so home again, and to supper, and to bed, being not quiet in mind till I speak with Piggott, to see how his business goes, whose land lies mortgaged to my late uncle, but never taken up by him. And so I fear the heir at law will do it, and that we cannot. But my design is to supplant him by pretending bonds as well as a mortgage for the same money, and so, as executor, have the benefit of the bonds. 12th (Lord's day). Made myself fine with Captain Ferrers' lace band, being loath to wear my own new scallop, it is so fine. And after the barber had done with us, to church, where I saw most of the gentry of the parish. Among others, Mrs. Hanbury, a proper lady, and Mr. Bernard and his lady, with her father, my late Lord St. John, who looks now like a very plain grave man. Mr. Wells preached a pretty good sermon, and they say he is pretty well in his wits again. So home to dinner, and so to walk in the garden, and then to church again, and so home, there coming several people about business, and among others Mr. Piggott, who gives me good assurance of his truth to me and our business, in which I am very much pleased, and tells me what my uncle Thomas said to him, and what he designs, which, in fine, is to be admitted to the estate as well as we, which I must endeavour to oppose as well as I can. So to supper, but my mind is so full of our business that I am no company at all, and then their drink do not please me, till I did send to Goody Stanks for some of hers, which is very small and fresh, with a little taste of wormwood, which ever after did please me very well. So after supper to bed, thinking of business, but every night getting my brother John to go up with me for discourse sake, while I was making unready. 13th. Up to Hinchingbroke, and there with Mr. Shepley did look all over the house, and I do, I confess, like well of the alterations, and do like the staircase, but there being nothing to make the outside more regular and modern, I am not satisfied with it, but do think it to be too much to be laid out upon it. Thence with Shepley to Huntingdon to the Crown, and there did sit and talk, and eat a breakfast of cold roast beef, and so he to St. Ives Market, and I to Sir Robert Bernard's for counsel, having a letter from my Lord Sandwich to that end. He do give it me with much kindness and appearance, and upon my desire do promise to put off my uncle's admittance, if he can fairly, and upon the whole do make my case appear better to me than my cousin Roger did, but not so but that we are liable to much trouble, and that it will be best to come to an agreement if possible. With my mind here also pretty well, to see things proceed so well, I returned to Brampton, and spent the morning in looking over papers and getting my copies ready against to-morrow. So to dinner, and then to walk with my father and other business, when by and by comes in my uncle Thomas and his son Thomas to see us, and very calm they were, and we to them. And after a short how do you, and drinking a cup of beer, they went away again, and so by and by my father and I to Mr. Phillips, and there discoursed with him in order to tomorrow's business of the court, and getting several papers ready. When presently comes in my uncle Thomas and his son thither also, but finding us there, I believe they were disappointed, and so went forth again, and went to the house that Prior has lately bought of us, which was Barton's, and there did make entry, and forbade paying rent to us. Now I hear they have done everywhere else, and that was their intent in coming to see us this day. I perceive most of the people that do deal with us begin to be afraid that their title to what they buy will not be good, which troubled me also, I confess, a little, but I endeavoured to remove all as well as I could. Among other things, they make me afraid that Barton was never admitted to that my uncle bought of him, but I hope the contrary. Thence home, and with my father took a melancholy walk to Portholme, seeing the country maids milking their cows there, they being there now at grass, and to see with what mirth they come all home together in pomp with their milk, and sometimes they have music to go before them. So back home again, and to supper, and in comes Piggott with a counterfeit bond, which by agreement between us, though it be very just in itself, he has made, by which I shall lay claim to the interest of the mortgage money, and so waiting with much impatience and doubt the issue of tomorrow's court, I to bed, but hardly slept half an hour the whole night, my mind did so run with fears of tomorrow. 14th. Up, and did digest into a method all I could say in our defence, in case there should be occasion, for I hear he will have counsel to plead for him in the court. And so about 9 o'clock to the court at the Lordship, where the jury was called, and there being vacancies, they would have had my father, in respect to him, to have been one of the homage, but he thought fit to refuse it, he not knowing enough the customs of the town. They being sworn and the charge given them, they fell to our business, finding the heir at law to be my uncle Thomas, But Sir Robert did tell them that he had seen how the estate was devised to my father by my uncle's will, according to the custom of the manor, which they would have denied, first, that it was not according to the custom of the manor, proposing some difficulty about the half acre of land which is given the heir at law according to custom, which did put me into great fear, lest it might not be in my uncle's possession at his death, but mortgaged with other to T. Trice, who was there, and was with my good will admitted to Taylor's house mortgaged to him, if not being worth the money for which it was mortgaged, which I perceive he now, although he lately bragged the contrary, yet is now sensible of, and would have us to redeem it with money, and he would now re-surrender it to us rather than the heir at law. Or else that it was part of Goody Gorham's, in which she has a life, and so might not be capable of being accorded to the custom given to the heir at law. But Will Stanks tells me we are sure enough against all that. Then they fell to talk of Piggott's land mortgaged to my uncle, but he never admitted to it, which they now, as heir, would have admitted to. But the steward, as he promised me, did find pretensions very kindly and readily to put off their admittance, by which I find they are much defeated, and if ever, I hope, will now listen to a treaty and agreement with us at our meeting at London. So they took their leaves of the steward and court, and went away, and by, after other business many brought in, they broke up to dinner. So my father and I home with great content to dinner, my mind now as full against the afternoon business, which we sat upon after dinner at the court, and did sue out a recovery, and cut off the entail, and my brothers there to join therein. And my father and I admitted to all the lands, he for life, and I for myself and my heirs in reversion, and then did surrender according to bargain to Prior, Green, and Shepherd, the 3 cottages with their appurtenances that they have bought of us. And that being done, and taken leave of the steward, I did with most complete joy of mind go from the court with my father home, and in a quarter of an hour did get on horseback, with my brother Tom, cook, and Will, all mounted, and without eating or drinking, take leave of father, mother, Poll, to whom I did give 10 shillings, but have shown no kindness since I come, for I find her so very ill-natured that I cannot love her, and she so cruel a hypocrite that she can cry when she pleases. And John and I away, calling in at Hinchingbroke, and taking leave in 3 words of my lady and the young ladies, and so by moonlight most bravely all the way to Cambridge, with great pleasure, whither we come at about 9 o'clock, and took up at the Bear. But the house being full of guests, we had very ill lodging, which troubled me, but had a supper, and my mind at good ease, and so to bed. Will in another bed in my chamber. 15th. My mind, though out of trouble, yet intent upon my journey home, being desirous to know how all my matters go there, I could hardly sleep, but waked very early, and, when it was time, did call up Will, and we rose, and music, with a bandor for the bass, did give me a levet. And so we got ready, and while breakfast was providing I went forth, by the way finding Mr. George Montague and his lady, whom I saluted, going to take their coach thus early to proceed on their journey, they having lodged in the chamber just under me all this night, and showed Mr. Cooke King's College Chapel, Trinity College, and St. John's College Library, and that being done, to our inn again, where I met Dr. Fairbrother brought thither by my brother Tom, and he did breakfast with us. A very good-natured man he is, and told us how the room we were in was the room where Cromwell and his associated officers did begin to plot and act their mischiefs in these counties. Having eat well, only our oysters proving bad, we mounted, having a pair of boots that I borrowed and carried with me from Impington, my own to be sent from Cambridge to London, and took leave of all, and begun our journey about 9 o'clock. After we had rode about 10 miles, we got out of our way into Royston Road, which did vex me cruelly, and the worse for that my brother's horse, which was lame yesterday, grows worse to-day, that he could not keep pace with us. At last, with much ado, we got into the road again, having misguided also a gentleman's man, who had lost his master, and thought us to be going the same way, did follow us, but coming into the road again we met with his master, by his coat a divine, but I perceiving Tom's horse not able to keep with us, I desired Mr. Cooke and him to take their own time, and Will and I we rode before them, keeping a good pace, and came to Ware about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the ways being everywhere but bad. Here I fell into acquaintance, and eat and drank with the divine, but know not who he is, and after an hour's bait to myself and horses, he, though resolved to have lodged there, yet for company would out again, and so we remounted at 4 o'clock, and he went with me as far almost as Tibbal's, and there parted with us, taking up there for all night. But finding our horses in good case, and the night being pretty light, though by reason of clouds the moon did not shine out, we even made shift from one place to another to reach London, though both of us very weary, and having left our horses at their masters, walked home, found all things well, and with full joy, though very weary, came home and went to bed, there happening nothing since our going to my discontent in the least degree, which do so please me that I cannot but bless God for my journey, observing a whole course of success from the beginning to the end of it, and I do find it to be the reward of my diligence, which all along in this has been extraordinary. For I have not had the least kind of divertisement imaginable since my going forth, but merely carrying on my business, which God has been pleased to bless. So to bed, very hot and feverish by being weary, but early morning the fever was over. 16th. And so I rose in good temper, finding a good chimney piece made in my upper dining room chamber, and the dining-room wainscot in a good forwardness, at which I am glad. And then to the office, where by tea hater I found all things to my mind, and so we sat at the office till noon, and then at home to dinner with my wife. Then coming Mr. Creed, in order to some business with Sir J. Minnes about his accounts. This afternoon I took him to the Treasury Office, where Sir John and I did stay late paying some money to the men that are saved out of the satisfaction that was lost the other day. The King gives them half pay, which is more than is used in such cases, for they never used to have anything, and yet the men were most outrageously discontented, and did rail and curse us till I was troubled to hear it, and wished myself unconcerned therein. Mr. Creed, seeing us engaged, took leave of us. Here late, and so home, and at the office set down my journey journal to this hour, and so shut up my book, giving God thanks for my good success therein, and so home and to supper and to bed. I hear Mr. Moore is in a way of recovery. Sir H. Bennet made Secretary of State in Sir Edward Nicholas's stead, not known whether by consent or not. My brother Tom and Cook are come to town, I hear this morning, and he sends me word that his mistress' mother is also come to treat with us about her daughter's portion and her jointure, which I am willing should be out of Sturtlow lands. 17th. This morning Tom comes to me, and I advise him how to deal with his mistress' mother about his giving her a jointure, but I intend to speak with her shortly, and tell her my mind. Then to my Lord Sandwich by water, and told him how well things do go in the country with me, of which he was very glad, and seems to concern himself much for me. Thence with Mr. Creed to Westminster Hall, and by thither comes Captain Ferrers, upon my sending for him, and we three to Creed's chamber, and there sat a good while and drank chocolate. Here I am told how things go at court, that the young men get uppermost, and the old serious lords are out of favour. That Sir H. Bennet, being brought into Sir Edward Nicholas's place, Sir Charles Berkeley is made privy purse, a most vicious person, and one whom Mr. Pierce the surgeon to-day, at which I laughed to myself, did tell me that he offered his wife £300 per annum to be his mistress. He also told me that none in court hath more the King's ear now than Sir Charles Berkeley, and Sir H. Bennet, and my Lady Castlemaine, whose interest is now as great as ever, and that Mrs. Hazelrigg, the great beauty, is got with child, and now brought to bed, and lays it to the King or the Duke of York. He tells me too that my Lord St. Albans is like to be Lord Treasurer, all which things do trouble me much. Here I stayed talking a good while, and so by water to see Mr. Moore, who is out of bed, and in a way to be well, and thence home, and with Commissioner Pett by water to view Wood's masts that he proffers to sell, which we found bad. And so to Deptford to look over some businesses, and so home, and I to my office. All our talk being upon Sir J. M. and Sir W. B.'s base carriage against him, at their late being at Chatham, which I am sorry to hear, but I doubt not but we shall fling Sir W. B. upon his back ere long. At my office, I hearing Sir W. Pen was not well, I went to him to see, and sat with him, and so home and to bed. 18th. This morning, having resolved on my brother's entertaining his mistress's mother to-morrow, I sent my wife thither to-day to lie there to-night, and to direct him in the business, and I all the morning at the office, and the afternoon intent upon my workmen, especially my joiners, who will make my dining-room very pretty. At night to my office to dispatch business, and then to see Sir W. Pen, who continues in great pain, and so home and alone to bed. But my head being full of my own and my brother Tom's business, I could hardly sleep, though not in much trouble, but only multitude of thoughts. 19th, Lord's day. Got me ready in the morning, and put on my first new lace band, and so neat it is, that I am resolved my great expense shall be lace bands, and it will set off anything else the more. So walked to my brother's, where I met Mr. Cooke, and discoursing with him do find that he and Tom have promised a jointure of £50 to his mistress, and say that I did give my consent that she should be jointured in £30 per annum for Sturtlow, and the rest to be made up out of her portion, at which I was stark mad, and very angry the business should be carried with so much folly and against my mind and all reason. But I was willing to forbear discovering of it, and did receive Mrs. Butler, her mother, Mr. Lull, and his wife, very civil people, very kindly, and without the least discontent, and Tom had a good and neat dinner for us. We had little discourse of any business, but leave it to one Mr. Smith on her part and myself on ours. So we stayed till sermon was done, and I took leave, and to see Mr. Moore, who recovers well, and his doctor coming to him, one Dr. Merritt, we had some of his very good discourse of anatomy, and other things, very pleasant. By and by, I with Mr. Townsend walked in the garden, talking and advising with him about Tom's business, and he tells me he will speak with Smith, and says I offer fair to give her £30 jointure, and no more. Thence Tom waiting for me homewards towards my house, talking and scolding him for his folly, and telling him my mind plainly what he has to trust to if he goes this way to work, for he shall never have her upon the terms they demand of £50. He left me, and I to my uncle White, and there supped, and there was pretty Mistress Margaret White, whom I esteem very pretty, and love dearly to look upon her. We were very pleasant, I droning with my aunt and them, but I am sorry to hear that the news of the selling of Dunkirk is taken so generally ill, as I find it is among the merchants,
and other things as removal of officers at court,
good for worse,
and all things else made much worse in their report among people than they are.
And this night, I know not upon what ground, the gates of the city ordered to be kept shut, and double guards everywhere. So home, and after preparing things against to-morrow for the Duke, to bed. Indeed I do find every body's spirit very full of trouble, and the things of the Court and Council very ill taken, so as to be apt to appear in bad colours, if there should ever be a beginning of trouble, which God forbid. 20th. Up and in Sir J. Minnes's coach with him and Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, where now the Duke is come again to lodge, and to Mr. Coventry's little new chamber there, and by up to the Duke, who was making himself ready, and there among other discourse young Killigrew did so commend The Villain, a new play made by Tom Porter, and acted only on Saturday at the Duke's house, as if there never had been any such play come upon the stage. The same yesterday was told me by Captain Ferrers, and this morning afterwards by Dr. Clarke, who saw it, insomuch that after I had done with the Duke, and thence gone with Commissioner Pett to Mr. Lilly's, the great painter, who came forth to us, but believing that I come to bespeak a picture, he prevented us by telling us that he should not be at leisure these 3 weeks, which methinks is a rare thing. And then to see in what pomp his table was laid for himself to go to dinner, and here, among other pictures, saw the so much desired by me picture of my Lady Castlemaine, which is a most blessed picture, and that I must have a copy of. And having thence gone to my brother's, where my wife lodged last night, and eat something there, I took her by coach to the Duke's house, and there was the house full of company. But whether it was in over-expecting or what, I know not, but I was never less pleased with a play in my life. Though there was good singing and dancing, yet no fancy in the play, but something that made it less contenting was my conscience, that I ought not to have gone by my vow, and besides my business commanded me elsewhere. But, however, as soon as I came home, I did pay my crown to the poor's box,
according to my vow.
And so no harm as to that is done, but only business lost and money lost, and my old habit of pleasure wakened, which I will keep down the more hereafter. For I thank God these pleasures are not sweet to me now in the very enjoying of them. So by coach home, and after a little business at my office, and seeing Sir W. Pen, who continues ill, I went to bed. Dunkirk, I am confirmed, is absolutely sold, for which I am very sorry. 21st. Up, and while I was dressing myself, my brother Tom being there, I did chide him for his folly in abusing himself about the match, for I perceive he do endeavour all he can to get her, and she and her friends to have more than her portion deserves, which now from 600 or 700 is come to 450. I did by several steps shew Tom how he would not be 100 the better for her, according to the ways he took to jointure her. After having done with him, to the office, and there all the morning, and in the middle of our sitting, my workmen setting about the putting up of my rails upon my leads, Sir J. Minnes did spy them and fell a swearing, which I took no notice of, but was vexed, and am still to the very heart of it, for fear it should put him upon taking the closet and my chamber from me, which I protest I am now afraid of. But it is my very great folly to be so much troubled at these trifles, more than at the loss of 100 or things of greater concernment, but I forget the lesson I used to preach to others. After dinner to my office, with my head and heart full of troublesome business, and thence by water with Mr. Smith to Mr. Lechmore, the counsellor at the Temple, about Field's business. And he tells me plainly that, there being a verdict against me, there is no help for it, but it must proceed to judgment. It is 30 damage to me for my joining with others in committing Field to prison, we being not justices of the peace in the city, though in Middlesex. This troubled me, but I hope the King will make it good to us. Thence to Mr. Smith, the scrivener, upon Ludgate Hill, to whom Mrs. Butler do commit her business concerning her daughter and my brother. He tells me her daughter's portion is but 400, at which I am more troubled than before, and they find fault, that his house is too little. So after I had told him my full mind, I went away to meet again to-morrow, but I believe the business will be broke off, which for Tom's sake I am much grieved for, but it cannot be helped without his ruin. Thence to see Mr. Moore, who is pretty well again, and we read over and discoursed about Mrs. Goldsborough's business. And her son coming by my appointment thither, I did tell him our resolution as to her having her estate reconveyed to her. Hither also came my brother, and before Mr. Moore I did advise and counsel him about his match, and how we had all been abused by Mr. Cook's folly. So home and to my office, and there settled many businesses, and so home and to supper, and so to bed, Sir W. Pen being still in great pain. 22nd. Up, and carrying my wife and her brother to Covent Garden, near their father's new lodging, by coach, I to my Lord Sandwich's, who receives me now more and more kindly, now he sees that I am respected in the world, and is my most noble patron. Here I staid and talked about many things, with my Lord and Mr. Povy, being there about Tangier business, for which the commission is a taking out. Hence, after talking with Mr. Cook, whom I met here about Mrs. Butler's portion, he do persist to say that it will be worth 600 certain, when he knows as well as I do now that it is but 400, and so I told him, but he is a fool, and has made fools of us. So I by water to my brother's, and thence to Mr. Smith's, where I was last night, and there by appointment met Mrs. Butler, with whom I plainly discoursed, and she with me. I find she will give but 400, and no more, and is not willing to do that without a jointure, which she expects, and I will not grant for that portion, and upon the whole I find that cook has made great brags on both sides, and so has abused us both, but know not how to help it, for I perceive she had much greater expectations of Tom's house and being than she finds. But however we did break off the business wholly, but with great love and kindness between her and me, and would have been glad we had known one another's minds sooner, without being misguided by this fellow to both our shames and trouble. For I find her a very discreet, sober woman, and her daughter I understand and believe is a good lady. And if portions did agree, though she finds fault with Tom's house, and his bad imperfection in his speech, I believe we should well agree in other matters. After taking a kind farewell, I to Tom's, and there did give him a full account of this sad news, with which I find he is much troubled, but do appear to me to be willing to be guided herein, and apprehends that it is not for his good to do otherwise, and so I do persuade him to follow his business again, and I hope he will. But for Cook's part and Dr. Pepys, I shall know them for two fools another time. Hence, it raining hard, by coach home, being first trimmed here by Benier, who being acquainted with all the players, do tell me that Betterton is not married to Iantha, as they say, but also that he is a very sober, serious man, and studious and humble, following of his studies, and is rich already with what he gets and saves. And then to my office till late, doing great deal of business, and settling my mind in pretty good order as to my business, though at present they are very many. So home and to bed. This night was buried, as I hear by the bells at Barking Church, my poor Morena, whose sickness being desperate did kill her poor father, and he being dead for sorrow she could not recover, nor desire to live, but from that time did languish more and more, and so is now dead and buried. 23rd. Up and among my workmen, and so to the office, and there sitting all the morning we stepped all out to visit Sir W. Batten, who it seems has not been well all yesterday, but being let blood is now pretty well, and Sir W. Pen after office I went to see, but he continues in great pain of the gout, and in bed, cannot stir hand nor foot but with great pain. So to my office all the evening, putting things public and private in order, and so at night home and to supper and to bed, finding great content since I am come to follow my business again, which God preserve in me. 24th. After with great pleasure lying a great while talking and sporting in bed with my wife, for we have been for some years now, and at present more and more, a very happy couple, blessed be God, I got up and to my office, and having done there some business, I by water, and then walked to Deptford to discourse with Mr. Lowly and Davis about my late conceptions about keeping books of the distinct works done in the yards, against which I find no objection but their ignorance, and unwillingness to do anything of pains, and what is out of their ordinary dull road, but I like it well, and will proceed in it. So home and dined there with my wife upon a most excellent dish of tripes of my own directing, covered with mustard, as I have heretofore seen them done at my Lord Crew's, of which I made a very great meal, and sent for a glass of wine for myself, and so to see Sir W. Pen, who continues bedrid in great pain, and hence to the Treasury, to Sir J. Minnes paying off of tickets, and at night home, and in my study, after seeing Sir W. Batten, who also continues ill, I fell to draw out my conceptions about books for the clerk that checks in the yard to keep according to the distinct works there, which pleases me very well, and I am confident it will be of great use. At 9 at night home, and to supper and to bed. This noon came to see me and sat with me a little after dinner Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, who tells me how ill things go at court, that the King do show no countenance to any that belong to the Queen, nor above all to such English as she brought over with her, or hath here since, for fear they should tell her how he carries himself to Mrs. Palmer. Insomuch that though he has a promise, and is sure of being made her surgeon, he is at a loss what to do in it, whether to take it or no, since the King's mind is so altered in favour to all her dependents, whom she is fain to let go back into Portugal, though she brought them from their friends against their wills with promise of preferment, without doing anything for them. But he tells me that her own physician did tell him within these 3 days, that the Queen do know how the King orders things, and how he carries himself to my Lady Castlemaine and others, as well as anybody. But though she hath spirit enough, yet, seeing that she do no good by taking notice of it, for the present she forbears it in policy, of which I am very glad. But I pray God keep us in peace, for this, with other things, do give great discontent to all people. 25th. Up and to the office, and there with Mr. Coventry sat all the morning, only we two, the rest being absent or sick. Dined at home with my wife upon a good dish of neat's feet and mustard, of which I made a good meal. All the afternoon alone at my office and among my workmen, who, I mean the joiners, have even ended my dining room, and will be very handsome and to my full content. In the evening at my office about one business or another, and so home and to bed, with my mind every day more and more quiet since I come to follow my business, and shall be very happy indeed when the trouble of my house is over. 26th, Lord's day. Up and put on my new scallop, and is very fine. To church, and there saw the first time Mr. Mills in a surplice, but it seemed absurd for him to pull it over his ears in the reading pew, after he had done, before all the church, to go up to the pulpit, to preach without it. Home and dined, and Mr. Simpson, my joiner that do my dining room, and my brother Tom with me, to a delicate fat pig. Tom takes his disappointment of his mistress to heart, but all will be well again in a little time. Then to church again, and heard a simple Scot preach most tediously, So home and to see Sir W. Batten, who is pretty well again, and then to my uncle White's to show my fine band, and to see Mrs. Margaret White, but she was not there. All this day soldiers going up and down the town, there being an alarm, and many Quakers and others clapped up, but I believe without any reason, only they say in Dorsetshire there hath been some rising discovered. So after supper home, and then to my study, and making up my monthly account to myself, I find myself by my expense in bands and clothes this month abated a little of my last, and that I am worth £679 still, for which God be praised. So home and to bed with quiet mind, blessed be God, but afeard of my candles going out, which makes me write thus slubberingly. 27th. Up, and after giving order to the plasterer now to set upon the finishing of my house, then by water to wait upon the Duke, and walking in the matted gallery, by and by comes Mr. Coventry and Sir John Minnes, and then to the Duke, and after he was ready, to his closet, where I did give him my usual account of matters, and afterwards, upon Sir J. Minnes' desire to have one to assist him in his employment, Sir W. Pen is appointed to be his, and Mr. Pett to be the surveyor's assistant. Mr. Coventry did desire to be excused, and so I hope, at least it is my present opinion, to have none joined with me, but only Mr. Coventry do desire that I would find work for one of his clerks, which I did not deny, but however I will think of it, whether without prejudice to mine I can do it. Thence to my Lord Sandwich, who nowadays calls me into his chamber, and alone did discourse with me about the jealousy that the Court have of people's rising, wherein he do much dislike my Lord Monk's being so eager against a company of poor wretches, dragging them up and down the street, but would have him rather to take some of the greatest ringleaders of them and punish them, whereas this do but tell the world the King's fears and doubts. For Dunkirk, he wonders any wise people should be so troubled thereat, and scorns all their talk against it, for that he says it was not Dunkirk, but the other places, that did and would annoy us, though we had that, as much as if we had it not. He also took notice of the new Ministers of State, Sir H. Bennet and Sir Charles Barkeley, their bringing in, and the high game that my Lady Castlemaine plays at Court, which I took occasion to mention, as that the people do take great notice of, all which he confessed. Afterwards he told me of poor Mr. Spong, that being with other people examined before the King and Council, they being laid up as suspected persons, and it seems Spong is so far thought guilty, as that they intend to pitch upon him to put to the rack or some other torture, he do take knowledge of my Lord Sandwich, and said that he was well known to Mr. Pepys. But my Lord's knows, and I told him, that it was only a matter of music and pipes, but that I thought him to be a very innocent fellow, and indeed I am very sorry for him. After my Lord and I had done in private, we went out, and with Captain Cuttance and Budd did look over their draught of a bridge for Tangier, which will be brought by my desire to our office by them tomorrow. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked long with Mr. Creed, and then to the great half-a-crown ordinary at the King's Head, near Charing Cross, where we had a most excellent neat dinner, and very high company, and in a noble manner. After dinner, he and I into another room, over a pot of ale, and talked. He showed me our commission, wherein the Duke of York, Prince Rupert, Duke of Albemarle, Lord Peterborough, Lord Sandwich, Sir G. Carteret, Sir William Compton, Mr. Coventry, Sir R. Ford, Sir William Ryder, Mr. Cholmley, Mr. Povey, myself, and Captain Cuttance, in this order are joined, for the carrying on the service of Tangier, which I take for a great honour to me. He told me what great faction there is at Court, and above all what is whispered, that young Crofts is lawful son to the King being married to his mother. How true this is, God knows, but I believe the Duke of York will not be fooled in this of 3 crowns. Thence to Whitehall, and walked long in the galleries till, as they are commanded to all strange persons, one come to tell us, we not being known, and being observed to walk there 4 or 5 hours, which was not true, unless they count my walking there in the morning, he was commanded to ask who we were, which being told, he excused his question, and was satisfied. These things speak great fear and jealousies. Here we stayed some time, thinking to stay out the play before the King to-night, but it being the villain and my wife not being there, I had no mind. So walked to the Exchange, and there took many turns with him, among other things observing one very pretty Exchange lass, with her face full of black patches, which was a strange sight. So bid him good night, and away by coach to Mr. Moore, with whom I stayed an hour, and found him pretty well, and intends to go abroad to-morrow, and so it raining hard by coach home. And having visited both Sir Williams, who were both sick, but like to be well again, I to my office, and there did some business, and so home and to bed. At Sir W. Batten's I met with Mr. Mills, who tells me that he could get nothing out of the maid hard by, that did poison herself before she died, but that she did it because she did not like herself, nor had not liked herself, nor anything she did, a great while. It seems she was well favoured enough, but crooked, and this was all she could be got to say, which is very strange. 28th. At the office, sitting all the morning, and then home to dinner with my wife, and after dinner she and I passing an hour or 2 in ridiculous talk, and then to my office, doing business there till 9 at night, and so home and to supper and to bed. My house is now in its last dirt, I hope, the plasterer and painter now being upon winding up all my trouble, which I expect will now in a fortnight's time, or a little more, be quite over. 29th. Lord Mayor's Day. Intended to have made me fine, and by invitation to have dined with the Lord Mayor to day. But going to see Sir W. Batten this morning, I found Sir G. Carteret and Sir J. Minnes going with Sir W. Batten and myself to examine Sir G. Carteret's accounts for the last year. Whereupon I settled to it with them all the day long, only dinner time, which Sir G. Carteret gave us, and by night did as good as finish them, and so parted and thence to my office, and there set papers in order and business against to-morrow. I received a letter this day from my father, speaking more trouble about my uncle Thomas, his business, and of proceeding to lay claim to Brampton and all my uncle left, because it is given conditional that we should pay legacies, which to him we have not yet done, but I hope that will do us no hurt. God help us if it should, but it disquiets my mind. I have also a letter from my Lord Sandwich, desiring me upon matters of concernment to be with him early to-morrow morning, which I wonder what it should be. So my mind full of thoughts and some trouble at night, home and to bed.
Sir G. Carteret, who had been at the examining most of the late people that are clapped up,
do say that he do not think that there hath been any great plotting among them, though they have a good will to it, but their condition is so poor and silly and low, that they do not fear them at all. 30th.
Could sleep but little to-night for thoughts of my business.
So up by candlelight and by water to Whitehall, and so to my Lord Sandwich, who was up in his chamber and all alone, did acquaint me with his business, which was, that our old acquaintance Mr. Wade in Axe Yard hath discovered to him £7,000 hid in the Tower, of which he was to have 2 for discovery, my Lord himself 2, and the King the other 3, when it was found, and that the King's warrant runs for me on my Lord's part, and one Mr. Lee for Sir Harry Bennet, to demand leave of the Lieutenant of the Tower for to make search. After he had told me the whole business, I took leave and hastened to my office, expecting to be called by a letter from my Lord to set upon the business, and so there I sat with the officers all the morning. At noon, when we were up, comes Mr. Wade with my Lord's letter, and tells me the whole business. So we consulted for me to go first to Sir H. Bennet, who is now with many of the Privy Councillors at the Tower, examining of their late prisoners, to advise with him when to begin. So I went, and the guard at the Tower gate making me leave my sword at the gate, I was forced to stay so long in the alehouse hard by, till my boy run home for my cloak, that my Lord Mayor that now is, Sir John Robinson, Lieutenant of the Tower, with all his company, was gone with their coaches to his house in Minchin Lane. So my cloak being come, I walked thither, and there, by Sir G. Carteret's means, did presently speak with Sir H. Bennet, who did show and give me the King's warrant to me and Mr. Lee, and another to himself for the paying of £2,000 to my Lord, and other 2 to the discoverers. After a little discourse, dinner come in, and I dined with them.
There was my Lord Mayor, my Lord Lauderdale,
Mr. Secretary Morris, to whom Sir H. Bennet would give the upper hand, Sir William Compton, Sir G. Carteret, and myself, and some other company, and a brave dinner. After dinner, Sir H. Bennet did call aside the Lord Mayor and me, and did break the business to him, who did not nor durst appear the least averse to it, but did promise all assistance forthwith to set upon it. So Mr. Lee and I to our office, and there walked till Mr. Wade and one Evett his guide did come, and W. Griffin, and a porter with his pickaxes, etc., and so they walked along with us to the Tower,
and Sir H. Bennet and my Lord Mayor did give us full power to fall to work.
So our guide demands a candle, and down into the cellars he goes, inquiring whether they were the same that Baxter always had.
We went into several little cellars, and then went out a doors to view, and to the coal harbour.
But none did answer so well to the marks which was given him to find it by, as one arch vault.
Where after a great deal of counsel whether to set upon it now, or delay for better,
and more full advice, we set to it. To digging we went to almost 8 o'clock at night, but could find nothing. But, however, our guides did not at all seem discouraged, for that they being confident that the money is there they look for, but having never been in the cellars, they could not be positive to the place, and therefore will inform themselves more fully, now they have been there, of the party that do advise them. So locking the door after us, we left work to night, and up to the Deputy Governor, my Lord Mayor and Sir H. Bennet, with the rest of the company, being gone an hour before, and he do undertake to keep the key of the cellars, that none shall go down without his privity. But, Lord, to see what a young, simple, fantastic coxcomb is made Deputy Governor would make one mad, and how he called out for his nightgown of silk, only to make a show to us. And yet for half an hour I did not think he was the Deputy Governor, and so spoke not to him about the business, but waited for another man. At last I broke our business to him, and he promising his care, we parted, and Mr. Lee and I by coach to Whitehall, where I did give my Lord Sandwich an account of our proceedings, and some encouragement to hope for something hereafter, and so bade him good night, and so by coach home again, where to my trouble I found that the painter had not been here to day to do anything, which vexes me mightily. So to my office to put down my journal, and so home and to bed. This morning, walking with Mr. Coventry in the garden, he did tell me how Sir G. Carteret had carried the business of the victuallers' money to be paid by himself, contrary to old practice, at which he is angry, I perceive, but I believe means no hurt, but that things may be done as they ought. He expects Sir George should not bespatter him privately in revenge, but openly, against which he prepares to bedaub him, and swears he will do it from the beginning, from Jersey to this day. And as to his own taking of 2 large fees or rewards for places that he had sold,
he will prove that he was directed to it by Sir George himself, among others.
And yet he did not deny Sir G. Carteret his due, in saying that he is a man that do take the most pains, and gives himself the most to do business of any man about the court, without any desire of pleasure or divertisements, which is very true. But which pleased me mightily, he said in these words that he was resolved, whatever it cost him, to make an experiment, and see whether it was possible for a man to keep himself up in court by dealing plainly and walking uprightly with any private game a playing, in the doing whereof, if his ground do slip from under him, he will be contented, but he is resolved to try, and never to balk taking notice of anything that is to the king's prejudice, let it fall where it will, which is a most brave resolution. He was very free with me, and by my troth I do see more real worth in him than in most men that I do know. I would not forget two passages of Sir J. Minnes at yesterday's dinner. The one, that to the question how it comes to pass that there are no boors seen in London, but many sows and pigs, it was answered, that the constable gets them o' nights. The other, Thomas Killigrew's way of getting to see plays when he was a boy. He would go to the Red Bull, and when the man cried to the boys, "Who will go and be a devil, and he shall see the play for nothing?" then would he go in and be a devil upon the stage, and so get to see plays. 31st. Lay pretty long in bed, and then up and among my workmen, the carpenters being this day laying off my floor of my dining room, with whom I staid a good while, and so to my office, and did a little business, and so home to dinner, and after dinner all the afternoon with my carpenters, making them lay all my boards but one in my dining room this day, which I am confident they would have made 2 good days' work of if I had not been there, and it would be very pleasant. At night to my office, and there late doing of my office business, and so home to supper and bed. Thus ends this month, I and my family in good health, but weary heartily of dirt, but now in hopes within 2 or 3 weeks to be out of it. My head troubled with much business, but especially my fear of Sir J. Minnes claiming my bedchamber of me, but I hope now that it is almost over, for I perceive he is fitting his house to go into it the next week. Then my law businesses for Brampton makes me mad almost, for that I want time to follow them, but I must by no means neglect them. I thank God I do save money, though it be but a little, but I hope to find out some job or other that I may get a sum by to set me up. Now also busy in a discovery for my Lord Sandwich and Sir H. Bennet, by Mr. Wade's means, of some of Baxter's money hid in one of his cellars in the Tower. If we get it, it may be I may be 10 or 20 pounds the better for it. I thank God I have no crosses, but only much business to trouble my mind with. In all other things as happy a man as any in the world, for the whole world seems to smile upon me, and if my house were done, that I could diligently follow my business, I would not doubt to do God and the King and myself good service. And all I do impute almost wholly to my late temperance, since my making of my vows against wine and plays, which keeps me most happily and contentfully to my business, which God continue. Public matters are full of discontent, what with the sale of Dunkirk, and my Lady Castlemaine and her faction at court, though I know not what they would have more than to debauch the King, whom God preserve from it. And then great plots are talked to be discovered, and all the prisons in town full of ordinary people, taken from their meeting places last Sunday. But for certain some plots there hath been, though not brought to a head. End of October. Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. November 1662. November 1st. Up, and after a little while with my workmen, I went to my office, and then to our sitting all the morning. At noon with Mr. Creed, whom I found at my house, to the Trinity House to a great dinner there, by invitation, and much company. It seems one Captain Evans makes his elder brother's dinner to-day. Among other discourses, one Mr. Oudant, secretary to the late Princess of Orange, did discourse of the convenience as to keeping the highways from being deep, by their horses, in Holland, and Flanders, where the ground is as miry as ours is, going in their carts and waggons as ours in coaches, wishing the same here as an expedient to make the ways better, and I think there's something in it, where there's breadth enough. Thence to my office, sent for to meet Mr. Lee again, from Sir H. Bennet, and he and I, with Wade and his intelligencer and labourers, to the Tower cellars, to make one trial more, where we stayed 2 or 3 hours digging, and dug a great deal all under the arches, as it was now most confidently directed, and so seriously, and upon pretended good grounds, that I myself did truly expect to speed, but we missed of all, and so we went away the second time like fools. And to our office, whither, a coach being come, Mr. Lee goes home to Whitehall, and I by appointment to the Dolphin Tavern to meet Wade and the other, Captain Evett, who now do tell me plainly that he that do put him upon this is one that had it from Barkstead's own mouth, and was advised with by him just before the King's coming in how to get it out, and had all the signs told him how and where it lay, and had always been the great confidant of Barkstead, even to the trusting him with his life and all he had. so that he did much convince me that there is good ground for what we go about. But I fear it may be that he did find some conveyance of it away, without the help of this man, before he died. But he is resolved to go to the party once more, and then to determine what we shall do further. So we parted, and I to my office, where after sending away my letters to the post, I do hear that Sir J. Minnes is resolved to turn part of our entry into a room, and to divide the backyard between Sir W. Pen and him, which though I do not see how it will annoy me much particularly, yet it do trouble me a little for fear it should. But I do not see how it can well, unless in his desiring my coming to my back stairs. But for that I shall do as well as himself or Sir W. Pen, who is most concerned to look after it. 2nd Lord's Day. Lay long with pleasure talking with my wife, in whom I never had greater content, blessed be God, than now, she continuing with the same care and thrift and innocence, so long as I keep her from occasions of being otherwise, as ever she was in her life, and keeps the house as well. To church, where Mr. Mills, after he had read the service, and shifted himself as he did the last day, preached a very ordinary sermon. So home to dinner with my wife, then up into my new rooms, which are almost finished, and there walked with great content, talking with my wife till church time, and then to church, and there being a lazy preacher, I slept out the sermon, and so home. And after visiting the two Sir Williams, who are both of them mending apace, I to my office, preparing things against tomorrow for the Duke, and so home and to bed, with some pain, having taken cold this morning in sitting too long bare-legged to pare my corns. My wife and I spent a good deal of this evening in reading Du Bartas' Imposture, and other parts which my wife of late has taken up to read, and is very fine as anything I meet with. 3rd. Up and with Sir J. Minnes in his coach to Whitehall to the Duke's, but found him gone out a-hunting. Thence to my Lord Sandwich, from whom I receive every day more and more signs of his confidence and esteem of me. Here I met with Pierce the surgeon, who tells me that my Lady Castlemaine is with child. But though it be the King's, yet her Lord being still in town, and sometimes seeing of her, though never to eat or lie together, it will be laid to him. He tells me also how the Duke of York is smitten in love with my Lady Chesterfield, a virtuous lady, daughter to my Lord of Ormond, and so much that the Duchess of York hath complained to the King and her father about it, and my Lady Chesterfield is gone into the country for it. At all which I am sorry, but it is the effect of idleness, and having nothing else to employ their great spirits upon. Thence with Mr. Creed and Mr. Moore, who is got upon his legs and come to see my Lord, to Wilkinson's, and there I did give them and Mr. Howe their dinner of roast beef, cost me 5 shillings, and after dinner carried Mr. Moore as far as Paul's in a coach, giving him direction about my law business, and there set him down, and I home and among my workmen, who happen of all sorts to meet to their making an end of a great many jobs. So that after tomorrow I shall have but a little plastering and all the painting almost to do, which was good content to me. At night to my office and did business, and there came to me Mr. Wade and Evett, who have been again with their prime intelligencer, a woman I perceive, and though we have missed twice, yet they bring such an account of the probability of the truth of the thing, though we are not certain of the place, that we shall set upon it once more, and I am willing and hopeful in it. So we resolve to set upon it again on Wednesday morning, and the woman herself will be there in a disguise, and confirm us in the place. So they took leave for the night, and I to my business, and then home to my wife and to supper and bed, my pain being going away. So by God's great blessing my mind is in good condition of quiet. 4th. Lay long talking pleasantly with my wife in bed, it having rained, and do still, very much, all night long. Up and to the office, where we sat till noon. This morning we had news by letters that Sir Richard Stayner is dead at sea in the Mary, which is now come into Portsmouth from Lisbon, which we are sorry for, he being a very stout seaman. But there will be no great miss of him for all that. Dined at home with my wife, and all the afternoon among my workmen, and at night to my office to do business there, and then to see Sir W. Pen, who is still sick, but his pain less than it was. He took occasion to talk with me about Sir J. Minnes' intention to divide the entry and the yard, and so to keep him out of the yard, and forcing him to go through the garden to his house, which he is vexed at, and I am glad to see that Sir J. Minnes do use him just as he do me, and so I perceive it is not anything extraordinary his carriage to me in the matter of our houses, for this is worse than anything he has done to me, that he should give order for the stopping up of his way to his house, without so much as advising with him or letting of him know it, and I confess that it is very highly and basely done of him. So to my office again, and after doing business there, then home to supper and to bed. 5th. Up and with my painters painting my dining room all day long till night, not stirring out at all. Only in the morning my Lady Batten did send to speak with me, and told me very civilly that she did not desire, nor hoped I did, that anything should pass between us but what was civil, though there was not the neighbourliness between her and my wife that was fit to be, and so complained of my maid's mocking of her, when she called Nan to her maid within her own house. My maid Jane in the garden overheard her, and mocked her, and some other such like things she told me, and of my wife speaking unhandsomely of her, to all which I did give her a very respectful answer, such as did please her, and am sorry indeed that this should be, though I do not desire there should be any acquaintance between my wife and her.
but I promised to avoid such words and passages for the future. So home, and by Sir W. Pen did send for me to his bedside, and tell me how really Sir J. Minnes did resolve to have one of my rooms, and that he was very angry and hot, and said he would speak to the Duke. To which, knowing that all this was but to scare me, and to get him to put off his resolution of making up the entry, I did tell him plainly how I did not value his anger more than he did mine, and that I should be willing to do what the Duke commanded, and I was sure to have justice of him, and that was all I did say to him about it, though I was much vexed. And after a little stay went home, and there telling my wife she did put me into heart, and resolved to offer him to change lodgings, and believe that that will one way or other bring us to some end in this dispute. At night I called up my maids, and schooled Jane, who did answer me so humbly and drolly about it, that though I seemed angry, I was much pleased with her, and my wife also. So at night to bed. 6th. At the office forenoon and afternoon till late at night, very busy answering my Lord Treasurer's letter, and my mind troubled till we come to some end with Sir J. Minnes about our lodgings, and so home. And after some pleasant discourse and supper, to bed. And in my dream much troubled by being with Will Swan, a great fanatic, my old acquaintance, and methought taken and led up with him for a plotter, all our discourse being at present about the late plots. 7th. Up, and being by appointment called upon by Mr. Lee, he and I to the Tower to make our third attempt upon the cellar. And now privately the woman, Barkstead's great confidant, is brought, who do positively say that this is the place which she did say the money was hidden, and where he and she did put up the £50,000 in butter firkins. And the very day that he went out of England did say that neither he nor his would be the better for that money, and therefore wishing that she and hers might. And so left us, and we full of hope did resolve to dig all over the cellar, which by 7 o'clock at night we performed. At noon we sent for a dinner, and upon the head of a barrel dined very merrily, and to work again. Between times Mr. Lee, who had been much in Spain, did tell me pretty stories of the customs and other things, as I asked him, of the country, to my great content. But at last we saw we were mistaken, and after digging the cellar quite through, and removing the barrels from one side to the other, we were forced to pay our porters and give over our expectations, though I do believe there must be money hid somewhere by him, or else he did delude this woman in hopes to oblige her to further serving him, which I am apt to believe. Thence by coach to Whitehall, and at my Lord's lodgings did write a letter, he not being within, to tell him how things went, and so away again. Only hearing that Mrs. Sarah is married, I did go upstairs again, and joy her, and kiss her, she owning of it. And it seems it is to a cook. I am glad she is disposed of, for she grows old, and is very painful, and one I have reason to wish well for her old service to me. Then to my brother's, where my wife, by my order, is to-night to stay a night or two, while my house is made clean, and thence home, where I am angry to see, instead of the house made in part clean, all the pewter goods and other things are brought up to scouring, which makes the house 10 times worse, at which I was very much displeased, but cannot help it. So to my office to set down my journal, and so home and to bed. 8th. All the morning sitting at the office, and after that dined alone at home, and so to the office again till 9 o'clock, being loath to go home, the house is so dirty, and my wife at my brother's. So home and to bed. 9th. Lord's day. Lay alone a good while, my mind busy about pleading tomorrow to the Duke, if there shall be occasion for this chamber that I lie in, against Sir J. Minnes. Then up, and after being ready, walked to my brother's, where my wife is, calling at many churches, and then to the Temple, hearing a bit thereto, and observing that in the streets and churches the Sunday is kept in appearance as well as I have known it at any time. Then to dinner to my brother's, only he and my wife, and after dinner to see Mr. Moore, who is pretty well, and he and I to St. Gregory's, where I escaped a great fall down the stairs of the gallery. So into a pew there, and heard Dr. Ball make a very good sermon, though short of what I expected, as for the most part it do fall out. So home with Mr. Moore to his chamber, and after a little talk I walked home to my house, and staid at Sir W. Batten's, till late at night with him and Sir J. Minnes, with whom we did abundance of most excellent discourse of former passages of sea commanders and officers of the navy, and so home and to bed, with my mind well at ease, but only as to my chamber, which I fear to lose. 10th. Up betimes, and to set my workmen to work, and then a little to the office, and so with Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, and myself by coach to Whitehall to the Duke, who, after he was ready, did take us into his closet. Thither come my Lord General Monk, and did privately talk with the Duke about having the Life Guards pass through the city to-day only for show, and to fright people, for I perceive there are great fears abroad, for all which I am troubled, and full of doubt that things will not go well. He being gone, we fell to business of the navy. Among other things, how to pay off this fleet that is now come from Portugal, the King of Portugal sending them home, he having no more use for them, which we wonder at, that his conditions should be so soon altered. And our landmen also are coming back, being almost starved in that poor country. Having done here, I went by my Lord Sandwich's, who was not at home, and so to Westminster Hall, where full of term, and here met with many about business, among others my cousin Roger Pepys. who is all for a composition with my uncle Thomas, which upon any fair terms I am for also, and desire it. Thence by water and so by land to my Lord Crew's, and dined with him and his brother, I know not his name, where very good discourse, among others, of Francis' intention to make a patriarch of his own, independent from the Pope, by which he will be able to cope with the Spaniard in all councils, which hitherto he has never done. My Lord Crew told us how he heard my Lord of Holland say that, being ambassador about the match with the Queen Mother that now is, the King of France insisted upon a dispensation from the Pope, which my Lord Holland making a question of, and that he was commanded to yield to nothing to the prejudice of our religion, says the King of France, "You need not fear that, for if the Pope will not dispense with the match, my Bishop of Paris shall." By and by coming great Mr. Swinfen, the Parliament man, who, among other discourse of the rise and fall of families, told us of Bishop Bridgeman, brother of Sir Orlando, who lately hath bought a seat anciently of the Levers, and then the Ashtons, and so he hath in his great hall window, having repaired and beautified the house, caused 4 great places to be left for coats of arms. In one he hath put the Levers, with this motto, Olim; in another the Ashtons, with this, Heri; in the next his own, with this, Hodie; in the fourth nothing but this motto, Cras nescio cuius. Thence towards my brother's, met with Jack Cole in Fleet Street, and he and I went into his cousin Mary Cole's, whom I never saw since she was married, and drank a pint of wine and much good discourse. I found him a little conceited, but he had good things in him, and a man may know the temper of the city by him, he being of a general conversation, and can tell how matters go, and upon that score I will encourage his acquaintance. Thence to my brother's, and taking my wife up, carried her to Charing Cross, and there showed her the Italian motion, much after the nature of what I showed her a while since in Covent Garden. Their puppets here are somewhat better, but their motions not at all. Thence by coach to my Lady's, and hiding my wife with Sarah below, I went up and heard some music with my Lord, and afterwards discoursed with him alone, and so good night to him and below, having sent for Mr. Creed. Had thought to have shown my wife a play before the King, but it is so late that we could not, and so we took coach, and taking up Sarah at my brother's with their night gear, we went home, and I to my office to settle matters, and so home and to bed. This morning in the Duke's chamber Sir J. Minnes did break to me his desire about my chamber, which I did put off to another time to discourse of, he speaking to me very kindly to make me the less trouble myself, hoping to save myself, and to contrive something or other to pleasure him as well, though I know not well what. The town, I hear, is full of discontents, and all know of the King's new bastard by Mrs. Hazelrigg, and as far as I can hear will never be contented with episcopacy, they are so cruelly set for presbytery, and the bishops carry themselves so high, that they are never likely to gain anything upon them. 11th. All the morning sitting at the office, and then to dinner with my wife, and so to the office again, where a good while Mr. Bland was with me, telling me very fine things in merchandise, which, but that the trouble of my office do so cruelly hinder me, I would take some pains in, till late at night. Towards the evening I, as I have done for 3 or 4 nights, studying something of arithmetic, which do please me well, to see myself come forward. So home to supper and to bed. 12th. At my office most of the morning, after I had done among my painters, and sent away Mr. Shaw and Hawley, who came to give me a visit this morning. Shaw, it seems, is newly remarried to a rich widow. At noon dined at home with my wife, and by my wife's appointment, came 2 young ladies, sisters, acquaintances of my wife's brothers, who are desirous to wait upon some ladies, and proffer their service to my wife. The youngest, indeed, hath a good voice, and sings very well, besides other good qualities, but I fear hath been bred up with too great liberty for my family, and I fear greater inconveniences of expenses, and my wife's liberty will follow, which I must study to avoid till I have a better purse, though I confess the gentlewoman, being pretty handsome, and singing, makes me have a good mind to her. Anon I took them by coach, and carried them to a friend's of theirs in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there I left them, and I to the Temple by appointment to my cousin Roger's chamber, where my uncle Thomas and his son Thomas met us, I having hoped that they would have agreed with me to have had it ended by my cousin Roger, but they will have 2 strangers to be for them, against 2 others of mine, and so we parted without doing anything, till the 2 send me the names of their arbiters. Thence I walked home, calling a little in Paul's churchyard, and, I thank God, can read and never buy a book, though I have a great mind to it. So to the Dolphin Tavern near home by appointment, and there met with Wade and Evett, and have resolved to make a new attempt upon another discovery, in which God give us better fortune than in the other. But I have great confidence that there is no cheat in these people, but that they go upon good grounds, though they have been mistaken in the place of the first. From thence, without drinking a drop of wine, home to my office, and there made an end, though late, of my collection of the prices of masts for these 12 years to this day, in order to the buying of some of wood, and I bound it up in painted paper, to lie by as a book for future use. So home and to supper and to bed, and a little before and after we were in bed, we had much talk and difference between us about my wife's having a woman, which I seem much angry at, that she should go so far in it without consideration and my being consulted with. So to bed. 13th. Up, and began our discontent again, and sorely angered my wife, who indeed do live very lonely, but I do perceive that it is want of work that do make her and all other people think of ways of spending their time worse, and this I owe to my building, that do not admit of her undertaking anything of work, because the house has been and is still so dirty. I to my office, and there sat all the morning, and dined with discontent with my wife at noon, and so to my office. And there this afternoon we had our first meeting upon our commission of inspecting the chest, and there Sir J. Minnes, Sir Francis Clark, Mr. Heath, Attorney of the Duchy, Mr. Prynne, Sir W. Rider, Captain Cock, and myself. Our first work to read over the Institution, which is a decree in Chancery in the year 1617, upon an inquisition made at Rochester about that time into the revenues of the chest, which had then, from the year 1588 or 1590, by the advice of the Lord High Admiral, and principal officers then being, by consent of the seamen, been settled, paying 6d. per month, according to their wages then, which was then but 10s., which is now 24s. We adjourned to a fortnight hence. So broke up, and I to see Sir W. Pen, who is now pretty well, but lies in bed still. He cannot rise to stand. Then to my office late, and this afternoon my wife in her discontent sent me a letter, which I am in a quandary what to do, whether to read it or not. But I purpose not but to burn it before her face, that I may put a stop to more of this nature. But I must think of some way, either to find her somebody to keep her company, or to set her to work, and by employment to take up her thoughts and time. After doing what I had to do, I went home to supper, and there was very sullen to my wife, and so went to bed and to sleep, though with much ado, my mind being troubled, without speaking one word to her. 14th. She begun to talk in the morning, and to be friends, believing all this while that I had read her letter, which I perceived by her discourse was full of good counsel, and relating the reason of her desiring a woman, and how little charge she did intend it to be to me. So I begun and argued it as full and plain to her, and she to reason it highly to me, to put her away, and take one of the Bowyers if I did dislike her, that I did resolve when the house is ready, she shall try her for a while. The truth is, I having a mind to have her come for her music and dancing. So up and about my papers all the morning, and her brother coming, I did tell him my mind plain, who did assure me that they were both of the sisters very humble and very poor, and that she that we are to have would carry herself so. So I was well contented, and spent part of the morning at my office, and so home and to dinner. And after dinner, finding Sarah to be discontented at the news of this woman, I did begin in my wife's chamber to talk to her, and tell her that it was not out of unkindness to her, but my wife came up, and I perceive she is not too reconciled to her whatever the matter is, that I perceive I shall not be able to keep her, though she is as good a servant, only a little pettish, that ever I desire to have, and a creditable servant. So she desired leave to go out to look for a service, and did, for which I am troubled, and fell out highly afterwards with my wife about it. So to my office, where we met this afternoon about answering a great letter of my Lord Treasurer's, and that done, to my office drawing up a letter to him, and so home to supper. 15th. All the morning at the office sitting, dined with my wife pleasantly at home, then among my painters, and by went to my civil lawyers about my uncle's suit, and so home again, and saw my painters make an end of my house this night, which is my great joy. And so to my office and did business till 10 at night, and so home and to supper, and after reading part of Bussy d'Amboise, a good play I bought to-day, to bed. 16th. Lord's day. About 3 o'clock in the morning waked with a rude noise among Sir J. Minnes his servants, he not being yet come to his lodgings, who are the rudest people, but they that lived before, one Mrs. Davis, that ever I knew in my life. To sleep again, and after long talking pleasantly with my wife, up and to church, where Mrs. Goodyear, now Mrs. Buckworth, was churched. I love the woman for her gravity above any in the parish. So home and to dinner with my wife with great content, and after dinner walked up and down my house, which is now almost finished, there being nothing to do but the glazier and furniture to put up. By and by comes Tom, and after a little talk, I with him towards his end. But seeing many strangers and coaches coming to our church, and finding that it was a sermon to be preached by a probationer for the Turkey Company, to be sent to Smyrna, I returned thither, and several Turkey merchants filled all the best pews, and some in ours, in the church. But a most pitiful sermon it was, upon a text in Zachariah, and a great time he spent to show whose son Zachary was, and to prove Malachi to be the last prophet before John the Baptist. Home, and to see Sir W. Pen, who gets strength, but still keeps his bed. Then home and to my office to do some business there, and so home to supper and to bed. 17th. To the Duke's to-day, but he is gone a-hunting, and therefore I to my Lord Sandwich's. And having spoke a little with him about his businesses, I to Westminster Hall, and there staid long doing many businesses, and so home by the Temple and other places doing the like,
and at home I found my wife dressing by appointment by her woman, that I think is to be, and her other sister being here to-day with her and my wife's brother, I took Mr. Creed, that came to dine, to an ordinary behind the Change, and there dined together, and after dinner home, and there spent an hour or two till almost dark, talking with my wife, and making Mrs. Gosnell sing, and then, there being no coach to be got, by water to Whitehall, but Gosnell not being willing to go through bridge, we were forced to land and take water again, and put her and her sister ashore at the Temple. I am mightily pleased with her humour and singing. At Whitehall, by appointment, Mr. Creed carried my wife and I to the cockpit, and we had excellent places, and saw the King, Queen, Duke of Monmouth, his son, and my Lady Castlemaine, and all the fine ladies, and the scornful lady, well performed. They had done by 11 o'clock, and it being fine moonshine, we took coach and home, but could wake nobody at my house, and so were fain to have my boy get through one of the windows, and so opened the door and called up the maids, and went to supper and to bed. My mind being troubled at what my wife tells me, that a woman will not come till she hears from her mother, for I am so fond of her that I am loath now not to have her, though I know it will be a great charge to me which I ought to avoid, and so will make it up in other things. So to bed. 18th. Up and to the office, where Mr. Philip the lawyer came to me, but I put him off to the afternoon. At noon I dined at Sir W. Batten's, Sir John Minnes being here, and he and I very kind, but I every day expect to pull a crow with him about our lodgings. My mind troubled about Gosnell and my law businesses. So after dinner to Mr. Phillips his chamber, where he demands an abatement for Piggott's money, which vexes me also, but I will not give it him without my father's consent, which I will write to him to-night about, and have done it. Here meeting my uncle Thomas, he and I to my cousin Roger's chamber, and there I did give my uncle him and Mr. Phillips to be my two arbiters against Mr. Cole and Punt, but I expect no great good of the matter. Thence walked home, and my wife came home, having been abroad to-day, laying out above £12 in linen, and a copper, and a pot, and bedstead, and other household stuff, which troubles me also, so that my mind to-night is very heavy and divided. Late at my office, drawing up a letter to my Lord Treasurer, which we have been long about, and so home, and my mind troubled, to bed. 20th. All the morning sitting at the office, at noon with Mr. Coventry to the Temple, to advise about fields, but our lawyers not being in the way, we went to St. James's, and there at his chamber dined. And I am still in love more and more with him for his real worth. I broke to him my desire for my wife's brother to send him to sea as a midshipman, which he is willing to agree to, and will do it when I desire it. After dinner to the Temple, to Mr. Thurland, and thence to my Lord Chief Baron, Sir Edward Hales, and back with Mr. Thurland to his chamber, where he told us that field will have the better of us, and that we must study to make up the business as well as we can, which do much vex and trouble us, but I am glad the Duke is concerned in it. Thence by coach homewards, calling at a tavern in the way, being guided by the messenger in whose custody field lies, and spoke with Mr. Smith our messenger about the business, and so home, where I found that my wife had finished very neatly my study with the former hangings of the dining room, which will upon occasion serve for a fine withdrawing room. So a little to my office, and so home, and spent the evening upon my house, and so to supper and to bed. 21st. Within all day long, helping to put up my hangings in my house in my wife's chamber, to my great content. In the afternoon I went to speak to Sir J. Minnes at his lodgings, where I found many great ladies, and his lodgings made very fine indeed. At night to supper and to bed, this night having first put up a spitting sheet, which I find very convenient. This day come the King's pleasure boats from Calais with the Dunkirk money, being 400,000 pistols. 22nd. This morning, from some difference between my wife and Sarah, her maid, my wife and I fell out cruelly, to my great discontent. But I do see her set so against the wench, whom I take to be a most extraordinary good servant, that I was forced for the wench's sake to bid her get her another place, which shall cost some trouble to my wife, however, before I suffer to be. Thence to the office, where I sat all the morning, then dined, Mr. Moore with me at home, my wife busy putting her furniture in order. Then he and I out, and he home, and I to my cousin Roger Pepys, to advise about treating with my uncle Thomas, and thence called at the Wardrobe on Mr. Moore again, and so home, and after doing much business at my office I went home, and caused a new fashion knocker to be put on my door, and did other things to the putting my house in order, and getting my outward door painted and the arch. This day I bought the book of country dances against my wife's woman Gosnell comes, who dances finely, and there meeting Mr. Playford, he did give me his Latin songs of Mr. Deering's, which he lately printed. This day Mr. Moore told me that for certain the Queen Mother is married to my Lord St. Albans, and he is like to be made Lord Treasurer. News that Sir J. Lawson hath made up a peace now with Tunis and Tripoli, as well as Algiers, by which he will come home very highly honoured. 23rd. Lord's Day. Up, after some talk with my wife, soberly, upon yesterday's difference, and made good friends, and to church to hear Mr. Mills, and so home, and Mr. Moore and my brother Tom dined with me. My wife not being well to-day did not rise. In the afternoon to church again, and heard drowsy Mr. Graves, and so to see Sir W. Pen, who continues ill in bed, but grows better and better every day. Thence to Sir W. Batten's, and there staid a while, and heard how Sir R. Ford's daughter is married to a fellow without friends' consent, and the match carried on and made up at Will Griffin's, our doorkeeper's. So to my office, and did a little business, and so home and to bed. I talked to my brother to-day, who desires me to give him leave to look after his mistress still, and he will not have me put to any trouble or obligation in it, which I did give him leave to do. I hear to-day how old rich Audley is lately dead, and left a very great estate, and made a great many poor families rich, not all to one. Among others, one Davis, my old schoolfellow at Paul's, and since a bookseller in Paul's churchyard, and it seems do forgive one man £60,000, which he had wronged him of, but names not his name, but it is well known to be the scrivener in Fleet Street, at whose house he lodged. There is also this week dead a poulterer in Gracious Street, which is thought rich, but not so rich, that hath left £800 per annum, taken in other men's names, and 40,000 Jacobs in gold. 24th. Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, and I, going forth toward Whitehall, we hear that the King and Duke are come this morning to the Tower to see the Dunkirk money. So we by coach to them, and there went up and down all the magazines with them, but methought it was but poor discourse and frothy that the King's companions, young Killigrew among the rest, about the codpieces of some of the men in armour there to be seen, had with him. We saw none of the money, but Mr. Slingsby did show the King, and I did see, the stamps of the new money that is now to be made by Blondow's fashion, which are very neat, and like the King. Thence the King to Woolwich, though a very cold day, and the Duke to Whitehall, commanding us to come after him, which we did by coach, and in his closet, my Lord Sandwich being there, did discourse with us about getting some of this money to pay off the fleets and other matters, and then away hence, and it being almost dinner time, I to my Lord Crew's, and dined with him, and had very good discourse, and he seemed to be much pleased with my visits. Thence to Mr. Phillips, and so to the Temple, where met my cousin Roger Pepys and his brother Dr. John, as my arbitrators against Mr. Cole and Mr. John Bernard, for my uncle Thomas, and we two with them by appointment. They began very high in their demands, and my friends, partly being not so well acquainted with the will, and partly, I doubt, not being so good wits as they, for which I blame my choosing of relations, who, besides that, are equally engaged to stand for them as me, I was much troubled thereat, and taking occasion to deny without my father's consent to bind myself in a bond of £2,000 to stand to their award, I broke off the business for the present, till I hear and consider further, and so thence by coach, my cousin Thomas Pepys being in another chamber busy all the while, going along with me, homeward, and I set him down by the way. But, Lord, how he did endeavour to find out a 9d. to club with me for the coach, and for want was forced to give me a shilling, and how he still cries Gad, and talks of popery coming in, as all the fanatics do, of which I was ashamed. So home, finding my poor wife very busy putting things in order, and so to bed, my mind being very much troubled, and could hardly sleep all night, thinking how things are like to go with us about Brampton, and blaming myself for living so high as I do, when for aught I know my father and mother may come to live upon my hands when all is done. 25th. Up and to the office all the morning, and at noon with the rest, by Mr. Holy, the ironmonger's invitation, to the Dolphin, to a venison pasty, very good, and rare at this time of the year, and thence by coach with Mr. Coventry as far as the Temple, and thence to Greatorex's, where I staid and talked with him, and got him to mend my pocket ruler for me, and so by coach to my Lord's lodging, where I sat with Mr. Moore by appointment, making up accounts for my Lord Sandwich, which done, he and I and Captain Ferrers and W. Howe very merry a good while in the great dining room. And so, it being late, and my Lord not coming in, I by coach to the Temple, and thence walked home, and so to my study to do some business, and then home and to bed. Great talk among people how some of the fanatics do say that the end of the world is at hand, and that next Tuesday is to be the day, against which, whenever it shall be, good God fit us all. 26th. In the morning to the Temple to my cousin Roger, who now desires that I would excuse him from arbitrating, he not being able to stand for me as he would do, without appearing too high against my uncle Thomas, which will raise his clamour. With this I am very well pleased, for I did desire it, and so I shall choose other counsel. Thence home, he being busy that I could not speak more with him. All day long till 12 o'clock at night getting my house in order, my wife putting up the red hangings and bed in her woman's chamber, and I my books and all other matters in my chamber and study, which is now very pretty. So to bed. 27th. At my waking I found the tops of the houses covered with snow, which is a rare sight, that I have not seen these 3 years. Up and put my people to perfect the cleaning of my house, and so to the office, where we sat till noon, and then we all went to the next house upon Tower Hill to see the coming by of the Russia Ambassador, for whose reception all the city trained bands do attend in the streets, and the King's Life Guards, and most of the wealthy citizens in their black velvet coats and gold chains, which remain of their gallantry at the King's coming in. But they stayed so long that we went down again home to dinner, and after I had dined I heard they were coming, and so I walked to the Conduit in the Carrefour, at the end of Gracious Street and Cornhill, and there, the spouts thereof running very near me upon all the people that were under it, I saw them pretty well go by. I could not see the Ambassador in his coach, but his attendants in their habits and fur caps, very handsome comely men, and most of them with hawks upon their fists to present to the King. But, Lord, to see the absurd nature of Englishmen, that cannot forbear laughing and jeering at everything that looks strange. So back into the office, and there we met and sat till 7 o'clock, making a bargain with Mr. Wood for his Masks of New England, and then in Mr. Coventry's coach to the Temple, but my cousin Roger Pepys not being at leisure to speak to me about my business, I presently walked home, and to my office till very late doing business, and so home, where I found my house more and more clear and in order, and hope in a day or two now to be in very good condition there, and to my full content, which God grant. So to supper and to bed. 28th. A very hard frost, which is news to us after having none almost these 3 years. Up and to Ironmongers Hall by 10 o'clock, to the funeral of Sir Richard Stayner. Here we were, all the officers of the Navy, and my Lord Sandwich, who did discourse with us about the fishery, telling us of his Majesty's resolution to give £200 to every man that will set out a buss, and advising about the effects of this encouragement, which will be a very great matter certainly. Here we had good rings, and by were to take coach, and I being got in with Mr. Creed into a 4-horse coach, which they come and told us were only for the mourners, I went out, and so took this occasion to go home, where I stayed all day expecting Gosnell's coming, but there came an excuse from her that she had not heard yet from her mother, but that she will come next week, which I wish she may, since I must keep one that I may have some pleasure therein. So to my office till late, writing out a copy of my uncle's will, and so home and to bed. 29th. Before I went to the office, my wife's brother did come to us, and we did instruct him to go to Gosnell's, and to see what the true matter is of her not coming, and whether she do intend to come or no, and so I to the office. And this morning comes Sir G. Carteret to us, being the first time we have seen him since his coming from France. He tells us that the silver which he received for Dunkirk did weigh 120,000 weight. Here all the morning upon business, and at noon, not going home to dinner, though word was brought me that Will Joyce was there, whom I had not seen at my house nor anywhere else these 3 or 4 months, with Mr. Coventry by his coach as far as Fleet Street, and there stepped into Madam Turner's, where was told I should find my cousin Roger Pepys, and with him to the Temple, but not having time to do anything, I went towards my Lord Sandwich's. In my way went into Captain Cuttance's coach, and with him to my Lord's. But the company not being ready, I did slip down to Wilkinson's, and having not eat anything to-day, did eat a mutton pie and drank. And so to my Lord's, where my Lord and Mr. Coventry, Sir William Darcy, one Mr. Parham, a very knowing and well-spoken man in this business, with several others, did meet about stating the business of the fishery, and the manner of the King's giving of this £200 to every man that shall set out a new-made English buss by the middle of June next. In which business we had many fine pretty discourses, and I did here see the great pleasure to be had in discoursing of public matters, with men that are particularly acquainted with this or that business. Having come to some issue, wherein a motion of mine was well received, about sending these invitations from the King to all the fishing ports in general, with limiting so many busses to this and that port, before we know the readiness of subscribers, we parted, and I walked home all the way, and having wrote a letter full of business to my father, in my way calling upon my cousin Turner and Mr. Calthrop at the Temple, for their consent to be my arbitrators, which they are willing to. My wife and I to bed pretty pleasant, for that her brother brings word that Gosnell, which my wife and I in discourse do pleasantly call our Marmotte, will certainly come next week without fail, which God grant may be for the best. 30th. Lord's Day. To church in the morning, and Mr. Mills made a pretty good sermon. It is a bitter cold frost to-day. Dined alone with my wife to-day with great content, my house being quite clean from top to bottom. In the afternoon I to the French church here, in the city, and stood in the aisle all the sermon, with great delight hearing a very admirable sermon from a very young man upon the article in our creed, in order of catechism, upon the resurrection. Thence home, and to visit Sir W. Pen, who continues still bed-rid. Here was Sir W. Batten and his lady, and Mrs. Turner, and I very merry, talking of the confidence of Sir R. Ford's new married daughter, though she married so strangely lately, yet appears at church as brisk as can be, and takes place of her elder sister, a maid. Thence home and to supper, and then, cold as it is, to my office, to make up my monthly accounts. And I do find that, through the fitting of my house this month, I have spent in that and kitchen £50 this month, so that now I am worth but £660, or thereabouts. This being done, and fitted myself for the Duke to-morrow, I went home, and to prayers and to bed. This day I first did wear a muff, being my wife's last year's muff, and now I have bought her a new one. This serves me very well. Thus ends this month, in great frost, myself and family all well, but my mind much disordered about my uncle's law business, being now in an order of being arbitrated between us, which I wish to God it were done. I am also somewhat uncertain what to think of my going about to take a woman servant into my house, in the quality of a woman, for my wife. My wife promises it shall cost me nothing but her meat and wages, and that it shall not be attended with any other expenses, upon which terms I admit of it, for that it will, I hope, save me money in having my wife go abroad on visits and other delights, so that I hope the best, but am resolved to alter it, if matters prove otherwise than I would have them. Public matters in an ill condition of discontent, against the height and vanity of the court, and their bad payments, but that which troubles most is the clergy, which will never content the city, which is not to be reconciled to bishops, the more the pity that differences must still be. Dunkirk newly sold, and the money brought over, of which we hope to get some to pay the Navy, which by Sir J. Lawton's having dispatched the business in the Straits, by making peace with Argier, Tunis, and Tripoli, and so his fleet will also shortly come home, will now every day grow less, and so the King's charge be abated, which God send. End of November. Samuel Pepys, 1662. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys. December 1662. December 1st. Up and by coach with Sir John Minnes and Sir W. Batten to Whitehall to the Duke's chamber, where, as is usual, my Lord Sandwich and all of us, after his being ready, to his closet, and there discoursed of matters of the navy. And here Mr. Coventry did do me the great kindness to take notice to the Duke of my pains, in making a collection of all contracts about masts, which have been of great use to us. Thence I to my Lord Sandwich's, to Mr. Moore, to talk a little about business, and then over the park, where I first in my life, it being a great frost, did see people sliding with their skates, which is a very pretty art. To Mr. Coventry's chamber, to St. James's, where we all met to a venison pasty, and were very merry, Major Norwood being with us, whom they did play upon for his surrendering of Dunkirk. Here we stayed till 3 or 4 o'clock, and so to the Council Chamber, where there met the Duke of York, Prince Rupert, Duke of Albemarle, my Lord Sandwich, Sir Win Compton, Mr. Coventry, Sir J. Minnes, Sir R. Ford, Sir W. Rider, myself, and Captain Cuttance, as commissioners for Tangier. And after our commission was read by Mr. Creed, who I perceive is to be our secretary, we did fall to discourse of matters, as first the supplying them forthwith with victuals, then the reducing it to make way for the money, which upon their reduction is to go to the building of the mole, and so to other matters, ordered as against next meeting. This done we broke up, and I to the cockpit with much crowding and waiting, where I saw the Valiant Cid acted, a play I have read with great delight, but is a most dull thing acted, which I never understood before, there being no pleasure in it, though done by Betterton and by Iantha. And another fine wench that is come in the room of Roxalana, nor did the King or Queen once smile all the whole play, nor any of the company seem to take any pleasure, but what was in the greatness and gallantry of the company. Thence to my Lord's, and Mr. Moore being in bed, I stayed not, but with a link walked home, and got thither by 12 o'clock, knocked up my boy, and put myself to bed. 2nd. Before I went to the office, my wife and I had another falling out about Sarah, against whom she has a deadly hate, I know not for what, nor can I see but she is a very good servant. Then to my office, and there sat all the morning, and then to dinner with my wife at home, and after dinner did give Jane a very serious lesson against we take her to be our chambermaid, which I spoke so to her, that the poor girl cried and did promise to be very dutiful and careful. So to the office, where we sat as commissioners for the chest, and so examined most of the old accountants to the chest about it. And so we broke up, and I to my office till late preparing business, and so home being cold, and this night first put on a waistcoat. So to bed. 3rd. Called up by Commissioner Pett, and with him by water, much against my will, to Deptford, and after drinking a warm morning draught, with Mr. Wood and our officers, measuring all the morning his New England masts, with which sight I was much pleased for my information, though I perceive great neglect and indifference in all the King's officers in what they do for the King. That done, to the Globe, and there dined with Mr. Wood. And so by water with Mr. Pett home again, all the way reading his chest accounts, in which I did see things did not please me, as his allowing himself £300 for 1 year's looking to the business of the chest, and £150 per annum for the rest of the years. But I found no fault to him himself, but shall when they come to be read at the board. We did also call at Limehouse to view 2 busses that are building, that being a thing we are now very hot upon. Our call was to see what dimensions they are of,
being 50 feet by the keel and about 60 tons. Home and did a little business, and so taking Mr. Pett by the way, we walked to the Temple, in our way seeing one of the Russia Ambassador's coaches go along, with his footmen not in liveries, but their country habits, one of one colour and another of another, which is very strange. At the Temple spoke with Mr. Turner and Calthrop,
and so walked home again, being in some pain through the cold,
which I have got to-day by water, which troubles me. At the office doing business a good while, and so home and had a posset, and so to bed.
4th.
At the office all the morning setting about business, and after dinner to it again, and so till night, and then home looking over my Brampton papers against to-morrow, that we are to meet with our counsel on both sides toward an arbitration, upon which I was very late, and so to bed.
5th.
Up, it being a snow and hard frost, and being up I did call up Sarah, who do go away to-day or to-morrow. I paid her her wages, and gave her 10 shillings myself, and my wife 5 shillings to give her. For my part, I think never servant and mistress parted upon such foolish terms in the world as they do. Only for an opinion of my wife that she is ill-natured, in all other things being a good servant. The wench cried, and I was ready to cry too. But to keep peace, I am content she should go, and the rather, though I say nothing of that Jane may come into her place. This being done, I walked towards Guildhall, thither being summoned by the Commissioners for the Lieutenancy, but they sat not this morning. So meeting in my way W. Swan, I took him to a house thereabouts, and gave him a morning draught of butterdale. He telling me still much of his fanatic stories, as if he were a great zealot, when I know him to be a very rogue. But I do it for discourse, and to see how things stand with him and his party, who I perceive have great expectation that God will not bless the court nor church, as it is now settled, but they must be purified.
The worst news he tells me is that Mr. Chetwynd is dead.
My old and most ingenious acquaintance. He is dead, worth £3,000, which I did not expect, he living so high as he did always, and neatly. He hath given W. Simons his wife £300, and made Will one of his executors. Thence to the Temple to my counsel, and thence to Gray's Inn to meet with Mr. Cole, but could not, and so took a turn or two in the garden, being very pleasant with the snow and frost. Thence to my brother's, and there I eat something at dinner, and transcribed a copy or two of the state of my uncle's estate, which I prepared last night, and so to the Temple Church, and there walked alone till 4 or 5 o'clock.
And then to my cousin Turner's chamber, and stayed there, up and down from his to Calthrop's and Bernard's chambers, till so late, that Mr. Cole not coming, we broke up for meeting this night, and so taking my uncle Thomas homewards with me by coach, talking of our desire to have a peace, and set him down at Gracious Street end, and so home, and there I find Gosnell come, who my wife tells me is like to prove a pretty companion, of which I am glad. So to my office for a little business, and then home, my mind having been all this day in most extraordinary trouble and care for my father, there being so great an appearance of my uncle's going away with the greatest part of the estate. But in the evening, by Gosnell's coming, I do put off these thoughts to entertain myself with my wife and her, who sings exceeding well, and I shall take great delight in her. And so merrily to bed. 6th. Up into the office, and there sat all the morning, Mr. Coventry and I alone, the rest being paying off ships. Dined at home with my wife and Gosnell, my mind much pleased with her, and after dinner sat with them a good while, till my wife seemed to take notice of my being at home now more than at other times. I went to the office, and there I sat till late, doing of business, and at 9 o'clock walked to Mr. Rawlinson's, thinking to meet my uncle White there, where he was, but a great deal of his wife's kindred women, and I knew not whom, which Mr. Rawlinson did seem to me
to take much notice of his being led by the nose by his wife, I went away to my office again, and doing my business there, I went home, and after a song by Gosnell, we to bed. 7th, Lord's Day. A great snow, and so to church this morning with my wife, which is the first time she hath been at church since her going to Brampton, and Gosnell attending her, which was very graceful. So home, and we dined above in our dining room, the first time since it was new done, and in the afternoon I thought to go to the French church,
but finding the Dutch congregation there,
and then finding the French congregation's sermon begun in the Dutch, I returned home, and up to our gallery, where I found my wife and Gosnell,
and after a drowsy sermon, we all three to my aunt White's,
where a great store of her usual company, and here we stayed a pretty while talking, I differing from my aunt as I commonly do, in our opinion of the handsomeness of the Queen, which I oppose mightily, saying that if my nose be handsome, then is hers, and such like.
After much discourse, seeing the room full, and being unwilling to stay all three,
I took leave, and so with my wife only to see Sir W. Pen, who is now got out of his bed, and sits by the fireside. And after some talk, home and to supper, and after prayers to bed. This night came in my wife's brother, and talked to my wife and Gosnell about his wife, which they told me afterwards of, and I do smell that he I doubt is overreached, in thinking that he has got a rich wife, and I fear she will prove otherwise. So to bed. 8th. Up, and carrying Gosnell by coach, set her down at Temple Bar, she going about business of hers to-day. By the way, she was telling me how Balty did tell her that my wife did go every day in the week to court and plays, and that she should have liberty of going abroad as often as she pleased, and many other lies, which I am vexed at, and I doubt the wench did come in some expectation of, which troubles me. So to the Duke and Mr. Coventry, and alone, the rest being at a pay and elsewhere, and alone with Mr. Coventry, I did read over our letter to my Lord Treasurer,
which I think now is done as well as it can be.
Then to my Lord Sandwich's, and there spent the rest of the morning
in making up my Lord's accounts with Mr. Moore, and then dined with Mr. Moore and Battersby his friend, very well and merry and good discourse.
Then into the park, to see them slide with their skates, which is very pretty. And so to the Duke's, where the Committee for Tangier met, and here we sat down all with him at a table, and had much good discourse about the business, and is to my great content. And that done, I hearing what play it was that is to be acted before the King to-night, I would not stay, but home by coach, where I find my wife troubled about Gosnell, who brings word that her uncle, Justice Jiggins, requires her to come 3 times a week to him,
to follow some business that her mother entrusts her withal,
and that, unless she may have that leisure given her, he will not have her take any place, for which we are both troubled. But there is no help for it, and believing it to be a good providence of God to prevent my running behindhand in the world, I am somewhat contented therewith, and shall make my wife so, who, poor wretch, I know will consider of things,
though in good earnest the privacy of her life must needs be irksome to her. So I made Gosnell and we sit up looking over the book of dances till 12 at night,
not observing how the time went, and so to prayers and to bed. 9th. Lay long with my wife, contenting her about the business of Gosnell's going, and I perceive she will be contented as well as myself, and so to the office, and after sitting all the morning in hopes to have Mr. Coventry dine with me, he was forced to go to Whitehall, and so I dined with my own company only, taking Mr. Hayter home with me, but he, poor man, was not very well, and so could not eat anything. After dinner staid within all the afternoon, being vexed in my mind about the going away of Sarah this afternoon, who cried mightily, and so was I ready to do, and Jane did also,
and then anon went Gosnell away, which did trouble me too.
Though upon many considerations it is better that I am rid of the charge. Altogether makes my house appear to me very lonely, which troubles me much, and in a melancholy humour I went to the office, and there about business sat till I was called to Sir G. Carteret at the Treasury Office about my Lord Treasurer's letter, wherein he puts me to a new trouble to write it over again. So home and late with Sir John Minnes at the office, looking over Mr. Creed's accounts, and then home and to supper, and my wife and I melancholy to bed. 10th. This morning rose, receiving a messenger from Sir G. Carteret, and a letter from Mr. Coventry, one contrary to another, about our letter to my Lord Treasurer, at which I am troubled. But I went to Sir George, and being desirous to please both, I think I found out a way to do it. So back to the office with Sir J. Minnes in his coach, but so great a snow that we could hardly pass the streets. So we and Sir W. Batten to the office, and there did discourse of Mr. Creed's accounts, and I fear it will be a good while before we shall go through them, and many things we meet with, all of difficulty.
Then to the Dolphin, where Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, and I did treat the auditors of the Exchequer, auditors Wood and Beale, and hither comes Sir G. Carteret to us. We had a good dinner, cost us 5 pounds and 6 shillings, whereof my share 26 shillings.
And after dinner did discourse of our salaries and other matters, which I think now they will allow. Thence home, and there I found our new cookmaid Susan come, who is recommended to us by my wife's brother, for which I like her never the better, but being a good well-looked lass, I am willing to try,
and Jane begins to take upon her as a chambermaid.
So to the office, where late putting papers and my books and businesses in order,
it being very cold,
and so home to supper. 11th. Up. It being a great frost upon the snow, and we sat all the morning upon Mr. Creed's accounts, wherein I did him some service and some disservice.
At noon he dined with me, and we sat all the afternoon together, discoursing of ways to get money,
which I am now giving myself wholly up to. And in the evening he went away, and I to my office, concluding all matters concerning our great letter so long in doing to my Lord Treasurer,
till almost 1 in the morning.
And then home with my mind much eased, and so to bed. 12th. From a very hard frost when I wake, I find a very great thaw, and my house overflown with it, which vex me. At the office and home, doing business all the morning, then dined with my wife, and sat talking with her all the afternoon,
and then to the office, and there examining my copy of Mr. Holland's book, till 10 at night, and so home to supper and bed. 13th.
Slept long to-day till Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten were set out towards Portsmouth before I rose, and Sir G. Carteret came to the office to speak with me before I was up. So I started up and down to him. By and by we sat, Mr. Coventry and I, Sir G. Carteret being gone, and among other things Field and Stint did come, and received the 41 pounds given him by the judgment against me and Harry Kem. And we did also sign bonds in 500 pounds to stand to the award of Mr. Porter and Smith for the rest, which however I did not sign to till I got Mr. Coventry to go up with me to Sir W. Pen, and he did promise me before him to bear his share in what should be awarded, and both concluded that Sir W. Batten would do no less.
At noon broke up, and dined with my wife, and then to the office again.
And there made an end of last night's examination, and got my study there made very clean and put in order, and then to write by the post, among other letters one to Sir W. Batten about this day's work with Field, desiring his promise also. The letter I have caused to be entered in our public book of letters. So home to supper and to bed. 14th. Lord's day. Lay with great content, talking with my wife in bed, and so up into church and then home,
and had a neat dinner by ourselves, and after dinner
walked to Whitehall and my Lord's, and up and down till chapel time, and then to the King's Chapel, where I heard the service, and so to my Lord's, and there Mr. Howe and Paget, the counsellor, an old lover of music. We sang some psalms of Mr. Law's, and played some symphonies between till night, that I was sent for to Mr. Creed's lodging,
and there was Captain Ferrers and his lady, and W. Howe, and I.
We supped very well, and good sport in discourse. After supper I was sent for to my Lord, with whom I staid talking about his and my own and the public affairs, with great content, he advising me as to my own choosing of Sir R. Bernard for umpire in the businesses between my uncle and us, that I would not trust to him upon his direction, for he did not think him a man to be trusted at all,
and so bid him good night.
And to Mr. Creed's again. Mr. Moore, with whom I intended to have lain, lying physically without sheets, and there after some discourse to bed, and lay ill, though the bed good,
my stomach being sick all night with my too heavy supper.
15th. Up into my Lord's, and thence to the Duke, and followed him into the park, where though the ice was broken and dangerous, yet he would go slide upon his skates, which I did not like, but he slides very well. So back and to his closet, whither my Lord Sandwich comes, and there Mr. Coventry and we three had long discourse together about the matters of the navy, and indeed I find myself more and more obliged to Mr. Coventry,
who studies to do me all the right he can in everything to the Duke. Thence walked a good while up and down the galleries, and among others met with Dr. Clarke, who in discourse tells me that Sir Charles Berkeley's greatness is only his being pimped to the King, and to my Lady Castlemaine, and yet for all this that the King is very kind to the Queen, who he says is one of the best women in the world. Strange how the King is bewitched to this pretty Castlemaine. Thence to my Lord's, and there with Mr. Creed, Moore, and Howe to the Crown, and dined, and thence to Whitehall, where I walked up and down the galleries, spending my time upon the pictures,
till the Duke and the Committee for Tangier met,
the Duke not staying with us,
where the only matter was to discourse with my Lord Rutherford, who is this day made Governor of Tangier, for I know not what reasons, and my Lord of Peterborough to be called home, which though it is said it is done with kindness, yet all the world may see it is done otherwise, and I am sorry to see a Catholic governor sent to command there, where all the rest of the officers almost are such already. But God knows what the reason is, and all may see how slippery places all courtiers stand in. Thence by coach home, in my way calling upon Sir John Birkenhead to speak about my assessment of £42 to the loyal sufferers, which I perceive I cannot help, but he tells me I have been abused by Sir R. Ford, which I shall hereafter make use of when it shall be fit. Thence called at the Major General's, Sir R. Brown, about my being assessed arms to the militia, but he was abroad, and so driving through the backside of the Shambles in Newgate Market,
my coach plucked down 2 pieces of beef into the dirt,
upon which the butcher stopped the horses,
and a great rout of people in the street,
crying that he had done him 40 shillings and £5 worth of hurt, but going down I saw that he had done little or none,
and so I gave them a shilling for it, and they were well contented.
And so home, and there to my Lady Batten's to see her,
who tells me she hath just now a letter from Sir William,
how that he and Sir J. Minnes did very narrowly escape drowning on the road,
the waters are so high,
but is well. But Lord, what a hypocrite-like face she made to tell it me. Thence to Sir W. Pen, and sat long with him in discourse,
I making myself appear one of greater action and resolution as to public business
than I have hitherto done, at which he listens, but I know is a rogue in his heart and likes not, but I perceive I may hold up my head, and the more the better, I minding of my business as I have done, in which God do and will bless me. So home, and with great content to bed, and talk and chat with my wife while I sat supper, to our great pleasure.
16th.
Up and to the office, and thither came Mr. Coventry and Sir G. Carteret, and among other business was Struts the purser against Captain Brown, Sir W. Batten's brother-in-law. But Lord, though I believe the captain has played the knave, though I seem to have a good opinion of him and to mean him well, what a most troublesome fellow that Strutt is,
such as I never did meet with his fellow in my life.
His talking and ask to make him hold his peace set my head off aching all the afternoon with great pain. So to dinner, thinking to have had Mr. Coventry, but he could not go with me, and so I took Captain Murford, of whom I did hear what the world says of me, that all do conclude Mr. Coventry and Pett and me to be of a knot, and that we do now carry all things before us, and much more in particular of me and my studiousness, etc., to my great content.
After dinner came Mrs. Brown, the captain's wife, to see me and my wife.
And I showed her a good countenance, and indeed her husband has been civil to us, But though I speak them fair, yet I doubt I shall not be able to do her husband much favour in this business of Strutt's, whom without doubt he has abused. So to the office, and hence, having done some business, by coach to Whitehall to Secretary Bennet's, and agreed with Mr. Lee to set upon our new adventure of the Tower to-morrow. Hence to Colonel Lovelace in Cannon Row, about seeing how Sir R. Ford did report all the officers of the Navy to be rated for the loyal sufferers. But finding him at the Rhenish wine-house, I could not have any answer, but must take another time. Thence to my Lord's, and having sat talking with Mr. Moore, bewailing the vanity and disorders of the age, I went by coach to my brother's, where I met Sarah, my late maid, who had a desire to speak with me, and I with her to know what it was, who told me, out of good will to me, for she loves me dearly, that I would beware of my wife's brother, for he is begging or borrowing of her, and often, and told me of her scallop whisk, and her borrowing of 50 shillings for Will, which she believes was for him and her father. I do observe so much goodness and seriousness in the maid, that I am again and again sorry that I have parted with her, though it was full against my will then, and if she had anything in the world I would commend her for a wife for my brother Tom. After much discourse, and her professions of love to me and all my relations, I bade her good night, and did kiss her, and indeed she seemed very well favoured to me to-night, as she is always. So by coach home and to my office, did some business, and so home to supper and to bed. 17th. This morning come Mr. Lee, Wade, and Evett, intending to have gone upon our new design to the Tower to-day, but it raining, and the work being to be done in the open garden, we put it off to Friday next. And so I to the office doing business, and then dined at home with my poor wife with great content, and so to the office again, and made an end of examining the other of Mr. Holland's books about the Navy, with which I am much contented, and so to other businesses till night at my office, and so home to supper, and after much dear company and talk with my wife, to bed. 18th. Up and to the office, Mr. Coventry and I sat alone till 2 o'clock, and then he inviting himself to my house to dinner, of which I was proud, but my dinner being a leg of mutton and 2 capons, they were not done enough, which did vex me, but we made shift to please him, I think, but I was when he was gone very angry with my wife and people. This afternoon came my wife's brother and his wife, and Mrs. Lodum his landlady, my old friend Mr. Ashwell's sister. Balty's wife is a most little and yet, I believe, pretty old girl, not handsome, nor as anything in the world pleasing, but they say she plays mighty well on the bass viol. They dined at her father's to-day, but for aught I hear he is a wise man, and will not give anything to his daughter till he sees what her husband do put himself to, so that I doubt he has made but a bad matter of it, but I am resolved not to meddle with it. They gone, I to the office, and to see Sir W. Pen with my wife, and thence I to Mr. Cade, the stationer, to direct him what to do with my 2 copies of Mr. Holland's books, which he is to bind, and after supplying myself with several things of him, I returned to my office, and so home to supper and to bed. 19th. Up and by appointment with Mr. Lee, Wade, Evett, and workmen to the Tower, and with the lieutenant's leave set them to work in the garden, in the corner against the main guard, a most unlikely place. It being cold, Mr. Lee and I did sit all the day till 3 o'clock by the fire in the governor's house, I reading a play of Fletcher's, being A Wife for a Month, wherein no great wit or language. Having done, we went to them at work, and having wrought below the bottom of the foundation of the wall, I bid them give over, and so all our hopes ended, and so went home, taking Mr. Lee with me, and after drunk a cup of wine he went away, and I to my office, there reading in Sir W. Petty's book, and so home and to bed, a little displeased with my wife, who, poor wretch, is troubled with her lonely life, which I know not how without great charge to help as yet, but I will study how to do it. 20th. Up and had £100 brought me by Prior of Brampton, in full of his purchase money for Barton's house and some land. So to the office, and thence with Mr. Coventry in his coach to St. James's, with great content and pride to see him treat me so friendly, and dined with him, and so to Whitehall together, where we met upon the Tangier Commission, and discoursed many things thereon. But little will be done before my Lord Rutherford comes there, as to the fortification or mole. That done, my Lord Sandwich and I walked together a good while in the matted gallery, he acquainting me with his late enquiries into the wardrobe business to his content, and tells me how things stand, and that the first year was worth about £3,000 to him, and the next about as much, so that at this day, if he were paid, it would be worth about £7,000 to him. But it contents me above all things to see him trust me as his confidant, so I bid him good night, he being to go into the country to keep his Christmas on Monday next. So by coach home and to my office, being post night, and then home and to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, so up to church, and so home to dinner alone with my wife, very pleasant. After dinner I walked to my brother's, where he told me some hopes he had of bringing his business to pass still of his mistress, but I do find they do stand upon terms that will not be either fit or in his power to grant, and therefore I did dislike his talk, and advised him to give it quite over. Thence walked to Whitehall, and there to chapel, and from thence upstairs, and up and down the house and galleries on the King's and Queen's side,
and so through the garden to my Lord's lodgings, where there was Mr. Gibbons, Madge, and Mallard, and Paget, and by and by comes in my Lord Sandwich, and so we had great store of good music. By and by comes in my simple Lord Chandos, who, my Lord Sandwich being gone out to court, began to sing psalms, but so dully that I was weary of it. At last we broke up, and by comes in my Lord Sandwich again, and he and I to talk together about his businesses, and so he to bed, and I and Mr. Creed and Captain Ferrers fell to a cold goose pie of Mrs. Sarah's heartily, and so spent our time till past 12 o'clock, and then with Creed to his lodgings, and so with him to bed, and slept till 22nd. 6 or 7 o'clock, and so up, and by the fireside read a good part of the Advice to a Daughter, which a simple coxcomb has wrote against Osborne, but in all my life I never did nor can expect to see so much nonsense in print. Thence to my Lord's, who is getting himself ready for his journey to Hinchingbroke, and by, after eating something, and talking with me about many things, and telling me his mind, upon my asking about Sarah, who it seems only married of late, but is also said to be turned a great drunkard, which I am ashamed of, that he likes her service well, and do not love a strange face, but will not endure the fault, but hath bade me speak to her and advise her, if she hath a mind to stay with him, which I will do. My Lord and his people being gone, I walked to Mr. Coventry's chamber, where I found him gone out into the park with the Duke. So the boy being there ready with my things, I shifted myself into a riding habit, and followed him through Whitehall. And in the park Mr. Coventry's people having a horse ready for me, so fine a one that I was almost afeard to get upon him, but I did, and found myself more feared than hurt. And I got up and followed the Duke, who, with some of his people, among others Mr. Coventry, was riding out, and with them to Hyde Park, where Mr. Coventry asking leave of the Duke, he bid us go to Woolwich. So he and I to the water side, and our horses coming by the ferry, we by oars over to Lambeth, and from thence, with brave discourse by the way, rode to Woolwich, where we eat and drank at Mr. Peat's, and discoursed of many businesses, and put in practice my new way of the call book, which will be of great use. Here, having stayed a good while, we got up again, and brought night home with us, and foul weather. So over to Whitehall to his chamber, whither my boy came, who had stayed in St. James's Park by my mistake all day, looking for me. Thence took my things that I put off to-day, and by coach, being very wet and cold, on my feet home, and presently shifted myself, and so had the barber come, and my wife and I to read Ovid's Metamorphoses, which I brought her home from Paul's Churchyard to-night, having called for it by the way, and so to bed. 23rd. And slept hard till 8 o'clock this morning, and so up into the office, where I found Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten come unexpectedly home last night from Portsmouth, having done the pay there before we could have thought it. Sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner with my wife alone, and after dinner sat by the fire, and then up to make up my accounts with her, and find that my ordinary housekeeping comes to £7 a month, which is a great deal. By and by comes Dr. Pierce, who among other things tells me that my Lady Castlemaine's interest at court increases, and is more and greater than the Queen's, that she hath brought in Sir H. Bennet and Sir Charles Berkeley, but that the Queen is a most good lady, and takes all with the greatest meekness that may be. He tells me too that Mr. Edward Montague is quite broke at court with his repute and purse, and that he lately was engaged in a quarrel against my Lord Chesterfield, but that the King did cause it to be taken up. He tells me too that the King is much concerned in the Chancellor's sickness, and that the Chancellor is as great, he thinks, as ever he was with the King. He also tells me what the world says of me, that Mr. Coventry and I do all the business of the office almost, at which I am highly proud. He being gone, I fell to business, which was very great, but got it well over by 9 at night, and so home, and after supper to bed. 24th. Lay pleasantly talking to my wife till 8 o'clock, then up and to Sir W. Batten's to see him and Sir G. Carteret and Sir J. Minnes take coach towards the pay at Chatham, which they did, and I home, and took money in my pocket to pay many reckonings to-day in the town, as my booksellers, and paid at another shop £4 10s. for Stevens's Thesaurus Graecae Linguae, given to Paul's school. So to my brother's and shoemaker, and so to my Lord Crew's, and dined alone with him, and after dinner much discourse about matters. Upon the whole, I understand there are great factions at court, and something he said that did imply a difference like to be between the King and the Duke, in case the Queen should not be with child, I understand about this bastard. He says also that some great man will be aimed at when Parliament comes to sit again. I understand the Chancellor, and that there is a bill will be brought in, that none that have been in arms for the Parliament shall be capable of office, and that the Court are weary of my Lord Albemarle and Chamberlain. He wishes that my Lord Sandwich had some good occasion to be abroad this summer which is coming on, and that my Lord Hinchingbroke were well married, and Sidney had some place at court. He pities the poor ministers that are put out, to whom he says the King is beholden for his coming in, and that if any such thing had been foreseen he had never come in. After this, and much other discourse of the sea, and breeding young gentlemen to the sea, I went away, and homeward, met Mr. Creed at my bookseller's in Paul's Churchyard, who takes it ill my letter last night to Mr. Povey, wherein I accuse him of the neglect of the Tangier boats, in which I must confess I did not do altogether like a friend, but however it was truth, and I must own it to be so,
though I fall wholly out with him for it. Thence home and to my office alone to do business, and read over half of Mr. Bland's discourse concerning trade, which, he being no scholar, and so knows not the rules of writing orderly, is very good. So home to supper and to bed, my wife not being well. This evening Mr. Gordon sent me, against Christmas, a great chine of beef, and 3 dozen of tongues. I did give 5 shillings to the man that brought it, and half a crown to the porters. This day also the parish clerk brought the general bill of mortality, which cost me half a crown more. 25th, Christmas day. Up pretty early, leaving my wife not well in bed, and with my boy walked, it being a most brave, cold, and dry frosty morning, and had a pleasant walk to Whitehall, where I intended to have received the communion with the family, but I came a little too late. So I walked up into the house, and spent my time looking over pictures, particularly the ships in King Henry VIII's voyage to Boulogne, marking the great difference between their build then and now. By and by down to the chapel again, where Bishop Morley preached upon the Song of the Angels, Glory to God on high, on earth peace, and goodwill towards men. Methought he made but a poor sermon, but long, and reprehending the mistaken jollity of the court for the true joy that shall and ought to be on these days, he particularized concerning their excess in plays and gaming, saying that he whose office it is to keep the gamesters in order and within bounds, serves but for a second rather in a duel, meaning the groom-porter. Upon which it was worth observing how far they are come from taking the reprehensions of a bishop seriously, that they all laugh in the chapel, when he reflected on their ill actions and courses. He did much press us to joy in these public days of joy, and to hospitality. But one that stood by whispered in my ear that Bishop himself did not spend one groat to the poor himself. The sermon done, a good anthem followed, with viols, and then the king came down to receive the sacrament. But I stayed not, but calling my boy from my lord's lodgings, and giving Sarah some good advice, by my lord's order, to be sober and look after the house, I walked home again with great pleasure, and there dined by my wife's bedside with great content, having a mess of brave plum porridge, and a roasted pullet for dinner. And I sent for a mince pie abroad, my wife not being well to make any herself yet. After dinner sat talking a good while with her, her pain being become less, and then to see Sir W. Pen a little, and so to my office, practising arithmetic alone, and making an end of last night's book with great content, till 11 at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 26th. Up, my wife to the making of Christmas pies all day, being now pretty well again, and I abroad to several places about some businesses. Among others bought a bake pan in Newgate Market, and sent it home. It cost me 16 shillings. So to Dr. Williams, but he is out of town, then to the Wardrobe. Hither come Mr. Battersby, and we falling into a discourse of a new book of drollery in verse, called Hudibras. I would needs go find it out, and met with it at the Temple. Cost me 2 shillings 6pence. But when I came to read it, it is so silly an abuse of the presbyter knight going to the wars, that I am ashamed of it. And by and by, meeting at Mr. Townsend's at dinner, I sold it to him for 18 pence. Here we dined with many tradesmen that belong to the Wardrobe, but I was weary soon of their company, and broke up dinner as soon as I could, and away, with the greatest reluctancy and dispute, 2 or 3 times my reason stopping my sense, and I would go back again, within myself, to the Duke's house, and saw the villain, which I ought not to do without my wife, but that my time is now out that I did undertake it for. But, Lord! to consider how my natural desire is to pleasure, which God be praised, that he has given me the power by my late oaths to curb so well as I have done, and will do again after 2 or 3 plays more. Here I was better pleased with the play than I was at first, understanding the design better than I did. Here I saw Gosnell and her sister at a distance, and could have found it in my heart to have accosted them, but thought not prudent. But I watched their going out, and found that they came, she, her sister, and another woman, alone, without any man, and did go over the fields afoot. I find that I have an inclination to have her come again, though it is most against my interest either of profit or content of mind, other than for their singing. Home on foot, in my way calling at Mr. Rawlinson's, and drinking only a cup of ale there. He tells me my uncle has ended his purchase, which cost him £4,500, and how my uncle do express his trouble that he has with his wife's relations, but I understand his great intentions are for the wights that hang upon him, and by whose advice this estate is bought. Thence home, and found my wife busy among her pies, but angry for some saucy words that her maid Jane has given her, which I will not allow of, and therefore will give her warning to be gone. As also we are both displeased for some slight words that Sarah, now at Sir W. Pen's, hath spoke of us, but it is no matter. We shall endeavour to join the lion's skin to the fox's tail. So to my office alone a while, and then home to my study, and supper and bed. Being also vexed at my boy for his playing abroad when he is sent of errands, so that I have sent him to-night to see whether their country carrier be in town or no, for I am resolved to keep him no more. 27th. Up. And while I am dressing, I sent for my boy's brother William, that lives in town here as a groom, to whom and their sister Jane I told my resolution to keep the boy no longer. So upon the whole they desire to have him stay a week longer, and then he shall go. So to the office, and there Mr. Coventry and I sat till noon, and then I stepped to the Exchange, and so home to dinner. And after dinner with my wife to the Duke's Theatre, and saw the second part of Rhodes, done with the new Roxalana, which do it rather better in all respects for person, voice, and judgment than the first Roxalana. Home with great content with my wife, not so well pleased with the company at the house to-day, which was full of citizens, there hardly being a gentleman or woman in the house, a couple of pretty ladies by us that made sport in it, being jostled and crowded by prentices. So home, and I to my study, making up my monthly accounts, which is now fallen again to £630 or thereabouts, which not long since was £680, at which I am sorry, but I trust in God I shall get it up again, and in the meantime will live sparingly. So home to supper and to bed. 28th, Lord's day. Up, and with my wife to church, and coming out, went out both before my Lady Batten, he not being there, which I believe will vex her. After dinner my wife to church again, and I to the French church, where I heard an old man make a tedious long sermon, till they were fain to light candles to baptize the children by. So homewards, meeting my brother Tom, but spoke but little with him, and calling also at my uncle White's, but met him and her going forth, and so I went directly home, and there fell to the renewing my last year's oaths, whereby it has pleased God so much to better myself and practice, and so down to supper, and then prayers and bed. 29th. Up and walked to Whitehall, where the Duke and Mr. Coventry being gone forth, I went to Westminster Hall, where I staid reading at Mrs. Mitchell's shop, and sent for half a pint of sack for her. Here she told me what I heard not of before, the strange burning of Mr. de Laune, a merchant's house in Lothbury, and his lady, Sir Thomas Allen's daughter, and her whole family, not one thing, dog nor cat, escaping, nor any of the neighbours almost hearing of it till the house was quite down and burnt. How this should come to pass, God knows, but a most strange thing it is. Hither came Jack Spicer to me, and I took him to the Swan, where Mr. Herbert did give me my breakfast of cold chine of pork, and here Spicer and I talked of Exchequer matters, and how the Lord Treasurer hath now ordered all moneys to be brought into the Exchequer, and hath settled the King's revenue, and given to every general expense proper assignments, to the Navy £200,000, and odd. He also told me of the great vast trade of the goldsmiths in supplying the King with money at dear rates. Thence to Whitehall, and got up to the top galleries in the banqueting house to see the audience of the Russia ambassadors, which took place after long waiting and fear of the falling of the gallery, it being so full, and part of it being parted from the rest, for nobody to come up merely from the weakness thereof. And very handsome it was. After they were come in, I went down and got through the crowd almost as high as the King and the ambassadors, where I saw all the presents, being rich furs, hawks, carpets, cloths of tissue, and seahorse teeth. The King took 2 or 3 hawks upon his fist, having a glove on, wrought with gold, given him for the purpose. The son of one of the ambassadors was in the richest suit for pearl and tissue that ever I did see, or shall, I believe. After they and all the company had kissed the King's hand, then the 3 ambassadors and the son, and no more, did kiss the Queen's. One thing more I did observe, that the chief ambassador did carry up his master's letters in state before him on high, and as soon as he had delivered them, he did fall down to the ground, and lay there a great while. After all was done, the company broke up, and I spent a little while walking up and down the gallery, seeing the ladies, the 2 queens, and the Duke of Monmouth with his little mistress, which is very little, and like my brother-in-law's wife. So with Mr. Creed to the harp and ball, and there meeting with Mr. Howe, Goodgroom, and young Coleman, did drink and talk with them. And I have almost found out a young gentlewoman for my turn to wait on my wife, of good family, and that can sing. Thence I went away, and getting a coach went home, and sat late talking with my wife about our entertaining Dr. Clarke's lady and Mrs. Pierce shortly, being in great pain that my wife hath never a winter gown, being almost ashamed of it, that she should be seen in a taffeta one when all the world wears moire. So to prayers and to bed, but we could not come to any resolution what to do therein, other than to appear as she is. 30th. Up and to the office, whither Sir W. Pen came, the first time that he has come downstairs since his late great sickness of the gout. We with Mr. Coventry sat till noon, then I to the Change Ward, to see what play was there, but I liked none of them, and so homeward, and calling in at Mr. Rawlinson's, where he stopped me to dine with him and 2 East India officers of ships, and Howell our turner. With the officers I had good discourse, particularly of the people at the Cape of Good Hope, of whom they of their own knowledge do tell me these 1 or 2 things, viz., that they never sleep lying, but always sitting upon the ground, that their speech is not so articulate as ours, but yet they understand one another well, that they paint themselves all over with the grease the Dutch sell them, who have a fort there, and soot. After dinner, drinking 5 or 6 glasses of wine, which liberty I now take till I begin my oath again, I went home and took my wife into coach, and carried her to Westminster. There visited Mrs. Ferrer, and staid talking with her a good while, there being a little proud ugly talking lady there, that was much crying up the Queen Mother's court at Somerset House, above our own Queen's, there being before no allowance of laughing and the mirth that is at the others. And indeed it is observed, that the greatest court nowadays is there. Thence to Whitehall, where I carried my wife to see the Queen in her presence chamber, and the maids of honour, and the young Duke of Monmouth playing at cards. Some of them, and but a few, were very pretty, though all well dressed in velvet gowns. Thence to my Lord's lodgings, where Mrs. Sarah did make us my Lord's bed, and Mr. Creed I being sent for, sat playing at cards till it was late, and so good night, and with great pleasure to bed. 31st. Lay pretty long in bed, and then I up and to Westminster Hall, and so to the Swan, sending for Mr. W. Bowyer, and there drank my morning draught, and had some of his simple discourse. Among other things, he tells me how the difference comes between his fair cousin Butler and Colonel Dillon, upon his opening letters of her brothers from Ireland, complaining of his knavery, and forging others to the contrary, and so they are long ago quite broke off. Thence to a barber's, and so to my wife, and at noon took her to Mrs. Pierce's by invitation to dinner, where there came Dr. Clarke and his wife and sister and Mr. Knight, chief surgeon to the King and his wife. We were pretty merry, the two men being excellent company, but I confess I am wedded from the opinion either of Mrs. Pierce's beauty upon discovery of her naked neck to-day, being undressed when we came in, or of Mrs. Clarke's genius, which I so much admired. I finding her to be so conceited and fantastic in her dress this day and carriage, though the truth is witty enough. After dinner, with much ado, the Doctor and I got away to follow our business for a while, he to his patients, and I to the Tangier Committee, where the Duke of York was, and we stayed at it a good while, and thence in order to the dispatch of the boats and provisions for Tangier away. Mr. Povey, in his coach, carried Mr. Gordon and I into London to Mr. Bland's, the merchant, where we stayed discoursing upon the reason of the delay of the going away of these things a great while. Then to eat a dish of anchovies, and drink wine and cider, and very merry, but above all things pleased to hear Mrs. Bland talk like a merchant in her husband's business very well, and it seems she do understand it and perform a great deal. Thence merry back, Mr. Povey and I to Whitehall, he carrying me thither on purpose to carry me into the ball this night before the King. All the way he talking very ingeniously, and I find him a fine gentleman, and one that loves to live nobly and neatly, as I perceive by his discourse of his house, pictures, and horses. He brought me first to the Duke's chamber, where I saw him and the Duchess at supper, and thence into the room where the ball was to be, crammed with fine ladies, the greatest of the court. By and by comes the King and Queen, the Duke and Duchess, and all the great ones, and after seating themselves, the King takes out the Duchess of York, and the Duke the Duchess of Buckingham, the Duke of Monmouth my Lady Castlemaine, and so other lords, other ladies, and they danced the brannel. After that the King led a lady a single coranto, and then the rest of the lords one after another, other ladies very noble it was, and great pleasure to see. Then to country dances, the King leading the first, which he called for, which was, says he, cuckolds all awry, the old dance of England. Of the ladies that danced, the Duke of Monmouth's mistress and my Lady Castlemaine, and a daughter of Sir Harry de Vix, were the best. The manner was, when the King dances, all the ladies in the room and the Queen herself stand up, and indeed he dances rarely, and much better than the Duke of York. Having stayed here as long as I thought fit, to my infinite content, it being the greatest pleasure I could wish now to see at court, I went out, leaving them dancing, and to Mrs. Pierce's, where I found the company had stayed very long for my coming, but all gone but my wife, and so I took her home by coach, and so to my Lord's again, where after some supper to bed, very weary and in a little pain from my riding a little uneasily to-night in the coach. Thus ends this year with great mirth to me and my wife, our condition being thus. We are at present spending a night or two at my Lord's lodgings at Whitehall. Our home at the Navy Office, which is and hath a pretty while been in good condition, finished and made very convenient. My purse is worth about £650, besides my goods of all sorts, which yet might have been more but for my late layings out upon my house and public assessment, and yet would not have been so much if I had not lived a very orderly life all this year, by virtue of the oaths that God put into my heart to take against wine, place, and other expenses, and to observe for these last 12 months, and which I am now going to renew, I under God owing my present content thereunto. My family is myself and wife, William my clerk, Jane my wife's upper maid, but I think growing proud and negligent upon it. We must part, which troubles me. Susan our cook maid, a pretty willing wench, but no good cook, and Wainman my boy, who I am now turning away for his naughty tricks. We have had from the beginning our healths to this day very well, blessed be God. Our late maid Sarah going from us, though put away by us, to live with Sir W. Pen do trouble me, though I love the wench, so that we do make ourselves a little strange to him and his family for it, and resolve to do so. The same we are for other reasons to my Lady Batten and hers. We have lately had it in our thoughts, and I can hardly bring myself off of it, since Mrs. Gosnell cannot be with us, to find out another to be in the quality of a woman to my wife that can sing or dance, and yet finding it hard to save anything at the year's end as I now live, I think I shall not be such a fool till I am more warm in my purse, besides my oath of entering into no such expenses till I am worth £1,000. By my last year's diligence in my office, blessed be God, I am come to a good degree of knowledge therein, and am acknowledged so by all, the world, even the Duke himself, to whom I have a good access, and by that, and my being a commissioner with him for Tangier, he takes much notice of me, and I doubt not but, by the continuance of the same endeavours, I shall in a little time come to be a man much taken notice of in the world, especially being come to so great an esteem with Mr. Coventry. The only weight that lies heavy upon my mind is the ending the business with my uncle Thomas about my dead uncle's estate, which is very ill on our side, and I fear when all is done I must be forced to maintain my father myself, or spare a good deal towards it out of my own purse, which will be a very great pull back to me in my fortune. But I must be contented, and bring it to an issue one way or other. Public matters stand thus. The King is bringing, as is said, his family and navy and all other his charges to a less expense. In the meantime, himself following his pleasures more than with good advice he would do, at least to be seen to all the world to do so. His dalliance with my Lady Castlemaine being public every day to his great reproach, and his favouring of none at court so much as those that are the confidants of his pleasure, as Sir H. Bennet and Sir Charles Berkeley, which, good God, put it into his heart to mend, before he makes himself too much condemned by his people for it. The Duke of Monmouth is in so great splendour at court, and so dandled by the King, that some doubt, if the King should have no child by the Queen, which there is yet no appearance of, whether he would not be acknowledged for a lawful son, and that there will be a difference follow upon it between the Duke of York and him, which God prevent. My Lord Chancellor is threatened by people to be questioned, the next sitting of the Parliament, by some spirits that do not love to see him so great, but certainly he is a good servant to the King. The Queen Mother is said to keep too great a court now, and her being married to my Lord St. Albans is commonly talked of, and that they had a daughter between them in France, how true God knows. The bishops are high, and go on without any diffidence in pressing uniformity, and the presbyters seem silent in it, and either conform or lay down, though without doubt they expect a turn, and would be glad these endeavours of the other fanatics would take effect, there having been a plot lately found, for which 4 have been publicly tried at the Old Bailey and hanged. My Lord Sandwich is still in good esteem, and now keeping his Christmas in the country, and I in good esteem, I think, as any man can be with him. Mr. Moore is very sickly, and I doubt will hardly get over his late fit of sickness that still hangs on him. In fine, for the good condition of myself, wife, family, and estate, in the great degree that it is, and for the public state of the nation, so quiet as it is, the Lord God be praised. End of December. End of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1662, by Samuel Pepys.